Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. I have no idea what happened. Like, that was so weird. And I was on a good tangent. My thought process was flowing. Um, don't know what happened. So let's go round two. Sorry about that. That's a bummer. Um, so I'm gonna put the link in as well because I know people are excited. They want to talk this, and I'm excited too. I'm gonna look at you. You cracked me up. I don't even know what you guys last heard. What was the last thing you heard me say before it cut out? Because I was like on a tangent. Um, obviously CIA. I agree, Ben. I agree. So I'm just curious, like, what was the last thing you guys heard me saying before I cut out, like before I just went away? Um, so I don't reiterate something you already heard. Uh, that bumps me out. I don't know what happened. That was so weird. Uh, I shut Candy down and replaced her with a clone. I heard the black helicopters at the end of the last one. I love it. Okay, so again, hold on. Let me read chat first so I could see what gas choked dead air. You're killing me literally over here. Can you hear me? But I mean, what was I saying? What was the last thing I was talking about in regards to my tangent before I cut out? Because I still want to pick up where I was talking about in my tangent because I think it's important. I just don't know what you guys stopped hearing. I don't know where it stopped. Like, someone help me. I've got these really good thought processes going, and I really want to pursue this rabbit hole. I think it's really good, you guys. I think it's something we should truly look into. Um, Ashley, if you hear me and you hear me struggling, please hit the link, right? Join me. Join me and let me know what was the last thing I said. Hold on. There's Trusted. Maybe Trusted will tell me the last thing I said before I cut out. Shiloh's writing a book. Oh, heavens to Betsy. Hold on. Let me get Trusted to jump on. I gotta. Hey, Trusted.
How you doing?
I mean, I was on a good tangent, then something happened.
Yeah, you get sucked right into a vortex. I mean, that's what it looks like on the screen with that circle spinning around.
That that is so weird. So, what was the last thing I was talking about via my tangent before I cut out?
Uh, driver's licenses, the real license. I don't know.
Wait, what?
You talk about your driver's license and
That
the
was in
real
the
license type
beginning.
license, huh?
That was in the beginning. You guys heard me talking about ramblings 2.0 and the theory on Dale's second blog and stuff, right?
No, I think I was in the bathroom during that.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to figure out where I left off when it cut me off. That's what I'm trying to figure it out because I don't want to reiterate. Okay, Dale's blog, Richard saying Dale's blog. Okay, but I don't know what part it cut off. What part did it cut off, you guys? I'm
You
trying to go
didn't
back
even
on
in the
this,
blog.
but I was going down like the different postings. I don't know when it cut off. Someone help me. Dale posting random stuff telling you without telling you. Thank you, Tim. Good grief. Okay. So I think this is Dale's way because obviously at this time it's 2020. We just lost Fenn. We're sad. We're in purgatory. There's all these stupid, pointless lawsuits. The family's getting harassed. And I think Dale was like, excuse my French, fuck this. And he started posting on his second blog. And it was his cheeky way of telling us without telling us. Because again, think about it. Whatever story this is, we don't know what story this is. He's got Rumblings and Ramblings 2.0. Only he and Shiloh are in possession of Rumblings and Ramblings 2.0. And clearly Shiloh wants to try and tell the story through a book, do it the proper way, do it in memory of his grandfather, but also build upon it and talk about his story, his time in the chase, and his point of view, right? And also his side of the family, the old family. That's my opinion. But Dale, I feel like at that time, we're all sitting in limbo. And if I'm not mistaken, we didn't even know what the hell was going on. So, first he's posting about Marvin Fenn's fishing log. You've got him talking about the emails he was receiving from Forrest. One, the most controversial of all, was the email that Fenn sent Dale in November 2019. Hey, like to get your opinion. I'm thinking about shutting down the chase, and this is why. And he starts going down different reasons why he's considering it. And one of the most important, in my opinion, is, hey, by the way, multiple people have attempted to blackmail me. Well, I already know of one, okay? But what about the other one? That's what I'm interested in. I got to look into that. Secondly, Hello Street.
Oh,
You still got that crackly internet over there?
I don't know. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
It looks like it got you too. It must be spreading.
Yeah, allegedly. Like, what the hell? So he sent Dale the email, right? And I just think, for the way that my mind just connects things and the way I think, I believe that the reason why Dale created a second blog was because he was sharing information, little pieces of tidbits, scrapbooks that are relevant clues to help you with breadcrumbs to understand what is going to be the content of Rumblings and Ramblings 2.0. And let's think about what was posted by Dale before he shut it down again. Why did he delete it? He just deleted his first amazing world famous blog, and then immediately right after creates another blog just to do the same thing he's doing. What's going on with that? We never asked questions. We're over here at that time being like, what's the solution? Who's the finder? What are we going to do? What are the 9 clues? We didn't know what to do. And this is around the time, I think, okay, we already had the name for Jack, right? We had Jack Stoof, but that's pretty much all we had. We got like some pictures. Fenn passed away. We were lost. We were purgatory. We were heartbroken. And I remember this is around when Ben and Ashley came into the chase, because he was one of them that was like obsessively analyzing Marvin Fenn's fishing log. I was like, I tried, but his handwriting hurt my eyeballs. And so Ben was the one that was talking about like, hey, look, 9 Mile fishing hole, the fishing bridge, like all this stuff, right? But we never paid attention to the other stories. We're over here thinking, oh, he's just trying to share more stories. But now that we have the information that we know for a fact, Ben updated Rumblings and Ramblings from the find to after the find to what was transpiring, building up to the find, up to his death. And the only 2 people in possession of it are Dale, which has been confirmed, and Shiloh. Shiloh's writing the book. Dale was writing the book, but he stopped. So I'm just saying.
The thing that I got out of what Dale was doing and things he was talking about was he was disgruntled.
Yeah, he could have been. He could have been disgruntled. And what do disgruntled searchers do? They like to leak the facts, right? Or put something out there to be like, what do I have? What do I make of this?
Well, he was disgruntled saying the finder was an asshole.
Well,
so he's
yeah,
not going to do anything whatsoever to help the finder.
I'd agree. So I'm just trying to think though. we ignored it. We were so distracted by all the other stuff happening, all the false rabbit holes, and we were just lost, right? So now I'm not down that weirdo rabbit hole. Oh crap, hold on. Sorry. Hold on. Hold on.
Somebody had also mentioned he bought himself a camper van and hit the road. So he's probably just enjoying life.
Yeah, but I still think because Forrest was his friend and Forrest did tell him, there's going to be a second poem in the chest that is going to confirm this is the real find. And Dale reached out to Jack and was like, hey, what was that poem? Jack's like, what poem? And so people are assuming, okay, maybe it's in the olive jar because the olive jar hasn't been opened, right? Regardless, Forrest told Dale to confirm this is really real and what's happening. Second poem. We never got that. So that's another interesting detail, right? Hey, Ash.
Well, I found second poems in the solve that I did, which was Shakespeare sonnets poems, and actually there was 3 of them.
No, he said it was actually a poem he wrote.
Okay.
No, he said it was a poem. Hey, Ashley, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hey guys, what's going on?
Hello. I don't know what happened to my first stream. That was really weird.
That was bizarre.
What's
Hello,
happening?
Ashley.
Hello. Who's on? Hey, Trusted.
Trusted and Street.
Hey, Ashley.
On.
So, what are your thoughts on my theory?
Well, I missed it, part of it, because I was stuck in your waiting room forever. So,
Shit.
were you
Sorry.
talking about Dale and his second blog? Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting, and I know that K-Pro came in and said some things and told us, what Dale had, and that maybe he was jokingly going to release it before Shiloh did. And I know you've talked to Shiloh and seems like he's writing a book. So, I don't know. Do we have screenshots of all of the second blog?
So when I first was theorizing this, like I think it was last week or something, was that when she talked about it?
Yeah.
I was saying like, who has those? Because I only have some screenshots, and I think Huli said that she might have them all. So I need to reach out to Huli and see if she still has them, because I really do want to analyze those. I want to see all the information that he was posting about. Because now it's like, if you think about it, it does seem like it has validity to it. Before I thought it was just like, okay, Dale's just kind of gone off the deep end. He's just posting a bunch of random shit again. Like, I don't know what's going on. And now it's like fishing logs were posted, talks about being blackmailed and shutting down the chase was posted, talks about what he did in regards to the blaze was posted. Little pieces that chip away and might reveal the missing pieces that we've been looking for.
Well, and the talk about maybe him having something he doesn't even know what he has, possibly. I know that like the fishing logs, I remember seeing those when Ben got them. And that was, I'm curious, especially about those being released, because I know I saw those before they came out on Dale's second blog. So I don't even know how that happened, but those are very intriguing, very interesting. And for some of that stuff to be posted and then take it down, it's just curious.
Yeah,
do you think that he knows what he has? Like, do you believe that with the whole second poem, or he may have something that he doesn't even know what it is? Or do you think he does and that's why he had to take it down? Or do you think someone, reached out and said, oh no, you need to get rid of this?
So I think, well, for one, because Trusted brought it up, he said Dale pretty much thought Jack was not the best dude, right? And remember, Dale's second blog, he was the one that said Oh, when I looked into him, remember the moment it was announced that there was a finder and there was information? Dale said he looked into that information and he found Jack in the blog, his original blog, but it dated not even the right dates. Remember that? He said it was like 2016 or something, not 2018, which I'm still confused about. That's weird in and of itself, right?
What
But
was
then
he commenting?
he was talking about how he did the IP trace address for Jack on his blog, and he found information, but it was about 2016, not 2018. So that I remember was really confusing in itself, right? But again, I think Jack is a puzzle piece. I don't really give validity to it. But then think about this. Dale was the one that was saying not a fan of Jack. Not a fan of Jack. And at the time, we didn't know it, but that's then going to Dale before he passed away saying, hey, by the way, you want to know if there's validity to what is happening? Ask him about the second poem. You're not going to know what the second poem is, but when you hear it, you'll know it's for me.
So then
Never
why
got
do
it.
So do you think, and you think that's why Dale has a problem with Jack?
Yes. I think there's many reasons. And again, it goes back to Forrest saying, hey, multiple people have tried to blackmail me. I think maybe that might have some validity to it. This is my own theory and assumption, my own opinion, right? I can't prove it as fact, but I will say I've been obsessively going down the rabbit hole of that auction website for years. 4 years. And I know that stupid thing happened. And that stupid sale of the auction right now is a cover up for it, in my opinion.
Well, even
So
if even if it's blackmail or it had to be abruptly ended or things change, even if all of that were to be possible, and I'm not saying that happened or didn't, don't you think that Fenn would then have a plan for this? Then, like if he's talking about it, if he's knowing what's going on, then he would be planning for this.
yeah, I think so. It's possible. It's possible. So
So it's almost not even to me like what the event was that happened that caused the chain of events that became the ending. I almost don't feel like that is as important as what's actually going on now, because it had to have been planned.
yeah, all premeditated, right? But here's the thing. Double chess theory. I think there's validity to it. I've always thought there's validity to it. Here you go, Summon Galaxy. Love to get his thoughts on this too. So I forgot, I think it was Packer Jack. Yeah, it was Packer Jack when he was in Speakeasy like last year or something. Yes, I got stuff from Hulu. Let me see. Hold on. Give me a second.
Are these the screenshots from Huli?
I think so. What is this? Do I click things? How do I click things? Let me see if it works. So this is
Well,
no
like I
longer
said,
available. How do I see all comments? I don't know how to do. It's saying there's nothing available. What does she send me? What is she trying to do?
well,
I
while you were
don't.
figuring that out, what I was saying was this is obviously all part of the plan. Someone knows. So I'm
Yeah.
curious to see how it plays out. I mean, whether it comes from one person or the other.
Well, remember, wasn't it on the second blog of Dale's that he also talked about more discoveries, just like with the scrapbook that Forrest gave us the day it was announced as quote unquote found. Remember that?
Yeah.
And I don't know why. I think, oh, you know what? I think I forgot. I didn't focus too much on the second blog because that was when I was so deep down the rabbit hole with that auction website and I was so mad that all I wanted to do was uncover who was behind the fake LLC. The whole theory on Justin Posey being the one who ended up bidding on the chest and winning and going
Right.
to the move location, which I still think happened. I really do. that's why I wasn't so deep and focused on Dale's second blog. But now that we know there is an updated 2.0 Rumblings and Ramblings, and Dale is in possession of it and has been in possession of it, and the only other person is Shiloh. Shiloh's writing a book. Well, Dale had a blog. So think about this, Ashley. Around the time that Dale deleted that blog, remember, it was around, like, I want to say a week or two after he posted Marvin Fenn's fishing logs.
Mm-hmm.
He deleted it, right? What was happening in the chase around that time? Was that the crazy lawsuits and everything?
What month was that? I see it in my mind. I know where I was when I was reading those fishing logs off the computer, but I'm trying to remember when that was.
I think it was 2021 and it was May.
I was gonna say May, yeah.
Because it was right before the Nookers went from Madison to, it's 9 Mile Hole, and then they jumped over to, like, I think Watkins, and then I got an email from, or not an email, I got a text message from Cynthia saying it was across the creek at 9 Mile Hole, blah, blah, blah. And then they did the filming and stuff, right, with Netflix. So right before all that occurred, the fishing blogs or the fishing logs came out and everything. And I always thought, were they using Marvin Fenn's fishing logs to narrow it down? Like, I never understood it, right? So yeah, it was May of 2021. So what else was happening, like, court-wise in May of 2021? This is where you need, like, Christy or, like, Goldilocks to hop in and be like, hey, this is what happened. Street, do you remember?
We need a timeline. I was just watching a video from May of 2021.
What is she sending me? Can I click this? Let me see if this works.
I feel like that's around the same time that Shiloh came in to chat on Calazars.
Oh, holy shit, I think you're right. Street, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, sorry. I'm kind of going on a tangent.
Let me throw my thoughts on real quick about Dale's site. It cost a lot of money. The treasure was found. It took a lot of his time. Plus, I think Forrest had aliases. And that, I think those two the aliases and time and money. I think that's why, in my opinion, that's why Dale deleted his first site.
Okay, maybe, right?
I mean,
Maybe.
that's a logical reason, but also Shiloh was in the chat in Calazars, I think May 21st. So I don't know what the timing is there, but I was curious.
That is a good correlation. Because remember, from what I remember, and I'm not saying this to be like, screw you or anything, I'm just going off of memory. I thought Fenn told Christy about the alleged intervention, right? And she never told anyone that Fenn told her. But then Cynthia told her about the alleged intervention. And originally it was supposed to be where they were both going to go live together and talk about the alleged intervention. And when she went live, what happened instead was Cynthia was like, no, that never happened. And Christy was like, what do you mean it never happened? Like, Forrest himself told me it happened, allegedly. And then while that's happening, Shiloh pops in the chat like, this didn't happen. And normally you don't see Shiloh interjecting up until recently, up until, me bombarding him with 1,001 fucking random ass messages of my weird brain.
And so in that video, I think Chris even says it's been 6 months since we've heard from the family. So then you're right. And then Shiloh came in to kind of set the record straight and squash all the conspiracies and say, no, this didn't happen.
But then, wasn't it the Chasing the Thrill, Dan Barbarisi's book, came out? And in the book itself, it proved there was, in fact, an intervention, and Matt DeMoss was there, and there was a kerfuffle with the mask situation or something.
I'm pretty sure that Shiloh says in that stream that something regarding the expose that's coming out, meaning Dan's book. And, I'll have to think of what that comment was. But he does say something about that it's not accurate, and something about, misinformation. So who knows?
Well, I'm not saying this to be like, no, screw you, you're lying. I'm just trying to go off of memory and try and piece together, why would Dale delete the second blog around the same timeline that, you're right, that Shiloh popped in and it was the discussion about the intervention. I don't think there was an intervention. What I think happened was Fenn was getting blackmailed. I really do. And I think it wasn't an intervention. It was a forced ultimatum. And it wasn't through the family. That's just my own opinion. I cannot prove it. It's just my own theory. But it's fascinating that information correlates with one another, right?
Yeah.
So if Shiloh has Rumblings and Ramblings 2.0 and the only other person who has it is Dale was the one posting first. And at the same time, Shiloh intervenes with certain things. That's when Dale's blog disappears.
So, maybe that just means that Shiloh is going to put out this information and wants to do it his way.
Exactly.
And said, no, I'm going to do it, whether that's through the book or whatever he chooses to do. He's like, no, that's me. And then, so he comes out, he interacts with the community. He's welcomed. It's a positive experience. And now maybe that's why he's interacting with you now and talking to searchers and being more involved in the community. I don't know.
I mean, it's possible. It makes sense. But again, that's why I reiterate. What if those posts from Dale's second blog might be able to give us a little window into what we might be expecting when Shiloh drops his book? Because we're all impatient. We're all impatient.
Well,
we want information, and we want it now.
Of course, that's possible. But I also feel like, it was my understanding that Shiloh was adding to it and that this was going to be sort of from his perspective. Maybe I'm just
No, definitely. But he also said he's trying to find a way to, tell his granddad's story too. And I'm not saying there's anything nefarious happening on the family's end or Fenn's end or anything. I'm saying, in my opinion, from the point of view, I think there's something nefarious on the other side. That goes back to that stupid darn auction website that I'll never be able to get over. But it's just like, okay, so the whole auction for the olive jar, the only two people up until recently who knew the olive jar wasn't worth bidding on were Dale and Shiloh. Right? If you think about it.
What did Dale say about it?
I don't think I'm not sure. I just know that, Dale recently told Cynthia, yeah, he's in possession of Rumblings and Ramblings 2.0. The other person obviously is Shiloh. But see, Shiloh was telling me, you're lucky, like he's saying you're lucky as in you guys, the Chase community, are lucky I'm not bidding on it. And it's like, yeah, now you think about it, no shit, he wasn't bidding on it because he already had it, or he had something better than it, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean.
But then think about Ben's alleged source that, told him don't bid on it. Think about that. The only other option is Shiloh or Dale.
To be telling the source to tell Ben that? Or
yeah, something like that. Because nobody else knew.
Are you trying to say Dale knows the answer and what's going on right now?
No, not the answer, just an update on what has transpired since the find, what led up to the find, the shit show that we were left with before Fenn passed away up to his death.
You're saying Olive Jar Contents 2.0, right?
Yeah, Rumblings Ramblings 2.0.
So whatever's in the olive jar plus whatever's not in the olive jar,
Yeah.
thing that Dale is in possession of.
I mean, Cynthia literally got told by Dale that he is in fact in possession of Rumblings and Ramblings 2.0. And, you know, Christy wanted me to reach out to Shiloh and figure out what date he had for his Rumblings and Ramblings. And I was under the impression at first that there was a fake Rumblings and Ramblings going on. So I reached out. I'm like, dude, there's a fake Rumblings and Ramblings. Like, what's happening? People are wanting to know the last date entry you have for your version of Rumblings and Ramblings. But then when I found out what was actually happening, that there was a 2.0, I told him, like, shit, never mind. I feel fucking terrible. I didn't know what was actually going on. Because it's like it's him and Dale. They're the only two that have that updated story. So it's like, I'm 100% over here going Team San Lazaro, 100%, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm also wondering, does the updated Rumblings Ramblings 2.0 reveal that stupid fucking auction website? Does it show that there was blackmail involved? Does it show the reason why Dale might not be a fan of alleged quote unquote Jack Stoof? Certain things like that just go through my mind, right?
Well, I mean, of course, it could include anything and everything. I don't know that it's so much focus on that part of like a possible blackmail or this, that, and the other. I don't know if it's that. I think it's more story based, like something that we don't know. Maybe I'm just hopeful that it's that. That seems more exciting to me than hearing about the ins and outs of how Forrest was blackmailed and why. I mean, I get that. I understand the curiosity of that. And I especially understand it. Well, I can't 100% understand coming from like a searcher who went boots on the ground, but I get it. I just find the actual story or whatever the secrets are more interesting.
Well, so again, I think Jack is irrelevant. He's just a face, right? He's cover up, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that it's not the story. And Street, you're even saying in chat, like, it's the finder's story to tell. I 100% agree. And what I keep forgetting to tell people, because you guys don't live in my mind, thank God for you guys, there's different layers. There's different layers to all of this. There's the layer of the smoke and mirrors. It was 9 clues, take you out to the mountains. You had to go figure out the clues. You get the treasure. Boom, you're a winner. I know that's not real. I know that's not the real reason for it. But then there's another layer. Why was there a fake auction website created to do all this weird shit that I keep finding and goes back to the Convert 2 Reddit database and the whole story of Jack Stoof right there? That's fucking weird. That's another layer. Then there's my whole spent 7 years researching the chess motif and the story of Wolfram and Echterbach and the Grail school, all that other shit. That's another layer. And then you got San Lazaro, which goes back to the Wolfram and Echterbach connection that I have, right? There's so many different layers.
All I'm saying, Candy, is Forrest said he took it to his grave and said it's the finders. Now a lot of people took that as he was disrespected him. No, he wished to stay anonymous. So why even bring it up and talk about him? So if here's my thoughts. If there was some nefarious thing happening to Forrest and robbing him of his legacy, I think he still had enough oomph in him to shove his boot up their ass. In other words, I think the way it played out, he played silent and just drifted off and let the story be told. I don't believe anyone. Forrest took it to the grave. The person who solved it knows it. I don't think there's more than 2 people. There's one other person, in my opinion, that knows it, and I don't think it's Dale. It's not any of the loose lips sink ships. That's just my thoughts.
I'm just trying to figure out, there's in my opinion, from my point of view, there is a massive puzzle that is assembling that I'm trying to unravel, right? There's different concepts, avenues. You got the 9 Mile Hole concept. You've got the Connor T. Reddit database concept. You've got Jack Stu coming out as the finder concept. You have my concept. You have your concept. You have San Lazaro. There are so many pieces, but they all connect to each other. Auction website, all these things, they connect to each other. So I'm just saying, here's another piece. Dale, he's in possession of Romely's Realmies 2.0, posted a bunch of shit. Same time, the whole theory about the intervention gate dropped. That's when his blog disappeared again. So why the stories disappear? I think it might have some validity to something that is being added to 2.0. And I think there might be a story, and I think it might include Cozumel, right? Cozumel, New Mexico. And the little pieces we were able to see in the jar, the olive jar, were about Skippy, right? We know Cozumel is about Skippy. So what's the harm in just going down the rabbit hole again? Because I got no other fucking life. To just look at the other information that Dale was posting at that time on his second blog. I think it's worth looking into. It's harmless, right?
Yeah, it is definitely a keep busy thing. It's not a horrible thing to be doing. I do have confidence, though, that we are going to get an end out of this. But whether we like it or not, whether we agree with it or not, but I think we will get a substantial ending.
Okay. I agree. Hopefully.
Yeah, we're holding out. Hopefully that book is coming. Things are coming. I really want more pictures.
Oh yeah, that's another weird thing. The whole picture thing, because we were talking about this last night on Street's channel. Like, whoever Jack is, whoever's emailing with Jack's email, clearly it's not really Jack Stoof, in my opinion. They were eerily so similar to Forrest. I'm wondering, was that Shiloh? Like, fuck if I know, right? It's just a theory. I'm not saying it's fact, just a theory. But they were saying, hey, I took a picture of a picture. Because I was like, hey, I found a carving in that log in the background of the Medium article, right? The picture of the Medium article of the fine chest.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering if you could send me a much better, less shitty quality photo so I could show you it's a match. And they were like, yeah, no, I take pictures of pictures.
Well,
How'd you do that?
Pictures of the marking that's on one picture of the chest and not on the other, which I think a lot of people have just completely glossed over, and I don't get it how there's a mark and then there isn't. But that's
they're just claiming, because I looked into that. I got so psyched about that. They're claiming that in the elements, because it's Sharpie, it wouldn't even have lasted a year.
So they're saying that it's possibly Sharpie, even though I feel like there was talk about different depths in that it could have been somehow
engraved.
But who knows? Well, there's that, and then there's also pictures of inside the chest, where Capro said today that, you know, she heard from Shiloh and he can't give her pictures of inside the chest, and he's sorry.
Wait, what? Today he said that?
Yeah. Shiloh said he can't show the inside of the chest.
What?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You're making me feel crazy, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened. She posted about that in Discord, I believe.
I don't know if I should message him again or if I'm going to annoy the crap out of him at this point. Because I sent him, people have been posting, someone's got a replica of the chest up for sale on eBay. Uh-huh. And I was just like, hey, I'm not sure if you'd be interested. Just wanted to share this with you in case you were interested. And then I feel terrible if I didn't tell you and you missed out. But I'm like, here is the replica of your granddad's chest up for sale. Not sure if you want to purchase it. don't know what you want to do with it. Just send it to him. And it shows that he looked at it. And sometimes he does this. Sometimes I'm like, am I in the doghouse? Is he not going to respond to me now? Did I over text him type shit? But he always writes back eventually saying, nope, sorry, he was just really busy and don't have, that much time on Facebook type thing. But I feel like there's just a different twist to it now because of that whole fucking commentary about the threesome bullshit that I really think should not even been said to begin with. I really think it threw a wrench in something. Don't know. But
yeah.
I think he's just busy, probably trying to figure out stuff.
Well, listen, he's busy, but he did already tell Capro. So, I mean, I don't know. I'd love to see the inside, though.
I've heard recently a lot of people telling me that while the chase was still going before the treasure was found, they were emailing Forrest complaining about how other people were acting, like Dale's site and being blocked and all kinds of complaining to Forrest about personal things that Chase was doing. And the more I hear it, it's like, damn, he must have been inundated with think of it as a classroom, a bunch of little whiny people emailing him all day long, complaining about how other searchers are treating him or other blogs. Or could you imagine that? Would you want to deal with that nightmare? That's like
what's funny about that, Street? You know what's funny about that? You're describing me, but the twist about all this that you're not aware of is Forrest requested that I update him about that shit.
I didn't even bring you up. You got a guilty conscience? I didn't mention you.
No, I'm telling you, I literally would email Forrest and tell him about the stupid shit that was happening in the Chase community, the crap that people were saying about him, keep him updated about the bullshit fucking lawsuits and stuff when he was still alive. And when I would stop updating him, he'd be like, I need more updates. He wanted me to keep him updated.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I find it funny because I'm like, yeah, it does sound pretty bad, but he literally wanted me to tell him about all the shit that's been happening.
So, all joking aside, he sounded like he wanted to keep you busy with your nose to the grindstone and have your, what's the saying, your thumb on the pulse?
Maybe.
I think so.
But I mean, I talked to him about everyday shit too. And I would talk to him about the rabbit hole I would be going under for the chess motif and stuff. Like I talked to him about a bunch of stuff all the time. So, okay. So yeah, I got the picture screenshot. Man, I don't want to bug Shiloh, but I'm also like, especially for Galaxy, team double chess theory, like I 100% stand by that, especially because the original chest that is associated with Eugene Thaw, where Forrest says he got the chest from, it really does exist. I found that paperwork, found the information. He was in possession of it, and that one's from the 14th century. And Roger Sherman Loomis was the very first person to document and write about it. 14th century. And Bavetta was the one who was able to translate the old Gothic German text from this old book that Roger Sherman Loomis wrote. And it took it back to, the Duke of Swabia, all these different things, right? I can't remember all the names of it right now, but that's the 14th century chest. But then there's an 18th century chest because it's a replica of the 14th century chest. And can't prove it, but allegedly, according to Cynthia, who was there and was offered to look underneath the chest, there was a marking underneath that chest from the auction that proves it's an 18th century chest. So you got a 14th century chest and you got an 18th century chest. Think about that.
I don't know why more people aren't interested in this. What do you think, Street?
About I believe in if Forrest we already know he has forging or whatever they call it, forging capabilities. He had a good friend of his. Once again, loose lips. If he was trying to tie up all the loose ends all the way through while he was planning it, he was hinting around, testing the waters. It was a learning curve for him when he first jumped in and initiated it. He was learning how to interact, and we know this because of people say, "Oh, in the early days, he would do this. Hell, you could knock." He invited everyone over, and then he started like learning through the process. Yeah, I think the chest that is at Heritage is a duplicate chest, and it's not the chest that we see pictured in the Thrill of the Chase book. I'm not saying there's another one out there. We all need to. No, I'm not saying that at all. For some reason, there's the duplicate was put there. Well, Jack's a duplicate, in my opinion, so it goes hand in hand.
But then why would there be one? Like if there wasn't another one out there, what would be the purpose of having more than one?
He wanted the one for himself.
So where is that now? That then the family just keeps that?
Well, that's not really for us to know. I mean, the treasures saw, the treasures, he's presented it with everything. I don't think it really matters. It's trivial that he put a duplicate one in its place, unless it goes hand in hand with Jack's being a duplicate or a front.
Sorry, I
Sorry.
muted myself. So I had to unmute myself because my kids were talking to me. Everyone's going to bed. Well, yeah, I guess that maybe we can't know. Maybe we don't need to know, but it's interesting to me that more people are not freaking out about this.
You mean about the double chest theory?
Yeah.
Woman.
I
Take
know.
a
I know
number.
you're freaking out about it. I remember talking to you about it in Vegas, but it's just strange how other people aren't. So yeah, marking on the
this
chest,
is the thing
different
though.
chest.
I didn't need to have confirmation from Cynthia about an alleged stamp underneath a treasure chest to freak out about it, because I've been freaking about the double chest theory for years. Same thing with Galaxy. So I'm just excited people are finally like jumping on board, because I've been talking about this shit for years, and everyone's like, you're cracked out, you're high. There's no way there's a double chest or a second chest theory. And I'm like, dude, I've been doing my research. It's out there. It exists. And everyone's like, you're crazy. And that's half the reason why I ended up becoming cool with Galaxy, because he was one of the only people that was like, yeah, my theory is there's the second chest. And now everyone's like, oh, there's validity. It's been confirmed. There's a double chest theory. And I'm just like, sometimes I feel like I'm over here feeling like I'm crazy. Just saying.
Sometimes when you're onto things, I think you do often feel a little bit crazy, right? It's hard to decipher between when you're feeling crazy because you're crazy, or you're feeling crazy because you just know something is not right, or you're missing something, or you're on the verge of figuring something out.
I mean, and sometimes I'm just yelling at people, feeling absolutely batshit crazy, because it doesn't matter how much I yell, people still don't understand or care about what I'm saying. And then after it comes a trend, they're like, oh yeah. So like there's that avenue too. But regardless, I'm excited that people are finally seeing that point of view of it. So at least now I'm not alone feeling crazy.
No, you just, crazy likes company. We're all a little bit crazy here. That's why it's fun.
I'm not crazy.
Okay, trusted you're not. So then you set us in correct on our way. You tell us what's what.
I can't tell you what's what with all the questions that you have. I don't know the answers to all them things. What I do know is I have bean sprouts here that are almost ready to eat.
I was gonna say those look like bean sprouts. Did you grow those?
Yeah, mung beans.
Love it.
I just thought it was a weak harvest on a weak looking plant, man. I'm like, that's the weakest looking wheat plant I've ever seen. Those are tiny little buds.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, they're very healthy to eat, and they'll store for 5 years in a jar with no problem before you sprout them.
My favorite place, one of my favorite places in LA, there's a little teriyaki place, and they have the most amazing teriyaki bowls, and they have those bean sprouts on them. That's what it reminds me of. So good.
Oh, they are. They're really good. I like them in stir fry. I like them in salads. They're one of my favorite fresh vegetables. And they're
One of my
full
kids
of,
is looking, he's got a basement and he's looking to turn part of it into to grow stuff like that. And he's trying to hook up outlets to restaurants, like local restaurants for bean sprouts in particular. Easy, like you said, easy, fast, and highly nutritious.
yeah, there's big profits in that. There's a lot of people that grow sprouts, and they grow shoots, and they grow microgreens. And per square foot, it's very, very high profit crop.
Ashley, Candy, you're both from California. I was around some bands back in the late 90s and early 2000, and they were doing, I think it was called wheatgrass. The
Oh
singer,
yeah,
Yeah.
that was huge.
the
That
singer
was
was
big.
like on his, what do they call it, the Traveler or whatever, in the dressing room. They requested wheatgrass, in a blender or something, or just like drink it.
Wheatgrass shots. I did wheatgrass shots at Robex, and all the time. Jamba Juice had them. We all thought we felt so healthy. In fact, there was an episode about wheatgrass shots and Sex in the City in the late 90s.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd never heard. I thought, man, I know this band's kind of good, but holy shit, they're arrogant little fucker wheatgrass, man. I can go out and mow the grass. Hold on a minute, man. I'll hook you up.
Yeah, this was very bougie to pay for basically grass, just blended up in a little shot glass, but whatever.
Well, take in consideration, we're in Ohio, man. We're looking at it like fucking wheatgrass. What the fuck is this shit? Google this, man. Well, we're gonna have to ship this shit in.
There's
So
a lot of
actually,
things
you notice. Sorry,
there's a
Joe.
lot of things you can sprout that are very nutritious. Pumpkin seeds is another good healthy one.
Well, what else, Candy? What are you looking up over there? Have you opened up?
I'm talking to
anything?
Shiloh. Sorry, hold on.
Oh.
Sorry, 1 second.
So how you guys adjusted, Ashley? Everything's smoothing out, man. Kids in school and like friends, neighborhood, and all that.
Yeah, let me make sure no, the kids actually really like it here, and they do. They have friends, that means boyfriends, and everyone's doing pretty well. It's a lot colder than I thought it would be winter here in Arizona. I want the heat back, but people are much nicer here. So that's kind of, and the desert, I realize I love the desert. The sunsets. I've lived a lot of different places across the country, and I've been to a lot of places. And other than like a Hawaiian sunset, the sunsets here in Arizona are consistently magnificent. So that's fun when you're having a bad day and, there's piles of laundry and the kitchen's not clean and I don't know what I'm making for dinner. Just go outside and enjoy that glorious pink sunset. And for a moment, all my cares just fade away.
Yeah.
It's amazing the difference in temperature between daytime and nighttime in the winter.
Oh, buddy, you are correct. I actually have scraped ice off the windshield, taking the kids to school several mornings here, and I never did that in LA.
You got to scrape the fog off, right? The pollution.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's not uncommon for them to have 60-degree days and 20-degree nights.
I'm literally buried under my covers with 4 blankets on top of me. It is freezing.
I've been looking around Arizona, and that's one of the things I do is look at historic temperatures in the locations that I'm looking at. And
why
desert
is
regions are
everybody
something
sounding
else.
like robots? Like, you sound like a robot right now, Trusted. A robot drowning underwater.
Do I sound like a robot?
No, but Trusted does. It's like he's gargling mouthwash or something via
Well,
a robot.
it's the mung beans. He was harvesting the mung beans.
That's funny.
Don't mung bean shame Trusted.
I'm not.
It's just-
I'm not.
Don't
That's
worry,
funny,
it's just viruses we all have on our phones.
Yeah, apparently, because I like got cut off my great tangent. Had to start my stream all over again. I'm like, what's happening? No, I was talking to Shiloh about the replica chest that's up for sale on eBay. He said he actually already owns one. And to his knowledge, there's only 3 in existence that were made from that maker. And then I did ask him, is there any way you could add some commentary or background as to why you can't send Christy inside photos of the chest?
And
So I'm waiting for him to reply back on that one. I'm not sure if he will, but I'm just trying to see if there is anything more to it to give him a chance to address it before it goes to like, oh, Shiloh said he can't send me inside photos of the chest. This means something else. Like, at least like maybe he can't give us inside photos of the chest because he doesn't have those photos. Maybe he only took photos of the outside of the chest. Who knows? I don't freaking know.
I'll answer the question for him. Because the only inside photos he has the chest has stuff that he doesn't want to know.
I can't even hear what you're saying right now.
I said,
Like-
because the only photos that he has inside of the chest have stuff inside the chest that he doesn't want to show. And they're not
Maybe.
pictured recently.
Maybe. I don't know. I feel like next year, if we get another FaceTime from Shiloh, when he says Candy, it's going to be like, hello, Candy. Because he's just done with my dumb ass. I feel so bad. I'm like, I wanna have his back, right? And I want to make sure shit doesn't get taken out of context. But I also am like, can you answer the question? So it's like, I don't want to annoy him, but I also don't want to keep it open for someone to interpret the wrong information, right? So it's just like and it's another part is I'm just fangirl crushing because I'm like, he's so cute. But still, I am curious why he told Christy he can't send her photos of the inside of the chest when this entire time Galaxy, myself, and others have been like, can we see the inside of the chest? Can we see the inside of the chest? Like, why can't we see the inside of the freaking chest? It's driving me crazy.
well, at least we have
I'm
the
not
ability to
sure,
ask for
Huli.
photos.
Huli's saying from what maker, and I'm not sure, Huli. I did ask if it was Vanetti, but he just said from the same one that you sent me. But the shit, I don't think he saw his message yet. Oops. It doesn't show who the maker is for this one. Let's see. Chili test. It doesn't show a maker for it, but he did say that he owns one, and to the best of his knowledge, there's only 3 that were made. Huh. Yeah, I'm not gonna bug him again. I'm gonna wait for him to see this message and feel like responding if he does, but I don't want to bombard him. It's a Thursday. It's not even a Friday.
I wish it was Friday. Oh, how I dream it could be Friday. Why can't Thursday be Friday?
I can't wait for Friday too. Friday.
Well, interesting.
I mean, I really want to ask him about Rumblings and Ramblings 2.0. I want to ask him about Dale's second blog. There are so many things I want to ask him, but I'm holding back because I don't want to be that annoying person. I'm already that annoying person, so I don't want to like add on to being that annoying person. You know, like where you want to be able to talk to someone but not overstep and not, cross the line type thing.
For those of you that missed John Teeter posting in chat on some of the recent videos, his opinion is by the end of March, there'll be something substantial out. He says it'd be kind of funny if it even get put on April 1st.
Justin, I really can't understand a single thing you're saying because you are a garbled robot.
I said, for those of you that didn't notice John Teeter posting in some of the chats over the last week or so, he had stated that something substantial was going to happen by the end of March. And he said it'd even be funny if they released it on April 1st.
That is funny. Yeah, you're keeping tabs on my chat better than I am. I'm sorry.
No, not this chat, but I don't even remember whose show it was, but it was within a week or so that he had said that.
I feel bad. Street's just being quiet because he's probably annoyed with me. He's like, Candy, you had it figured out. Now you're just pissing me off.
No, not at all. I'm trying not to interrupt as much. When I'm drinking, I have a bad habit of interrupting people. My apologies.
No, you're good. Go for it. What are your thoughts? What you want to chime in and say?
It was the answer pre-fine and it's answer post-fine. Yeah, it's not hurting anyone, this double chest theory and opinion. All it is just sitting around people bullshitting, basically telling them their thoughts. I mean, nothing
Yeah.
wrong with that at all. Yeah, I'm not criticizing no one. But when I hear people say, I know this for a fact, and they're basing the fact off hearsay, that's where I just get, I'm not saying you're doing it tonight or any of it. I'm just saying I get frustrated when people do that. They base.
I mean, technically I did do that, but so okay, that's kind of hard one to approach. So you know how Cynthia and Dale have a really good relationship? They've been friends for a really long time.
Right.
So Dale confided and told Cynthia he is in possession of Rumblings and Ramblings 2.0. And because I know Dale and Cynthia are so close, I don't think Cynthia would lie and put him on the chopping block like that, right? So I feel like Cynthia would only come forward with this information if it was actually true. So I feel like in that aspect, I could say for a fact, Dale does in fact have Rumblings and Ramblings 2.0. And we also know 100% for a fact, Shiloh is the only other person in possession of Rumblings and Ramblings 2.0. So is that safe to say?
I'm not trying to be like judge and jury here. I'm just
you're gonna smite my ass.
Like, God damn. No, I'm just saying I don't think the answer would be in there. I don't think the way Forrest was silent, he didn't really he didn't contact the major networks. He didn't do a lot of things he said. Dale's pissed off because he doesn't like Jack. And that kind of alludes, and once again, this is hearsay, opinion, and all. But he of course, him and Forrest was close. I mean, he ran his blog for so long. I'm sure there was dialogue between the two, and I don't think Forrest would tell him, "Okay, listen, here's the real story." Blah 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 blah. No, I don't think that at all. I think Forrest took his legacy with him, and I don't think there's anything nefarious going on right now. I think it's just part of the end game, whatever you want to call it. As far as the 2.0 ramblings and rumblings, stories might change, just like from Once Upon a While to Once Upon a While Revisited. There was a little change.
You're revised.
Revised, yeah. Okay, there's some changes. I just don't see the answer being inside there. That would defeat the whole purpose of
So like,
Forrest saying it's the finder's story to tell.
So
what if
you
it's
think,
not? Sorry, go ahead.
Candy, no, go ahead.
Oh no, you go. You always
All
get
right,
cut off.
Street. What? So, you think that he did not tell anybody? No one else knows. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying verbally, yeah, I think he kept it to himself. He said, I'll take that to my grave." He said it over and over. No one knows that spot. I'm taking it to my grave. Do I think because of where we're at, the world we live in, do I think there's an anonymous lawyer out there? Not Carl, not any of the ones that has been mentioned, that is in possession of a letter. Yes, beyond a shadow of a doubt. There has to be someone.
Yeah, but once it's over, Street, once it's found and it's done, does he really have to keep that? I'm taking it to my grave. I'm not going to tell anybody. I mean, I think that is something he said, assuming that the treasure wouldn't be found. After
Well,
it's
maybe,
found, wouldn't he want to ensure that he has control over the story?
well, no, then he's out of the picture. Once they find it, it's out of my hands. They can do with it as they want. And I think what he told Dale about Jack pissed Dale off. Like, motherfucker, man, you can't just, no, you can't do what you plan on. No, I don't agree. He's a jerk, man. He should just come out and tell us all and, run the circuit, make his money, blah, whatever. But I think Forrest told him enough to let him know, yeah, it ain't the treasure's found, yes, but I think that was the lure. I think there's something bigger. And it's that one thing in the chest that the only thing he wanted to say is, I don't want to talk about it. Well, you just did. You just brought it up to tell us. You fed our curiosity right then and there.
But like, what if it's not the story, right? But what if there are pieces or elements that can help possibly lead you to understanding the story?
In Ramblings and Rumblings too.
Yeah, 2.0.
Haven't we
Yeah,
already confirmed
I could
that?
see that, sure.
Haven't we confirmed that there is the 2.0 though? Isn't that what Shiloh was adding on to? I mean, are we, or unless Street, you really believe that Dale, what do you believe Dale has a copy of then?
What do I believe Dale has a copy of?
Yeah, if everything is you're saying it's all in the olive jar, right? It's in the chest. This isn't
No,
any.
no, I'm not saying anything about
Oh,
the
okay.
olive jar of the chest.
Oh, okay.
If they're saying, I remember Forrest saying he changed something in that biography or whatever he put in that olive jar, he changed it at one point. And I remember it was an uproar. It was like early when I jumped in, 2016 probably, and people were 2017, and they were saying, whoa, how the hell could he change the story? What the hell are you talking about? It went from like 20,000 to 32, or there was something going on where Forrest alluded to the fact he had changed something story in Ramblings and Rumblings, and people would instantly jump the gun. Well, that means he's been back there. And then they started questioning him. Well, when
Who
was
said he took it out so people wouldn't understand the story?
Yes. Well, I remember during that time frame, then it led to questions. Well, when's the last time you went to your very special spot, Forrest? And he's like, oh, I haven't been there since I placed it, so X amount of years ago. And then people were like, well, how the hell did he take it out? How the hell did he take something out? I remember that.
I think he was just referring to, he took it out and changed it before he put the chest out. I never took it that he changed it after the fact.
Well, you know how he did and said things. He could say a sentence and it could mean 20, 30 different things. It's like, well, what exactly did you, what the hell was that? Like I'll give you an example when he said, and I might slaughter this quote, but I could have said I hid the treasure before I wrote the poem, but I didn't. Holy shit, that could mean you did hide it or you didn't. What the hell you talk? What? It could mean either or.
Well, the thing that I got in my mind is, the stuff that I had gotten from Dalek IG, where he was agreeing with me that, the treasure wasn't in a spot that a person could possibly walk up to it, take it, and walk away with it. That actually it was hidden many years prior to 2010. In 2010, he went in and he removed it from the spot where he had placed it and placed it inside a locked container on the same property where it was at, so a person could not actually physically grab it. He could have swapped out the jar. He could have swapped out the jar at that point in time.
So many theories. Ashley, what's your theory?
Well, I think I believe that there is a very good reason to have the olive jar contents plus whatever the story is separate from that chest, and a plan to release whatever was planned. I mean, we're promised more epicness to come. So yeah, I think it's interesting to hear about the continuation of the writings of this, like after it was put in the chest. What happened beyond that? That's interesting. That's an interesting story. And how genius to have someone continue documenting that. I think it's brilliant. I love it. I think it makes it more interesting. I want to hear it.
I agree.
Don't you? Plus, I want to know what, like, okay, come on, you know my other conspiracies too. I want to know the big story. Is there a big, like, life-changing secret story that's going to come out? Feels big.
Hashtag the Codex.
Yeah, I mean,
You're like, I gotta support Ben. Hashtag DB Cooper.
Which also means that Forrest would not have allowed the finder to be in control of all of that if he wanted that put out. He'd have a different avenue that would come out.
I like the word custodian. Like, we're custodian of this planet. Yeah, the finder is not the owner of what I think the epicness is. I think they're the custodian of it.
More like the gatekeeper.
Yeah, they don't. No one can take it from them. They don't own it, but they do benefit from it. And knowledge, everyone benefits. So that's kind of a redundancy there, isn't it?
You know me, hashtag Grail School. Yeah. Ooh, it's freezing. Hold on. Ashley went on mute. What does it mean?
I mentioned it the other night, and I don't think people's taking me serious. I'm being serious when I say I believe wholeheartedly that Forrest was a Hey-Oko empath.
What is that?
It's empaths are like sense. Ashley knows she's an empath.
I know what an empath is.
yeah.
A Hey-Oko, you don't train to be one. You're born one. You're not trained. They say some say it's a gift. Some say it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare when you're young and you don't realize it. But when you get to part of your life where, like, I'll call it my war for me period, you actually stop fighting it and accept it. You put your others first, not you. Remember that story? I could make it to China once in a million lifetime opportunity. No, thought of my family. Yeah, to me, that's what my war for me chapter is saying. He finally realized, quit fighting it. It ain't about you. It's a gift and a curse. A lot. I think he was. Read his book. If you ever met him, stop and think about it. If you was, or just watch his videos and watch how he interacts with people. I won't puppet master, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm saying he got in people the minute you met him. He was inside your head the minute you shook his hand. He knew exactly what ailed you and went about to correct it. Look what he did to you, Candy, about, oh yeah, what happened to the info, man? What are you doing? I need you in there feeding me that info. Boom. It made you happy, made him happy. Win-win.
Oh no, it did not make me happy. It annoyed the shit out of me and made me pissed off. Not at him, just at the idiots I had to keep fucking updating about. Do you know how many times I had to update Fenn about Barbara? It was fucking ridiculous. I'm not kidding.
I take it one step further, Street. I believe Forrest was a Sigma personality, and his empathetic side was the Heyoka, like you're talking about. But being a Sigma, he had the ability to turn on and off his empathy. Some people, they're empathetic, they can't turn it off. Those are the people that are called blood. What do they call them?
I don't know.
Oh, darn it.
Well,
Bleeding heart
remember,
liberals. Bleeding heart liberals, they can't turn it off.
remember those weekly words. And there's a few of us in the chase that like, there's a few in the chase that like saying it a lot. Success is an omniscient guru.
Omnipotent guru. Oh my God, you're gonna summon Bill.
No, I'm just saying those, and it was a short and sweet weekly word. Boom, right in your face. Boom. And people was like, what the what? I don't my war for me is if you do nothing else, read My War for Me. That's one. And read the chapters after that. There was no internal chaos. Up until that point, the stories constantly had internal chaos. Then all of a sudden, in my opinion, after the chapter of My War for Me, inside started calming down. You started seeing a mellower inside of Forrest, how he dealt and how he told the stories from that point on in his life.
I'm curious, Candy, about what Fenn wanted updates on, or what he would say about the updates. Who else did he want updates on? You said Barb.
I kind of don't want to talk about that.
Oh, okay. I was
I
just
just
curious.
don't want to. I don't want to like stir up drama and shit.
Yeah, I get it. Just found it curious that he was interested. What kind of stuff he wanted to know about? Like, did he want to know if people were searching, or did he want to know if people were enjoying it or getting along or working together? You know.
Well, so like, one of the topics that really set him off, he sent like 80 emails that night, was Kyle Sandow.
So basically, all the blackmailers, he wanted you to update them, and all the people putting in lawsuits.
Not just the lawsuits. I don't even think Kyle Sandow was a lawsuit at the time. This was before the chase was even ended, right? Before it was allegedly found stuff. This was, let's say, back in 2018. That's when I first started talking to him. And one of the first emails I was the first email I ever sent him was about my theory on Wild Horse Island. But then the other one I was talking about, Soldier Stone, got his attention there. But when talking about someone named Kyle Sandow and how they were saying that it was a whole society that was running the chase and it was something so much bigger and it led back to San Lazaro and everything, he sent about 80 emails that night. I'm not kidding.
Who sent that many?
Fenn.
Fenn to you? 80 emails?
Yeah, it just kept responding back and forth, like so many emails.
Like saying what?
I have to go back and look. Hold on. I'm trying to eat my pad thai too, but hold on. It's been a while since I looked at it, but it was talking about San Lazaro and about, I think it was called The Game. It was a movie
The movie The Game
about
with Douglas.
yeah,
That's first of all, it's a fucking fantastic movie.
the
I
one
saw that
where
movie in
it's
the
basically
theaters
like
when
a
I was a kid.
psychological thriller.
Yeah, 100%. It's like my dream to be in a movie, like to be in The Game. Like that's what I'm hoping I'm actually living right now. But continue.
Well, that was the conversation. The Kyle Sandow was basically insinuating that there is a society, wink wink, that runs a lot of shit in the world, and they're the ones that are actually behind. Like Fenn's just a small part of it. Well, not small part of it. He's the one that runs it. But they basically created something that we would be able to compare to what is known as The Game, and it was the movie and everything. So, and it led back to San Lazaro and all kinds of other stuff.
And what was Fenn's response to that? Was he familiar with The Game?
Let me look it up. It's been a really long time since I even looked at this.
It's probably a movie he would enjoy.
Probably like his response was interesting. Tell me more, Candy.
Like, wow. Fun. Let me see. I got a lot of scrolling down to do because it goes on forever. I've got a lot of emails to go through, so hold on. I'm gonna go on mute for a second, and then I will unmute when I get to it, okay?
Okay.
I want to stuff my face. I'm starving.
So what's your opinion, Ashley? You have an inside sense. Do you think Forrest was a Oko empath?
I think that a lot of people are empaths. Many don't know it. It's, how much of an empath you are and how well you control it, like you said. It's like you're saying, it's difficult when you're little. You kind of wear your heart on your sleeve. But yeah, I think the connection that he seems to have made with people and the way that he affected their lives and how they felt about themselves, I think that's definitely something that someone who is an empath, that's a ability that someone like that would possess. So I didn't meet him personally, but I definitely enjoy his writing. I definitely enjoy his thought process and how clever he is. And I think it's definitely possible that he could have been an empath.
Well, I'll allude to that story about guessing the top 10 songs of the week or whatever it was that his family they liked playing it and he didn't like playing it, but he always won. That told me, oh, shit, intuition, man. You didn't, according to you, it was like, yeah, I don't even like it, but I always win. I always pick the number one or however. I'm like, shit, you're right there. He's blatantly saying, yeah, I have intuition, man.
I mean, he was a great businessman, and I would imagine that he had a really good read on people for what he was able to accomplish in his life and in life and in business. Yeah. So maybe you're right. Maybe that's sometimes we get inundated with thoughts or senses or vibes, from people. And sometimes it's exhausting to pick up on all that stuff. So that does make sense.
Okay, then go to the phone call, Father on the Banco. He's doing business. He's working his magic, man, over the phone, not even in person. He's working his magic. And the father's like, wow, 15 minutes, son, I'm very proud of you. You made more money than what it took me for 20 years. It kind of like, oh, shit, I'm not using this gift to my advantage. I'm just using it for myself.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that, like you said, some people are just born kind of with that ability and talent to, they just possess it. It's just something that they have. So I think he definitely was one of those people. And then it seems like he harnessed that. And he figured out how to utilize that. More power to him. I think that's kind of the goal of life just play the hand you're dealt.
Know thyself.
Yeah. And play the hand you're dealt. That's what he did. That's what we all should be doing. So, but I also believe someone like that with that kind of intuition would sense things and would plan for whatever would happen when he was no longer around. I definitely believe that too. So I have this very, very strong sense, and it's not based on anything but my own intuition, my own vibe that I pick up on that, what we're seeing here, I don't know that it's going exactly 100% to plan. because, we make plans, we all do, and they never work out exactly as we hope or plan for, right? There's always something that happens, and I think that's what makes life exciting. So he's planned for this. Maybe a couple of things didn't go exactly according to plan, but I think generally we are seeing part of the plan unfold. And I'm just curious as to how many people are included, how deep it went, and for how long it was planned for, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think he planned it all from the beginning. Everything that we were seeing today, I think he had planned it right from the start.
It's quite possible.
And I do agree, Ashley, that, there are things that happen. You can't force everybody to do what you want them to do, but he was that military strategist type person that would talk with people in the Pentagon and make plans and compartmentalize things so that the plan can keep going forward. Like we're just talking about Dale and Shiloh both have the same information. Well, that's two compartments of the same thing. There could be a third compartment. There could be a fourth. Nobody knows except for the person who created it. But I have confidence in Forrest and his abilities that what the ultimate goal of what he wanted to achieve, what he wanted to show the world, or whatever his goal was, is going to happen.
I think it's happening now.
Yeah.
It has been happening ever since he published that book to the public. His legacy is exactly what we're doing now. Thinking outside the box, thinking for ourselves, drawing conclusions, right, wrong, ugly, good, bad, don't matter. Conclusions are being drawn, and then you build off of them. Don't be stagnant. Don't get set in your draw the line and say, what's that? There's nothing wrong with just shutting the door. Just shut the door. Open another one.
Well, I'm waiting to open the final door.
Door number 3. Congratulations, Officer Stadiko from the FBI. You're busted.
Where does it all
Then
lead
the question
to?
becomes, would you like to trade in door number 3 for one of the other doors?
No, man. I'll take the Deladas, man. Nope, too late. You pick door number 3.
Oh, I'm so indecisive. That would be terrible. I'd have to close my eyes and just see which one felt warmer to me.
Always go with your first impression, your gut.
Yep, your gut instinct.
Yep. Ain't no 3-second rule. It's called what's 0.0000 seconds. As soon as you look up, first thing to your mind, boom, go with it. Never can be wrong.
Hope Candy's going with her gut instinct on finding these emails. My dog is whining to get out. What do you want?
Well, through the years, I've heard a lot of stories, especially since the find announcement, of people, and here lately, people were like telling more of their stories, the shit that they've experienced. And I've been experienced the game shit, and I know I'm not crazy. I've experienced it since probably day one, since 2016 when I first got involved. Weird things, unexplainable to the natural sense of things. It just did. It's like I instantly knew, oh shit, this don't feel right, man. Something's off here. What the fuck just happened?
You mean while you were just searching for the treasure?
Sitting at home, out in public, out west, all you name it, weird phone calls, computer things. Hell, actually, I had my phone taken over 3 times. They literally took my number and it was operative, and I didn't have access to it. I had to fight. Took me all 5-6 hours each time it happened with customer service.
Well, what do you mean? Who's they when they say they took your number?
I don't know. Someone did. They took it the last 2 times. They took it on a Thursday. I got it back late Thursday, and then Easter they took it again. I was like, damn. 3 days later, and the first time, the person that took it was located in Virginia. Okay. The second time, they were located actually in the county I live in.
I don't understand how you can just lose your phone number. That is so strange.
People can hack your phone and steal it.
I'll tell you a story. Greg, Greg was I hadn't heard from him in like a day or two, and he emailed me. He's like, "Yo, man, I've been trying to get a hold of you the last 2 days. Who the hell's this female that keeps answering your phone? Are you fucking with me? She says she doesn't know you." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Call me. I got my phone right here." And he called and nothing. I'm like, "Son of a bitch." Called customer service. I said, "Yeah," and it took me, and they shipped me to. I'm thinking it was India. It was an Indian speaking person, and it was hard to understand them. I'm not degrading them. It's just if I'm not looking at their mouth, I have a hard time. So it was a long process. And even they said, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, the bill's paid. Here's my account. Here's my password information. I had like 2 or 3 checks. He's like, "What's a special answer or question or whatever?" Gave him the answer. He's like, "Yep, that's you." He's like, "So who has your phone?" I'm like, "I don't know, some lady." I said, "Here, call the number. 3-way us. Call the number." He called, and sure enough, she was like, "Hello?" He's like, "Yeah, how long have you had this? This is so and so. How long have you had this number?" And she's like, "Oh, I just got the number a couple days ago, blah, blah, blah." He's like, "Well, where did you get the phone?" "Oh, it was at a Walmart, blah, 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 blah." And like after he's like, "Well, I have the owner and blah, blah." It was ridiculous. He's like, "Yeah, I don't know what's going on here." I'm like, "Neither do I." Ended up
I must,
getting it back, got it back, and that was on a Thursday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Easter, same thing happened again. I was supposed to go over to an Easter egg hunt, and they delayed it, so I'm waiting for my daughters and family to call me, and nothing. I'm like, "Fuck, man. All right, I'll just drive over there, man. Fuck that. They don't want to communicate with me. Fuck you. I'll just drive over." So I drive over. They're like, "Hell, we've been blowing up your phone, but some ladies answer." I'm like, "Son of a bitch, are you serious?" Now
I
explain
was
that to me.
I
I was
love your,
watching a video of I think his first name's John McAfee, the guy that does the McAfee
Yep, yep,
virus
yep.
protection software, and he says your phone is not secure. He says as soon as you start using it, as soon as you start signing up on websites and emails and stuff like that, they get access to your entire phone, everything on it. And these companies, they even sell the access to your phone to other companies. So literally, your phone can get taken over. They can use your telephone number. So fake calls can be made that appear to be yours. Your email can be taken over. They can send and receive emails using your email address. So if you don't know how to search out the trail of information, you could think that you're sending and receiving emails from a certain party, and it's not really occurring, but the so-called evidence looks like it's occurring, but that's only superficial evidence. But they can turn on your camera when they want, you won't know it. They can do absolutely anything. Turn on your microphone when you don't know it. It's insane. But especially coming from McAfee himself, I believe that that's 100% possible, and that is what's happening.
Well, about a year before that was the first to happen. I had Verizon, been with Verizon forever. And they did it with that. And Verizon was like, I had a hell of a time, man. It took me days. Verizon was basically saying, "I'm a liar, man." I'm like, "No, I'll give you a count. Now, what information you got? Blah, 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 blah." Here's the catch. I don't have it written. Uh, I don't have like that ask a question and all. I don't have it like written down. I don't keep files on my laptop when I log into these things. They never capitalized trusted. They had hacked my computer about the same time they did my Verizon phone, like a year and a half prior to this instance I just told you with this phone. They had my computer was hacked. No financial, nothing. I notified the banks, credit cards. I notified everybody. Nothing was ever disturbed. Files never, but pictures was downloaded onto my computer. I'm sitting there. Long story short, I'm sitting there, and it was a desktop computer with a modem or whatever. And I'm sitting there. It's about 2 o'clock in the morning, and all of a sudden, the fan On the modem, it sounded like a jet taking off. It just, I'm like, what the fuck? You know, like when you're getting downloads and all of a sudden you can hear the fan start kicking on a little bit, you know, you get that, oh shit, it's downloading. I can hear it. You know, this motherfucker was like rambling to death. So I'm like, what the fuck? And for like 30 minutes, screen went blank. It pixelated out. You get that, all that like computer writing and shit. It came in green, black screen. Afterwards, I'm like, what the fuck? So I start checking files and shit that I had already kept, pictures, stuff like that. And man, there was hundreds of pictures that I never fucking took. I never downloaded them onto my system. And they were some fucked up pictures, man, like drawings of a skinny, malnutrition person climbing in a desert with an oasis over the hill. And
Jeez.
I'm serious, man. I'm freaking. I'm like, this is the game. Holy fucking shit. I better put my seatbelt on. This fucking shit's getting weird. Then the phone went. But this last two, it was ironic. Both of them were supposedly females. They just got the phone. The first one was in Virginia, and I switched to straight talk. I figured, fuck it. I ain't going to get locked into a year contract. If something happens, it's a cheap phone. It's a burner phone. Plus, I pay by the month. It's, you know, if they take this, fuck it, I'll just get another phone. Well, the first one was Virginia. He located and pinged it. He's like, yeah, it's in Virginia. Your phone's in Virginia. I'm like, no, it's not. It's right here in my phone. You know, it's right here in my hand. I'm calling from my daughter's phone right now. I'm looking at the phone. I had the number. Well, the second time that they did it on Easter was actually in my fucking county. And when he called her, the woman said, oh, yeah, I don't know. I just, same story. I just got the phone, and she acted like she was old. He says, well, I have the owner here, Mr. Street. She's like, oh, I know Jeff. I'm like, oh my fuck, what? What's your name? And she's like, oh yeah, we went to school, and started telling me stories about the school I went to. I'm like, yeah, I don't remember. What's your maiden name? She's like, oh no, this is the name. And she said her name. I'm like, nah, never heard of you, man. Never heard of you. Now tell me that ain't the fucking game, man.
Yeah, there are people that can do amazing things with phones and computers. And when you run across them and you mess with them, they will wreak fucking havoc. Because I was messing with one at a corporation. I want to go look inside their website. And so anyhow, they knew that I was trying to get into their website, and they fucking blew up my computer. Destroyed the hard drive. Absolutely fucking destroyed it. I'm like, well, serves me right for messing with them for that.
Ben told me, I think when he was in Yellowstone, his phone went on the fritz, and like it was like someone else was using it, like scrolling on it or something.
Well, yeah, they can do that.
Crazy.
Absolutely. It is. It's unbelievable. Anything you can do with your phone, somebody else can get into it and do the same thing. They can reroute emails to a different email address. They may get the emails before you get the emails yourself. It's just it's unbelievable.
Maybe these people could just be helpful and come take my kids to school for me instead of just looking through my phone. Where they could answer emails that I haven't answered. Like an assistant, not like a hacker. I don't need hackers. I need assistants.
Yeah. Well, my brother was what you call a white hat hacker. And those are people that work in the internet security industry. So they have to know how to hack in order to find vulnerabilities within their own system and correct them so other people can't get into them. And he was top notch.
No, Davio, I don't go on the dark web, man. I have no need to. So no, I didn't piss anybody off.
Oh, I guess I should look at chat, huh?
Yeah. Try again, Davio.
Where is Candy? She's fallen into a pad thai hole.
I'm trying to find those emails.
I knew that would summon you.
When I tell you the amount of email correspondence I have between myself and Fenn, it is insane. So I am still looking.
I'm reading chat. Black hat, white hat. What is that? Are you talking about Westworld? What does that mean?
That's a different kind of hacker. The white hat is considered a good person, and the black hat is a bad person.
Got it.
Hackers.
No time for hackers here. They should just do the law. Never have Facebook or any social media in your phone. I get that. It's impossible for me. Same thing with like an Alexa.
I don't do. The only thing I do is YouTube. And I don't really consider that a social. Well, yeah, it is a social media platform. Yeah,
it is.
I mean, they have your info.
After I said it, I was like, yeah, fuck, it is a social media platform. Yeah, that's the only. I don't do TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, blah blah blah, Facebook.
The only way to do it is to like not have a smartphone with a camera, not have any webcams, not even have computer with cameras. I mean, I guess you could live off the grid and farm and have chickens and raise cows and.
Well, I always keep a whatever they call the security systems or whatever, McBeevy or whatever, Norton or something. I've always had those on there, and I don't download shit. I don't open like the Trojan horse. I don't open if I don't know the people. I delete the email. I don't even open shit. Never have. But I spent a lot of time on Dale's and Mysterious Writings. And let me tell you, back in the day, 2016, Mysterious White Writings was mysterious. You had some strange conversations going in. If you weren't part of the conversation, if you just popped in one day and look at one of the threads, there's no way you could follow it. It'd be some cryptic like, yesterday was blue. And then someone would say, yeah, but tomorrow will be yellow. And then you'll get a laugh. Yeah, I heard that. I'm like, what the hell are these? What the hell is this?
Snowden, what he says is the first thing when he gets a new cell phone is he physically takes apart the cell phone and physically disconnects the camera and physically disconnects the microphone. Because if you just shut it off, that they can turn it back on when somebody gets into the system. So you just use the telephone as a telephone. You don't even get on the internet with it. You don't even buy internet service with it. And actually, Macintosh is supposed to be the most secure thing to have. So it's best to have an Apple computer to go online with.
I was doing it was in 2016. Was sitting at my desk, had on the computer, and I was helping my daughter was we were doing the online school, and she had like blown off like 2 weeks worth of work, and like she had 2 days to do 2 weeks worth of shit. And I was like, all right, come down here, and I was on Mysterious Writings at the time, reading and talking and like playing around. And I was helping her, and it was the Depression era. That was the topic she was working on to close out one of these tiers, I think it was called. But she had like 20 different things to do to close out this tier. So we're just pounding it out, man. She's asking me, and I'm like, all right, yeah, prohibition, blah 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 blah. And we took a break. I was doing dinner. We took a break, went to the kitchen, ate, came back out like, I don't know, half hour later. And on Mysterious Writings, the latest post, like just we sit down and like the post a minute later, it came out, said, oh, check out this. It's all about the Depression era. And I did the double take, man. And I was like, what the fuck? So I read through the thread. No one was even talking about it. Nobody. Which, it's one of those things like, what the hell? So, of course, I'm like, fuck, I'll click on it. It was everything we were talking about. Everything. I said, here, honey, just sit down here. What do you need to know? It's categorized right here. Just, and this whole, it wasn't a PDF file. It was like a link to, wasn't Wikipedia. I forget, like Britannica or it was some
Britannica.
yeah, it was some like official. I had recognized it, and boom, she knocked it out real quick, man. And I'm just sitting in the chair like smoking a cigarette, thinking, that what the fuck was that, man? How the fuck? What? And I did the same thing. They're listening to the mic and the camera, but it's on Mysterious Writings. So if I got like an outside intruder just targeting me and they followed me to Mysterious Writings, I don't think so. And no, it weird. The game. It reminded me of the game in the early days.
I found a fun email. Still looking for all of it, but I found one where I was asking him, because this is when he asked me to meet him in person. And so I'm getting ready, Fenbury's approaching, and that's when I get to meet him. And I'm like, can I ask you what you like to talk about when you meet people? Sasha told me you absolutely love Spanish history. I'm taking notes so I don't bore you over tea. And he said, I like American history and archaeology and collect things related to it. My library contains books with interesting things tipped in or bound in. Many have original art also. Can you bring your boyfriend with you when you come? I would like to meet him also. F. So he it's funny because it's like you talk about Spanish history, but then he also said he loves American history, archaeology, books, and he really like brings attention to his library. And that's why when I finally got to go to his house and meet him, I was like, library. I was all excited. Yeah, don't mind me. I'm still going through emails. Just thought you guys a little bit.
So you never had any strange things happen, Ashley? Like things that made you scratch your head or do a double take?
Oh, for sure. I mean, hearing things. I remember like hearing people like come into a phone conversation. I've never understood that. Like talking to someone on the phone and then hearing another voice, almost like hearing another conversation and then not hearing it. It felt as if like imagine you were being, tapped and they were on like mute and then they were accidentally unmuted and then caught themselves. Very strange.
Did they do it on purpose?
Yeah. Who knows? I just now, Street, I just assume that at all times I'm being watched and listened to. And so that I just quietly perform for all of the cameras in all of my devices, just in case someone wants to tap in.
Excellent.
I figured if they're going to watch, just going to give them a show.
Even McAfee said, even do that with stuff. He would set up information that he knew they discover it. Like, for example, that he owned a house in some foreign land and whatever types of things. And all of a sudden that stuff starts popping up in his internet stuff, advertisements for concerning these certain things. He's like, nobody should have had access to that private information, but they do.
Yeah, I started creating all kinds of crazy little files, man. Like, I got a file where I'm writing books in. And I just babble off some bullshit.
Maybe you'll get
Huh?
And maybe you'll get a publisher that way.
Yeah, no. If you're watching me here, I'll give you something to read.
Well, if they know everything about what I'm looking, then I really would appreciate someone giving me the answers to all the questions I have.
I like putting in every file I do at the end of it. I put in a clip of Eddie Murphy, and I think it's called Beverly Hills Cop, where he's like, they don't know he knows he's trailing them or whatever, and he brings the coffee and donuts out to them. Knocks on the window in the morning. Here you go, guys. We're gonna be running here. Are you guys ready?
That's great. I remember that. Eddie Murphy was great back in the day. So good.
Every file I create anymore, I put that at the end of it.
Oh man,
that's good because that even stops the remote viewers. The United States federal government, with all their research and remote viewing and stuff, came to the conclusion that the remote viewers could not read the documents that they were trying to read if there was something put in there that had nothing to do with the content of what was in there, just some random nonsense. They couldn't read the whole document, but these same people could actually read an entire document of something that's in a top secret vault on who knows how many hundreds or thousands of miles away. But if they put snippets in there that had just random nonsense,
I'm here.
they couldn't read it.
You guys, I'm still here. I did not abandon you. I'm just going down memory lane.
Well, take us with you.
All the fun emails that Fenn corresponded with me.
There might be something good in there.
Okay. This might piss somebody off, but in regards to Barbara, Forrest said, in order to win a lawsuit, she has to show damages. A judge would laugh at her. I think she's sick and needs medical attention. It is not normal for a person to act like she is. F.
Beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, now I'm really going to be a target, even though I'm already really a target. But hey, you know what? I didn't write it.
Hey, I think that substantiates my belief Forrest was an impasse.
Sorry, I'm straight up dying over here. My bad. Hold on.
Yeah, give me
Still
something.
no tea or honey yet, and lemon.
Yeah, I've been drinking tea and stuff. I also had a butterscotch boba milk tea today. That one was really good.
I feel like milk tea would not be good for you if you're congested, though. I feel like you should stay away from dairy products.
Well, see, I'm not congested, and this is what's weirding me out. Like, my nose isn't like stuffy anymore or anything. I still have a stupid cough, but I just still sound like a fucking like frog. And I don't know why my voice
I'm
is
gonna
coming back.
side with Ashley, man. We're parents. Your cough sounded phlegmy.
Yep.
When you're phlegmy cough, avoid dairy products.
Yep. It's 2-1 now. I've trusted
Yep.
Wade in. You're toast, Candy. We are telling you no more dairy.
Nope.
But I already bought it and I'm drinking it.
Well, then you're gonna have to get off the stream when you're phlegmy and coughing everywhere. It's like one of my kids. You don't listen.
Nope.
Just like Rudy. Rudy didn't want to take my activated charcoal, and look, he listened to me and he felt better.
I mean, that was pretty damn hilarious.
It was clutch.
It was clutch.
Ashley, have you ever used bentonite clay?
I'm sorry, what?
Have you ever used bentonite clay?
Yes, I have. One time it was like, actually, I was at a friend's house and I was snooping through her closet in there at all of her products. She's like my sister. It's what we do. And I found this bentonite clay, so I opened it and then I accidentally spilled it. And I was in the bathroom for like 5 minutes trying to clean it all up. But yes.
Here, I got something I'll send to Tyler that will make his year.
Oh, what did you find for him?
So I was talking to Forrest about my original plans before I ended up changing them. And I think my original question, okay, so I said, it's going to be with my boyfriend. He has no fear about the grizz, but I do. I'm curious about best places to grab a meal, possibly going to Flathead Lake because it looks like something out of a dream. I definitely want to experience the Firehole River if I don't fall in, and maybe Quake Lake if there's time. I have to squeeze it all into 3 days. And so he was talking about, let's see. Okay, so this is a 2-part thing. So I said, I had a question for you. As you know, I'm a city girl who's going into Montana this July. Do you have any places non-treasure related parentheses that would recommend going to. I spent a lot of this trip, I spent a lot on this trip, and I just want to experience it the best I can before I have to go back to my boring job. And he said two parts. He said Yellowstone and Glacier Parks are the big pull in Montana. The front range of the Rockies is not like the East. Not nearly as much organized social life. What are you looking for exactly? Will you be alone? And then what I just read, and then this is what's gonna light Tyler up. Forrest said, the Cody Museum is the best thing you will see in the West. An old town in Cody where Jeremiah Johnson is buried. Are you going to bring your boyfriend by here so I can meet both of you? F.
Oh, Tyler will love that.
I know exactly. That's why I'm sending it to him right now. Hope that makes his entire year. Or cheers him up or something. There you go. It might set him off on a Cody tangent for a month, but hey, you know what? Worth it. Okay, let me go back to the land of what else I'm looking at.
And what is that? Are you doing a keyword search?
What?
Oh, are you doing like a keyword search? Or are you just going through all of them?
Going through all of them.
Well, so the hackers are tapped in now, and then now they know all of them. So you should just read them all because now the hackers know them all. So it's going to be public soon.
I mean, it's not that entertaining, but let me see. This is what made me laugh so hard. Oh my God. Okay, so I think it was okay, so I think he was asking about me, right? And after that comment about the Cody Museum, I say something about, yes, I am. I told him it is a once in a lifetime event to meet you. I also told him to be on his best behavior because he's quite the cynic about going boots on the ground, this chase, and he's not a fan. He practically hates it, but he's doing it for me. I think he stopped wanting to look once he lost a shoe in a giant mud puddle the first time we went boots on the ground. And he wrote back, what does he do? I want to know more about both of you before you get here. F. And I sent him a link. I think it was when I was doing the marketing for the one job I worked at. And he's like, you guys are big shots. I'm going to feel like a nickel at a dollar bill convention. I'll take you to the Tasuki Deli for lunch. F.
Aww. I'm going to feel
I
like
was
a
like,
nickel at a dollar convention. Is that what he said?
yeah, nickel at a dollar convention.
That's cute. I love that. I'm going to say that.
And then it was really funny because I'm like, I'm not a big shot. My boyfriend maybe, but not me. Does that place, I said, does that place have those pimento cheese sandwiches you always talk about? Something personal about me. I'm a writer. This is something I wrote. And I sent him one of my writing pieces. And he wrote back after that. I think he said, let's see. I think he said, oh yeah, he just said, I like that, thanks. But then I sent him something else before about my writing. And that was the one he really liked. But that was the one about suicide. So I don't know. A character in my story was committing suicide. Just to
What did he
reiterate.
say to that?
Huh?
What did he respond to that when you sent him that stuff?
That one he really liked, but I gotta find that one again to see what exactly his right response was.
This is like when you were first messaging him, because it sounds like he's getting to know you. Like you're gonna meet him, he wants to get to know you, right?
Yeah, so like I want to say end of 2018, I started to really talk to him, and he would just like respond. Like I would send him a shit ton of emails about my theories, everything, and he would be like, "Thanks, Candy. F. Thank you. F." Like little tiny things, right? It wasn't until the whole society and the game that he started to really talk to me. And then he started to really develop a conversation. And then he would be like, okay, now I want to meet you. And then after that, this is where he's learning about me as I'm getting ready to fly out for Fenbury and meet him. And I was originally supposed to go to that Tasuki Deli. And the night we flew in, I had such bad vertigo, especially for my ear and everything. I was literally like, I remember being in the hotel that morning, clutching myself, kneeled over on the floor, screaming in agonizing pain because my ear was hurting that badly. And DJ had to go get me eardrops. Like, it was so bad. And I emailed him and I said, I can't have lunch with you. Like, I'm in so much pain. There's no way I could go have lunch with you later today. And so he said, okay, you could come over to my house. Normally I don't do this, but I trust you and I have eardrops for you.
Oh,
It was funny, but I didn't use his eardrops. I used the eardrops that DJ got me, and they were my favorite. I actually just ran out, so I had to order some a couple of days ago.
but you felt
But
fine then because you got those.
it was really funny because he was like, do you want some eardrops, like some oil for your ear? And I'm just like sitting there and I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, I don't want to be the chaser that goes there and just uses his eardrops. So I'm like, no, I'm okay. But it was kind of cool that, like, originally we were supposed to just go to the deli, right? And it turned into, no, you could come over, you could meet me, you could go to the house, you could go in my vault. And I'm like, I wasn't even pushing for that. I was like, I have to cancel our lunch date because I'm in crippling pain right now. He's like, okay, come to the house, I'll fix it. I'm like, oh,
Very
cool.
nice.
So yeah, that was really cool. And let me see. I think it was, hold on. There's that one. I'm trying to see the one I did. Oh, this one was pretty cool. I told him this is one hell of a rescue. So I found there's 3 different stories or reiterations of his rescue in Laos. And one of them is like military jargon, right? And I found that one and I sent it back to him. And I was like, this is one hell of a rescue. And he wrote back, I just read it again and smiled. It was well written, don't you think? F. So that was like a pretty cool one. And I told him, I absolutely love this version a lot better than the other one. Because I mean, there was one where he said he bounced, like, let me see if it was this one. I think it was like where he bounced down. There's like a lot of information, but there's this part where he kind of sounds like a cartoon character. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so jagged pieces of the canopy were still hanging to the front frame, and that got my attention pretty good because I figured the ejection system might have been hit also. So I would have to crawl over the side. Although I wasn't ready to eject, I raised both armrests and the canopy frame blew off as advertised. I felt a little better. The jungle was dense, but I still didn't want to go out until the last minute of fear of being shot on the way down, or at least to lessen the chances of someone seeing my chute. A 1,000 high karst appeared under my left nose, so I decided to punch out over it in hopes of landing on top, thinking the enemy would be up there, and besides, it would be a good place for a chopper to pick me up. I was still ready to go over the side as I ran through the checklist. Gun film in my G-suit, visor down, chin strap fastened, head back, boots in stirrups, pull both triggers. So at about 7 miles from the target at 240 kilometers and 1,500 feet, I had a great rocket ride that took me 150 or whatever. The butt kicker worked, and I was in one of the greatest experiences of my life. All pilots should do that once a year instead of taking a stand of all check. And the next thing was to pull the lanyard and drop the survival kit in dinghy. So, of course, the damn lanyard wouldn't pull. I jerked it hard a couple of times, and the handle came off in my hand. Go figure. And worse, I missed the karst by a little because I couldn't remember which risers to pull that would fly me to a landing on top. I never was very good with math. As it happened, the wind blew me over, and while I don't remember my body hitting the bluff, the chute did. So it dragged for a while and then streamed. Now I was falling face down with mean-looking rocks and trees approaching at flank speed. With a big limb dead in my trajectory, I closed my eyes and wished I'd gone to church more, as my body bounced off of hard things for what seemed like an unfair length of time. Finally, all was quiet as I gently bounced up and down. My chute had caught on a low limb, and when I opened my eyes, I was hanging about 18 inches off the ground. I couldn't believe it. Everything had happened so fast that I wanted to just sit there for a minute and soak it in. None of my body parts were giving me major pain. They would later that night. But I was bleeding from my nose and head. That's the best way to get a Purple Heart. After a few minutes, I felt myself going into shock, hot, clammy, apprehensive shortness of breath, symptoms that I had learned at snake school in the Philippines. So I climbed out of the harness, elevated my feet, closed my eyes, and thought about sitting on the bank of the Lampas River in Texas with a bobber in the water, catching 5-inch bluegills. It worked, and maybe after 30 minutes, I was back again. Notice how he never mentions the waterfall. By this time, it was getting seriously dark, so I pulled the dinghy about 50 inches into some dense undergrowth, leaned it over a log and climbed under. I could hear dogs barking, and that wasn't a good sign since the Pathet Lao didn't take prisoners. It was just cool and damp enough to keep me awake most of the night, and when I did doze off, the flights of 3 Hero B-52s from Guam woke, woke me up by spacing out 324 500-pounders all around me. I told them on guard channel to go play somewhere else, but they didn't respond. I think they were listening to Bing Crosby sing Silent Night on AFN radio. At 0800 the next morning, here came Lieutenant Swisher again. He had to give up the night before because of darkness, but was up at 0200 and out again at first light. Don't you love a guy like that? Although I couldn't see him, I could hear his putt-putt. He responded to my call and asked me to pop smoke, which I was reluctant to do. So I moved over to the bottom of the karst where there were large rocks. When I spotted his plane, I told him to start left turn and stay in until I said stop. Now look down your wing at a large pile of rocks. That's me waving like a windmill. This is stuff he never wrote about in My War for Me, by the way. This is completely different.
Well, and this is in an email to you, right?
Yeah.
And what was because it sounds to me, it's very well written. And so it sounds to me like something that he had already written and had prepared and like copy and pasted into this email.
Yeah, no, I found this. I found this original version from like, fuck, I can't even remember how I found it. It was so old. And I told him like, I like this version better than the one you gave us in the book. And he even agreed he liked it more. And this version brought a smile to his face. So
Okay.
it also shows the waterfall, I think, was added later on because
Afterthought,
the original
possibly.
story never mentioned a waterfall.
That's curious. Those are
Yeah,
those differences between stories, those details, the aberrations.
exactly. There's 3 variations. And then it talks about, let me see. So and then I had been shot up a few months earlier, flamed out, and dead sticked a D model into the short runway at Vientoy in the Delta. After touching down at 205 knots, my hook grabbed the approach and anchor chain, so I pulled that thing the wrong way. They said I stopped in 250. The leg strap on my chute were pulled so tight, I thought for a while I had been placed in a different social stratum. I'd always rather be lucky than good. Forrest Fenn. But yeah, there's more to it and stuff, but it's pretty cool to like hear this version. Like right here, he talks about it beat the hell out of walking home. I lost my pistol and my gun camera film in the trees, but I had my head, my arms, my legs, and memories of a bunch of great guys who knew how to make things work. It beat the hell out of walking home.
Oh,
That's
well,
funny.
that's one way to get home.
Yeah, but
Okay,
yeah, that's
what else?
one.
What's the next one? Come on, let's go.
Okay. He says to that part, it was written for other fighter pilots, so there's jargon.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one I hunted down and found, and I just sent it back to him, and I'm like, I like this one. Um, and I said this version shows your true character. I absolutely love it. I think you and Wile E. Coyote have a few things in common. And then he said, let me see. I sent that to Dal. So what to Dal? Hold on. It's loading.
How many emails do you think you have?
Oh, I have a shit ton. Well over 1,000.
Wow.
Yeah. Um, in order for me to go back up and see the exact number, I would have to lose my spot here. But
I have 2 emails with Jack Stoof.
you're gonna make me die over here. Uh,
Oh,
yeah.
read faster.
I'm trying. Hold on. I'm trying to stay out of the drama bullshit.
Oh, there's drama bullshit.
Yeah, there's annoying drama bullshit that would start more drama bullshit that I don't want to happen.
Okay.
Here's one though. It's not really drama. It was just like a reality check. So I told him because he was saying, I said, I posted this list on Facebook asking if I was missing anything on the list to bring for boots on the ground. I figured you'd be the best one to listen. Sandwich is on the list. Am I forgetting anything else? Also, enjoy this teeny teensy itsy bitsy burst of snail or bitsy snail. It was this little snail I found. And he said, I don't think a compass will help you. If you have a GPS and know how to use it, take it. Plan to be out of the woods before dark, but take matches and some small candles for starting a fire just in case, and water, of course. And then I was like, thank you. I'll definitely bring a GPS and matches. People were telling me to pack so much strange stuff. Rope, super glue, duster, question mark, raincoat, avoid cotton clothing, first aid kit. I'm only walking a few miles on Cabin Creek to Ghost Village and possibly checking out Beaver Creek and Refuge Point. Nothing dangerous that will have me lost in the woods. And he's like, stay out of Beaver Creek. It has already claimed one life and I don't want to lose you, F. And I was like, what? And then when I was there and we ran into the park rangers, the park ranger that we ran into that he was talking to us about, he was the one that found the body that was found at Beaver Creek.
Oh, wow.
So, and that's why when we were going over the Connor 2 Reddit database, when I was reviewing stuff and it mentioned Cabin Creek again, he mentioned the talk about someone lost their life at Beaver Creek. And I was like, oh my God, I know exactly where he was in that area because in order to hear that story, to even know that information, he had to have ran into the same person or the same park ranger that I did. And that's why I was like, why did Jack, which I don't give a shit about Jack, but why did Jack, start off in the land of 9 Mile Hole and he's already at this point so convinced he has it, right? So then why does he backtrack and go to Beaver and a Cabin Creek? It always threw me off. I'm like, what was he doing? So
What
I'll
was
never
the
know.
circumstances of that Beaver Creek casualty? What was the circumstances?
He was searching for the treasure there and he ran into a mama bear and her cubs. He tried to use the bear spray. It deployed, but it didn't work. So he jumped in the river to get away from her, the creek, and it was too strong of a current. He drowned.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
pretty messed up.
That's terrible.
Stressful, man. I can just feel the stress in that situation. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was crazy too, because like I think I saw videos and photos somewhere where I was documenting where we went all the way to the very end before you get to Beaver Creek and it shows the creek itself. It was so high and such a strong current that if I put my foot in there, just like dip my toe in it, basically, it would have sucked me under.
Is
Wow.
it rocky too? Big rocks and boulders and shit?
The part I was at, it wasn't really rocks and boulders from what I saw. But if I were to go, I think it was to the right, just 200 or 300 feet to the right from that spot, I would have found the F tree that Marty and her sister found that Forrest like emailed them a whole bunch of emails that night for finding. And it was funny too because I was literally headed that direction because I couldn't go in the creek, right? So I was going to go up the hill. and it was like all the dilapidated cabins. We were in Earthquake Lake, so it was the whole situation for Hebgen Lake, and all of a sudden he just like, snake, and I don't even see the snake. He just says snake, and I'm like, nope. And I just literally hightailed it the opposite direction. It was like, we're done. And I made us go all the way back to the car. Like the whole hike we did and everything. I'm like, nope, not fucking doing it. And I just like gave up and in there. And then when I got back, Marty's like, you dumbass, you should have kept going. It's pretty funny.
I got a good Bear Creek story. After the chest was found and I was arguing with the guy about Wyoming or not, and I was like, I could find a better Wyoming location than you can within 5 to 10 minutes. So I did a solve in Wyoming, which I hadn't done before. It ended up taking me down Bear Creek. And if you type in Bear Creek Canyon into Google search and you open up Google Maps, and it has a pin for Bear Creek Canyon, as you zoom into it, you might notice, as I noticed, the shape of the river there and where the pin was replicated the same as the picture that Dal posted that he said he got from Forrest, that a searcher sent this picture to Forrest, which was a map which showed a squiggly river. It showed what looked like a little island. It showed a paddle on the side of the water and Fenn in a boat on the top side of the water. Anyhow, it resembles that same exact picture. And Forrest was supposed to put an X on the map where the treasure was. And where he put that X in the middle of the water is the same spot on Bear Creek Canyon where the pin appears on Google Maps. And the guy was floored.
Oh. Damn.
I'm so scared of all those things. Bear, well, especially since being with Ben, all he did was spray the bear spray in my face.
Ew. That's bad. Oh, I found another one.
Good, read it.
Well, I told him a story about my Mexico fishing adventure. Because he was asking something. I was like, asking about Hebgen, and he said he hadn't been back to Hebgen in a couple of years, which I find fascinating, by the way. Actually, let me go back and find the exact words. So I said, what was it? I've been Googling all over the internet. Does Hebgen have any ports on the lake? I can only find 2 boat launch port spots, but I'm not sure if they qualify as a port. Because again, I was figuring out halt at the time, right? In my mind. Yeah. And he said, I've not been to Hebgen Lake for a few years, but I know there are a few places where you can load your own boat or rent one. Are you planning to do some fishing? So when I sent this to him, it was June 26, 2019. And he said he had not been to Hebgen for a few years. I find that interesting, just reading this. Yeah. But anyways, I said, yes, I'm going to go try and do some fishing. My boyfriend is more than whitewater rafting, but after reading your stories, I feel like I owe it to the chase to go out there and experience the outdoors, fishing and all. What would be a good place to start out there? I'm like in the land of fishing now, right? This is what he says. Well then, good luck to you. If you go across the lake, you might fish Rumba Creek. F. And I'm like, Rumba Creek, he knows Rumba Creek's one of my solves. And I'm like, what are you doing? And that's why I ended up going, to Rumba Creek, because I read that one comment he had with Jenny Kyle on her blog about if you go, what was it? He says something about if any of you readers go to Rumba Creek and send me back a drink of water. And then he said I'd go to Watkins Creek too. I was always like, no one's going to do that for him. And so I was the person. I went there. I got him the water from Rumba Creek. I made an amazing, beautiful jar filled with that creek water, or a little bottle. I filled it with the flowers that his mother planted at Lions Bridge, and then the other flowers at Baker's Hole, where he swam with his siblings. And I put those flowers in with the creek water and mailed it to him for his I think it was his birthday gift or something. I did that for, plus the fake Santa Fe, New Mexico book map that he used to keep his key to his vault in, and then the little mini treasure chest filled with fake diamonds, a miniature book that I wrote the poem, super tiny, like how he talks about on the page. And then I think the last thing I gave him was an Indian head penny, if I'm not mistaken. But he loved the Rumba Creek water. He was ecstatic over it. It was pretty cool. So at least I could be the only searcher to say I did that. I did exactly what he asked. I sent him that Rumba Creek water.
I bet that made his day.
It did.
Okay, now read more.
Okay. He was telling me how to get to Rumba Creek because my dumbass was lost. And he said, because I asked him, I sent my aunt to Rumba Creek last year and she wouldn't go because she said there was bear warning signs all over the place. She thought I was sending her there was a trap. Wait a minute. Huh, whatever. Think about that. He said that part of the lake is built up with houses now. I'm in 19 summers up there. I never had a problem with bears. Bear spray was not invented then.
Oh, wow.
And then I think there's one where he talks about bring a fish with you and throw it at the bear. It's somewhere in here. I remember that one. It's like one of my favorites that he sent over. Let me see. Should be, what is this one? I don't know. I don't even know how I did that. Summer just got more exciting. I don't know. That's weird. Oh, it's from Jenny Kyle. Okay, so it's not that one. Please send me the link. Oh yeah, he wanted to see for Jenny Kyle's thing. I'm looking for, what's this? Like you don't understand how many emails there are, but what time did you want to do lunch? I'm planning everything out today. And he said 12:30 is always a good time. Don't even know. Oh, that's when I'm in Santa Fe. And then I tell him, my ear hurts and life sucks. So then he invited me to the house instead.
And what? So then you meet with Fenn, and obviously there's probably like a pause in emails because you're there meeting with him. And then what happens when you get back? Like, when do you email him next?
I'm going backwards because I met him first and then I went to Hepkin.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just like going through because going backwards is going into the future. But it's cool because like this is how respectful I am. Cause I say, what was it? It's the one right before this. I say, I don't even know what I said. He said, looks like we won't get to this Tasuke Deli after all. The lunch at Fenbury is going on at the same time. We both need to be there. Since you're getting in late Friday night, why don't you and your boyfriend come to my home at 10 on Saturday morning so we can have a private talk without a bunch of people being around? And then I said, that would also be great. Can you send me the address so I know where to go? Even though I know his address, I still wanted him to formally send it to me. So he gave it to me. And then I said, yeah, I was still in Big Bear at the time, which that makes me want to cry right now, but I'm not going to. Blah, 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 blah. But I was like, I'm so excited to have this amazing opportunity to meet you. Thanks so much. So yeah, I immediately flew out from Big Bear to Santa Fe. And let me see. I was saying, is it okay if I bring my TTOTC book and have you sign it? But then I ended up forgetting it. So then he gave me the Once Upon a While revised edition. He said I had to have the revised one, not the other one. He's like, have the revised. And he did his famous stick figure signature, right? But he drew DJ's dumbass running away from me.
Oh my gosh, did he really?
Yeah, because I
You
think
have
he
to send that
knew.
to me. I want to see it.
Oh
It's
God,
funny.
I gotta find it somewhere in the garage. Like, give me the weekend to do it. But yeah, the signature, like, because I told him about how DJ hated the chase so much, and he was pissed. I dragged him to Santa Fe and everything, and that's why Fenn just drew DJ running away from me because all I would do is just like talk chase. I'm
Maybe
like,
we could say
whatever.
that Fenn did predict the ending for you.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is true. Fucked up, but true.
Is it too soon? Can we laugh about it yet?
Sorta. Oh, here's the one where he says, "Put oil in your ears to make it all better. Sorry it hurts. Did you make it to Santa Fe?" And then when I got to his house, he was like, "Do you need more oil, sweetheart?" And I was like, "I don't want to be that person with the oil."
That's sweet. I love that.
Yeah. And what was the other one? Oh, this is funny. I said, because he's talking about Denny Creek, talking about how to get to Rumba Creek and everything. He's saying take Contour Road, all that other stuff. But then I think it was, let me see. I said, I found some beautiful cobalt blue bends on Beaver Creek and hiked a bit of Centennial Creek. I also took, Sentinel Creek. I also took a few purple flowers near Lions Bridge to send you. Couldn't figure out Rumba Creek. I said, DJ is mad at me. Might have to use that coin for a bus. And he said, he was cracking. He's like, no, do something nice for DJ. He's a good guy. And he used to call him Dog J and stuff as a joke.
Again.
Right? He predicted. This is my favorite. This is my favorite email from him. I'm like, now I'm in West Yellowstone, right? Because I'm doing the Hebgen boots on the ground. And I'm like, just met Chip, smiley face. I'm doing a short tour of your book and eating at Bullwinkle's, aka the old Totem Cafe. What would you recommend is the best on the menu? I'm hungry. This cheeky old man, have a double martini and think about it. F. And I did. I ordered a double martini and I was so traumatized by
Yeah,
that.
I imagine you were. It didn't have a big stick in it. You shouldn't have been drinking that.
Well, it was funny because this is how you now have what is known as the Shiloh's 48K martini. Because I told Shiloh, I was like, your grandfather told me to have a double martini once, and I did. And it traumatized me for life. And then I found out he only orders those once a year to remind himself why he doesn't drink, right? And I told him it was the nastiest thing I've ever had in my life. And Shiloh was like, you didn't do it right. And what was funny is people don't know when we were at the WSOF, for this year, and we were doing the FaceTime. When I got a chance to talk to Shiloh, when I was still passing the phone around to other people, he's like, Candy, look me in the eyes and listen to me. 48K martini. And he's like, what was it? He said, what's that gin again that I was trying to get a hold of?
The
Oh
gin?
wait. Yeah, it's gin. It's oh God. I can't remember right now. What is the name of that gin? I'll remember it later. I have it posted everywhere, but he said it's 1 part gin, 1 part dry vermouth, 1 part olive juice, and then the olives. So either blue cheese or jalapeno olives. And he's like, shake it, but don't shake it with the olives. Because I keep fucking up the recipe. And he's like, it's very important. Don't alter it. Don't do this. Do exactly what I say. And I'm like, okay. But I still haven't done it. Hendrix gin. You have to do a Hendrix gin, dry vermouth, and then olive juice from either jalapeno olives or blue cheese olives, and that's the Shiloh 48K martini.
Got it.
But I will say, because I did try to do it on New Year's Eve, and even though I didn't have a martini glass, and even though Hendrick's Gin sold out the entire fucking town for New Year's Eve, I was able to get like half a shot worth of that. And the stuff I did have, it was so good. Like, Ashley, you got to make one. It is really good. I'm probably going to order some for next weekend.
Martinis used to be my go-to drink in my early 20s.
Well, I normally run from them because of this email, but Shiloh saved it with his Hendrix.
Okay. So now we have a recipe for martinis for girls' night. Now, what's the next email?
So I was asking him, okay, I said, okay, I will do a double martini. Think about what to order and throw in some huckleberry cheesecake. Think he will tell me where you hit it. And I was talking about Chip. And then he said, did he read my book? Which I don't know where I'm at with that one. Why did he say that? That's weird. I think he might be. Oh, yeah. So I'm talking about DJ. Said, yes, he loves it. It takes a village to get him interested enough to read something. I think he might steal my copy, which I'm not lying. When we got there, he was 100% all in. Like, I think half the reason why he hated me so much for being so passionate and I guess obsessed about the chase and the community is because I think he wanted to do it too, but he couldn't because he had to be a responsible adult and work at the job that he hates his job. Even though he works for his dad, he fucking hates his job. And I think he used to look at me and be really pissed off that I didn't really have to force myself into a job that I hated. And instead I could indulge myself in fun treasure hunts, friends in a community, and not really have to care about doing the really fucked up, annoying adult shit.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. But when he did get into it, he was...
Yeah. Doesn't excuse here. All right. So continue.
This is another fun, interesting one. So I asked him, yeah, he hasn't put it down all day. Tomorrow is our last day in Montana. We head home at 2 a.m. the next day. What's up with my fucking 2 a.m. fucked up?
Leave so early. What's wrong with you? Schedule better. Continue.
I know. I said, DJ asks if you have any pointers on how to understand the first clue. I told him to take a number. And he said, understanding the first clue is not the problem. Finding it is the problem. And I shared this with people right when I got this. Like, I'm not a information hoarder or whatever. So I talked about this all the time. And I always interpreted this as it being the blaze and it being, you know, the first part of the clue. Because he says finding it, not understanding the first clue. He says understanding the first clue is not the problem. Finding it is the problem. You have to find the first clue.
And it, the use of it.
Yep, exactly. And that's why I went down this huge rabbit hole for years about it being the word that is key. And once you figured out what it was, it created a map.
Realizing what it is. Yeah, realizing what it is. Yeah, that's what's important, realizing
it. Finding it, realizing it.
Finding it, no. Realizing what it is, what you found. That's the important part. That's what I heard, Forrest. Just read that again. I think that's what I heard him say.
He said, understanding the first clue isn't the problem. Finding it is the problem.
You're not going to understand it until you find it.
And then you got to know how to make use of it.
Here's another one where he said, Baker's Hole was one of our swimming holes because we could walk there from town. Send me pictures, please, F. Like, Baker's Hole was something that really was important to him. And I still sometimes think Baker's Hole was considered the home of Brown, especially because originally Cynthia told me the tree where he wrote his letter to Peggy was actually right below Baker's Hole. Like, it was right on the the border of what would be considered Baker's Hole versus the park or whatever. So that always interested me. But then he's telling me to get to Baker's Hole. So he's like, you go north from West Yellowstone about 4 miles, and as soon as you go down a pretty big hill, and before you get to the river, look for a sign on the right that says Baker's Hole. That's it. Which, hey, maybe Baker's Hole really is the answer. He's like, that's it.
That's true.
I'm just noticing this right now.
Didn't Forrest also say you won't know that you solved the first couple clues until you find the treasure?
No, he said you won't know you figured out the first clue until you have the treasure.
Yeah.
I know. It's so fun, right? Yeah, but I used to be obsessed with Baker's Hole too. That was another one of my solutions that I dabbled in. And this is me. Oh wait, I never sent this one to him. It's a draft. I went to go send him the City Girl Found It. I never sent it though. I did send him picture with 1,000 words, and it was the picture of Baker's Hole, and it's an absolutely gorgeous photo. So let me screenshot that real fast. So I can share it with you, so you guys can be a part of, the experience.
Andy Fenn emails experience.
Yeah, everyone's gonna get bored of me at this point because I've got so many emails. See that?
Ooh,
That's Baker's Hole,
that's beautiful.
right? And it was one of his favorite swimming spots with him and June, and Skippy.
Love
Hey, I
that.
think I see a reflection in that water.
Isn't that Barbara and Cupcake?
I was just going to say, I think I see Barb and I sure do. Son of a bitch.
Happens to Betsy. You know what DJ actually said when we were standing there? He said Baker's Hole right when you're standing at Baker's Hole. He said that looks like page 99.
The valley and the curvature of the river. Yeah, I can see
Yeah.
it. Sure.
It I don't know if it's exactly this part, but there was one part where you're standing where Forrest told us to stand to look at Baker's Hole. And he said, this is what I think page 99 really is. And I was like, shit, I kinda like it. So.
That valley on 99, it looks like something's planted. There's agriculture, the way it's checkered. Like if you fly over the Midwest, it looks like a checkered board, like a quilt of different crops, corn,
Yeah.
soybean. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It does. And when I sent him that picture, he said, thank you. I feel better now, F. So then, oh, this is so funny. Okay, so I say, so like the subject I put is we got into some trouble. And that was July 9th. And I'm like, so we finally made our way to a small part of Rumba Creek. And then I said, we had to park on the side of the road to walk down to the creek and get the water. Good news is that I got you your creek water. Bad news, a ranger asked what we were doing and stopped us to talk once they saw your book. The ranger's name is Brian. I won't say the last name because people are psycho. And he asked me to ask you to give him a call. He says there are some pretty serious things that you need to know. Do you want his number? He isn't mean, just concerned because he's having to save crazies 10 times a day looking for your treasure. I'm sorry, all I wanted was to get you this little bottle of memories. The blue and white flowers are from Baker's Hole at the spot where you would swim as a kid. The purple flower is the one your mom planted by Lions Bridge. And then he said, Candy, I don't hear well enough on the phone to talk with him. Can you please give him my email address? And then it gets even more funny. I'm like, let me hunt down his email address and give it to you. He was actually relieved we weren't crazy searchers. However, I don't think he will ever forget the two people who stopped off the road to bottle up creek water. Because it was so funny. Like, DJ went down into the creek with the bottle because he knew I would fall on my ass and probably die doing it on my own. So I was just standing there in the middle of a creek, which is nothing but all these down trees. Like, literally, it looks like epilogue. There's a bunch of trees chopped off and then dead trees just laying everywhere. It's like a graveyard of trees. And I was standing there getting eaten alive by mosquitoes while DJ went deep into the creek. And they thought that, he thought we were in trouble. We needed help or something. So he's like, are you okay? Do you need help? I'm like, no, I'm good. And he's like, okay. And he goes to leave and he looks in the car seat, and right in my seat is the Thrill of the Chase. He's like, oh, you're one of those. And he's like, I need to see some identification, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, fuck. And so I give him my ID and I'm telling him why we're here. And he's like, what are you doing? Why are you here? And I'm like, oh, I just came from, seeing Fenn yesterday and I promised to bring him the Rumba Creek water. So my boyfriend's down in the creek right now getting him water in the souvenir bottle I bought. And he's like, what? And he thought I was high and lying. He was going to write me up. And then next thing you know, DJ comes up from the creek with a bottle of water. And he's like, I'll be damned.
He thought you were nuts.
He totally thought I was nuts. And then he didn't believe that I was friends with Forrest and I came from his house the day before. And I was like, no, this is real. And then what was even
Did you whip
funnier?
out your emails?
Huh?
Did you whip out your emails to prove it?
I actually did. I was showing him. And then I did tell him too that if you take the first verse of the poem, it translates to say something. I forgot what it was back in the day, but it was I translated it to mean Lions Bridge over there, right? And it was Gazelle Creek. And when I showed him what I found, he was like, you need to go work for the CIA. And his eyes lit up like Christmas. Because I was like, yeah, I think that the treasure is actually hidden in Gazelle Creek right off of Lions Bridge. But I'm petrified of getting eaten by a bear. So have at it. And he was looking at me like, because I showed him it anagrams to exactly every single word used will anagram to say the secret message that said, find the treasure hidden in Southwest Montana, Madison River, a creek near Lions Bridge, a place where IEYE now heal.
Dude,
And
how long was this conversation you had with this guy?
like 30 minutes maybe.
My gosh.
It was funny though, because he was like, it was Christmas to him. And he was like, yeah, you need to go work for the CIA, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, well, there you go. I'm not going over there. So if you ever find Gazelle Creek to be it, you're welcome. And, we parted ways and stuff. But I reached out to Fenn and told him about what happened. And I was like, he was really nice, just not a big believer in your treasure. He has some stories I think you might want to hear. He told me I should go work for it was the FBI, not the CIA, for the FBI or something along those lines. I think maybe I got him interested in looking for it. Let me know if he gives you any trouble. He seems sweet, just concerned. And then Fenn said he hasn't responded. Hold on, it's loading. He hasn't responded, but he will. I'm ready for him. And then I said, this is where things get interesting.
Okay.
So I said he wasn't, let me see. Okay, so he wasn't terrible, just concerned when he saw your book in the car. Apparently, people who look for your treasure have tried blowing up the Madison River, hiked days with no proper food or water or clothing, cut down ancient trees, stolen and broken into historic sites. He told us stories, but I defended you every step of the way. I even told him a few places to go look for it himself, and his eyes lit up like Christmas trees, like I said. I think all he's going to do is tell you how bad people are treating the beloved Yellowstone and to see if you can give a clue that shows it isn't in Yellowstone. I already told him you said the treasure isn't within close proximity to a human trail. And that, in my opinion, you don't like trails. Yellowstone, you have to stay on trails to survive. So people really need to think. And then he said, where were you in the park? And this is me being a dumbass blonde for a second. But I was like, I want to see what happens if I lie. And I told him, we checked out the fire hole and Nez Perce Creek for an old solve of mine, but the ranger found us at Rumba Creek, which is outside the park. And he's like, so it wasn't a park ranger who saw you. Rumba Creek is national forest. But the thing is, I lied to him and I said, we checked out Firehole and Nez Perce Creek because that was my ultimate obsession. And we were going to go there. We were supposed to go, but the day we were trying to get in the park, it was such a long line of cars to even get in. We gave up. We ended up just going back to Hebgen Lake instead. But it gets fascinating because then it goes here. He says I'm a sweetheart all the time. He says, you're such a sweetheart. I don't remember what we were talking about. He says, you're such a sweetheart. I haven't heard from the ranger. And then I said, I think he's too busy chasing people, blah, blah. And then I said, I think it was this one. Let me see. I think, yeah, I think he's too busy chasing people from Fenbury around Montana. I should be closing another loan soon. I might try and make it back down in August just to fully experience Santa Fe. And he said, please hurry, miss you. F. And I was like, could we really come back and visit you again? I would truly love that. And he said, yes, 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 F. And then I say, we finally landed. This is where shit gets interesting. Like, we finally landed, longest flight. So happy to be home. I will mail out your gifts this week. But then when it comes to, let me see. Oh, God, leave me alone. I already got the deadlines. I'm not clocked in. Leave me alone. Fucking haunted. I can't even talk about it because psycho people, but ugh. Come see me
Don't
when you
do it.
can. He says, still loading. No, it's taking so long. Come see when you can. Bring DJ along. I like him. Oh, how the fucking tables have turned. Talks about altitude sickness with me because I'm like, I was dying. But this is the one where people do not believe this is an email from him. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Oh, this is kind of funny, actually. I don't even know why I did this. He just loved entertaining my weird ass. So I said, just need to get this off my chest. I 100% believe you concealed your trove in Montana and that you used the Montana Stream Access Law for legal loophole purposes. Heavy Loads is the bridge you cross to get to the high water mark that allows the public access to private waters for fishing and boating. I believe the high water mark / water high is your blaze. Just wanted to say that in case nobody has ever mentioned that to you. And he's like, I'm glad you got that off of your chest. And I hope you feel better for having done it. I swear, the shit he dealt with.
Ooh, I love that though. That's really cool.
Here's, I think, where is it? There's one where it talks about, oh, this is a cool one. This one I really like that I sent over. I told him the subject was Malay and white. So I said, I just shared this with Marty, but I wanted to tell you too. White bark pine tree and the animal cache below the tree. This is where I think your chest is hidden. And I also think your blaze is the white bark pine tree, just like in the poem by Malay. Just more ranting is to get off my chest, hoping I'm the first to mention such imagination. And he said, you are the first to tell me such a thing, F. And I think the tree that is, at 9 Mile Hole or something, I think it's a white pine bark. I'm not sure. I think it was, though. I would like to stop dying. Um, oh, here's another funny one. He says, this is another favorite of mine. I said, Marty said that between the both of us, we might actually figure out the clues. Therapist's voice, how does that make you feel? And he said, um, you two women scare me to death.
Oh, I think I remember you this one.
Yeah. And then what's the one? Okay, I'm talking about Terry because he said like the chest was found in July of 2019. And then Marty quit. Oh, here it is. This is the one people don't believe is real. So remember how I told him I lied and we searched the Firehole River in Des Perce Creek?
Yeah.
I put, seems like I'm back to being solo with this. How long did it take you to name your first book, The Thrill of the Chase? I'm trying to come up with a good title of my own in regards to looking for the treasure. And he said, I have a great title. Parenthesis marks. I almost did. And I was like, what? And I sent it to Marty. And Marty almost fell out of her chair because she was like, Candy, he sent this exact thing to me back when she was searching 9 Mile Hole. And I was like, what? And I wasn't focusing on 9 Mile Hole, right? I was focusing on where she was and I was, that would put us in the same spot because, you know, back then land was an issue. So I was like, the only places we were at the same spot was Baker's Hole and Beaver Creek. But I told him I was at Firehole and Marty's been to Firehole and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And I never went to 9 Mile Hole. But she was like, no, he sent that to me when I was talking about 9 Mile Hole. And I was ignoring it. I'm like, no, I don't know. I don't know what 9 Mile Hole is, blah, blah, blah. And so after I got that email from him, I said, this is going to make me think for hours. I almost did what? Rude. And then he wrote back, are you going to jump into, let me see, what is it? I think I said, after your email, I stayed up until 3 a.m. researching every minute detail about the Firehole River. Did I miss anything important? And he's like, are you going to jump in my swimming hole? F. And I was like, what? Why? And so then I said, let me see, it's still loading. I said, that place is sacred to you. I'd only do that if you gave me permission. And he said, I always went in neuter with my shorts on. I don't think I had a swimsuit. And then let me see. Oh, this is another funny one, but it's actually not funny now, but it was back then. So I said, the things people say. At first glance, I read this as you passing. I started crying. A lot of people start freaking out. This lady needs to reword her post. I also realized I can't have my last conversation with you be about skinny dipping in the river. Just know the world had a mild panic attack because of this one post. And the post was saying Fenn passed away. And so he said, oh, shut up. So he said, I started crying and was going to cancel my life insurance until my wife told me I wasn't dead. Phew, that was close. F.
When he was talking about, are you going to jump in? Was it his favorite fishing hole or swimming hole?
The swimming hole.
Which was Baker's hole, right? Isn't that what he said was his favorite swimming hole earlier in the emails?
Yeah, actually, but we were talking about the fire hole, so he's just talking about, are you gonna go in my swimming hole?
So
I
he
don't think
didn't
he
say
said,
favorite. He said swimming, just swimming hole.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm getting harassed right now by the psycho, and they just told me Shiloh is going to soon stop contact with me.
What?
Hold on.
Is this over email?
For shits and giggles, I always thought Forrest should have put in somewhere in the Thrill of the Chase of one of the books his favorite bathroom spot. If people's jumping in and going to swimming, yeah, they would have went there. That would have gave Yellowstone a run for their money.
True.
I think he did it to taunt them. I really do. I think he did it to like, it's that his theory about, national lands, BML, we all own whatever, 2.3 acres or whatever. Yeah, enjoy it, man. All these restrictions, talks about the dinghy and too far to walk. They don't let you do that no more. There'll be a ranger there to stop you.
But you can dig a cat hole to go to the bathroom.
Is that in their
even,
rules and regulations of Yellowstone?
Yep, they even show you and describe that to dig a 6-inch deep hole, which is
10 by 10 by 6 inches.
which is just the right depth to get that chest just under the ground.
Candy, is someone harassing you in chat or somewhere else?
Online.
Like in Discord?
No, an email.
Rude. We'll just ignore the haters. Haters back off.
I just told him, this makes me sad if it's true. Here's to hoping it isn't. But then I told him, by the way, that's Barbara. We all know that's fucking Barbara. And I told him, anyways, I'm live and sharing the good emails I used to receive from your grandfather. Makes me smile to revisit these again. Stupid Barbara.
Wait, I don't send that to Shiloh just now.
Yeah, I sent that to Shiloh.
Oh, but someone else was harassing you, saying Shiloh's not going to talk to you anymore.
Yep.
Oh, well, ignore them.
But let me see.
Have you looked outside to see if they're sitting outside your house?
Oh God, please
don't get her started, Street.
No,
she's gonna be on the phone with me all night, Street. Don't even start it.
Better safe than sorry, Candy. That's my motto, man. Better check. She might be out there.
There's so many emails I have from him.
Well, I got about 10 more minutes before I have to get ready for bed because I got kids to take to school in the morning. So give me something good. Give me a juicy one. Spill the tea, sis.
Okay. Okay. I mean, it's gonna hold on, let me go up a bit. Okay, we're in the land of 19. We need 2020. So this is interesting. Let me get to it. We're in January.
Ashley, I think I heard you mention that you homeschooled your children.
No, I don't. I did in the past. I have homeschooled before.
Yeah, I was wondering if you did it at, like around the 4th grade level.
For 2 of my older girls, yes, and then the boys are now 4th grade.
Did you go over the hydrological cycle at the 4th grade level?
Gosh, I'm sure that we did. I really have blocked so many memories of homeschool because it was so traumatizing.
Yeah, it's not easy. My ex-wife homeschooled my kids, and kind of they went to public school some part of their life. They were homeschooled some part of their life. But yeah, it's a big job, especially when you have more than one.
Oh yeah, it just got to the point where I couldn't do it because I couldn't manage 5 different grade levels in one day. It was too difficult. So it's much easier for me now. Now I just have to deal with homework and that kind of stuff. But I'm busier than ever because now I just volunteer at the schools. So it's like basically I'm there all the time anyway.
So I found a good one. So on July 22nd, 2020, obviously this was after the find. I titled the subject Wyoming because that's when he came out in a scrapbook and said, Wyoming. So I was like, I can't believe it. I wasn't crazy. This entire time I knew it was the fire hole. I knew it in my bones. I'm so happy. Do you feel better now that it's out? And he wrote back, I don't know that I feel better, but I feel different. Now the crazies will come after me. So think about that one. I know Street's going to be like, but what if land isn't an issue? I know that, Street. I know. I'm just saying, whatever this is, whatever's going on, whatever narrative, if it was the fire hole, if it was 9 Mile Hole, I don't fucking know. All I know is I was like, it was the fire hole. And he responded to it, and he did not deny it. He did not say no to it. So team fire hole over here forever. That makes my heart sing just a little bit.
Well, it sounded like he was already aware there's going to be people saying, no, man, you robbed it from me. I was there and you took it. And that's what I heard him say. The crazy's going to come after me. The chest is gone. So the only reason the crazies could come after him is because he lied to him or he cheated them or, he had, think about how many emails he had his finger on the pulse the whole freaking time. He's a control freak, a pilot, a fighter pilot. They sit alone. Yeah, he knew. He knew from the pulse that he'd been watching going on.
So here's a fun one that will hopefully make everyone happy. Hold on. Okay. I think it was this one. Hold on, it's loading. This is his birthday. As everyone knows, I hosted his 90th birthday Zoom party event. He was watching the entire time with Shiloh. And he said, it is good to see so many of my friends present. And then that was a Shiloh one. And then he says, I'm still enjoying the show. This was like at 8 at night. It went on for a while, as you know, my streams do. And he said, still loading. Just thank everyone for me, please. But then there's one. Try not to cry when I say this. Okay, breathe. He said, thank you so much, Candy. It got a little emotional for me too, F. And then right before his passing for the finale, he responded to so many because, Cynthia wanted me to help her take pictures of everyone who was in attendance at the Fenn finale. And me being the person I am, I don't just walk around taking random ass pictures. I took a picture of each single individual person, or if they were together as a group, right? And I sent him their searcher name in the chase, where they searched, a message from them. Let's see. Let me see. So I said, I'm helping Cynthia with the photos, right? So I tipped him off first. Then I showed him Han Solo. I put, this is Chris. Hold on, it's loading. This is Chris, also known as Han Solo. He's a total sweetheart and smart as a cookie. For Silver Fox, I put, this is Ryan, also known as Silver Fox. He is so much fun. Some people would say, I was Team Montana, Team Wyoming, like Tim. This is Tim. He was Team Wyoming. He's a sweetheart. I showed Hi, Tom, Treasure State of Mind, Nancy Myers, Low Key, and his wife Bree, Wonder, Montana. But all the people I was sending him pictures of, Fenn was replying back. So he was saying, it's loading again. Please tell Ed hello for me. Tell them hello for me, please. It was kind of like, a little bit reiterated, but it was their own personal little response email from Fenn with an F, Uh,
I love that you did that.
Thank you. And the irony of this actually is the last one I sent him for that group photo thing was fucking dark and his stupid ass poem that he wrote. And so I sent him, God, the irony of that jackass. Okay. So I said, this is Greg. He wrote that poem I sent you. You mean a lot to him, and he beams whenever you say something nice about him. He was Team Montana. And he's like, tell him I really enjoyed the poem F. And I'm like, okay. And that was, all of that. And then Fenn was asking like where we were, what we were up to. And I think one of my most favorite emails he sent was let me see. Where is it? I think it was hold on. I think it's this one. Where is it? He said something about getting kicked out. Where did it go? Bullwinkles, where are you guys now? Why is this one not showing up? That's weird. It should be this one, but maybe not. There was one where he said we were like, we'd probably get kicked out for being too rowdy. I don't know where that one is. It should be that one. Oh, there's the one where I told him about how I rolled my ankle in the same damn pothole. So, yeah, it was September 5th. So I sent him, I rolled my ankle on Canyon Street in the same pothole. Or I said, I rolled my ankle on Canyon Street and it hurts. Because he's like, what's going on? And I was like, I rolled my ankle, right? And he's like, I'm so sorry. I did that once and remember how it hurt. But then he said, where did it go? Sorry, you're still ailing. Make Capro carry you to the park. That was a funny one. But there was an email when I told him I rolled my ankle that, oh, here it is. The thrown out one. This is like one of my favorites. I'm like, sorry, I just scraped myself out of bed and met up with K-Pro in a late breakfast. Last night was ... Let's just say I saw DTC actually make Cynthia blush. Matt ran away from me because I kept buying everyone shots, to be more specific, 22 shots, 5 drinks. And when we gravitated over to Bullwinkles, we went live on YouTube to ask your questions. And I was laughing so hard over what happened to GTC that I actually fell over and started cry laughing and couldn't breathe. K-Pro was in trouble with Mike because he told her no shots. I got her to do 8 of them. All morning, she kept saying it was my fault. And for some odd reason, people keep mentioning lollipops. I'm scared about tonight. I have a feeling Bullwinkles might kick us out. And he said, I'll bet the lot of you get thrown out of Bullwinkles. But then there was one email, I can't find it right now because I rolled my ankle. And he said that was the same damn pothole that he rolled his ankle in.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. And I remember I talked about it when I went live because I was like so mad. So I'm like, if this is the same pothole, because we were staying at the Dude, right? And I forgot what number the room was, but it was like literally right outside of where we were staying that the pothole was there. And he told me that was the very same pothole he rolled his ankle in. And I was like, that was how many years ago? Like, why did you feel that thing? Like, it's been here forever. I'm looking for that one and I don't know where it is. But yeah, those were the fun ones. And then I have my very final one from him, and I'll just keep that one for me. But yeah, let me see how many I have in total. How do you do that again? Do you like go to, no. How do you find out how many emails you have again from somebody?
I have no idea what you're on.
I'm on Yahoo Mail.
No idea.
I think I used to be able to find it.
You're so 2012 right now.
I know. I just forgot how, because I took a screenshot of it once. I just don't. Is it this way? No. No, not that. Do not delete.
Can't you search the email, the incoming email address?
What do you? Well, I'm looking at the email address, but I just forgot how I used to be able to do it. Maybe I got to go to one of the emails themselves to find it. Shit, I forgot. Somewhere in my screenshots, I have the number and it shows how many emails we have between each other. And it was like 1,000 something. I remember because like we were live once and I was sharing that number before. Fuck, I don't know how to find it again. I don't know. Do I go here? Do I go here? No, I don't go there. For the love of crime and Netley, how do I find things? I don't remember how to do things. Okay, received. No. Unread, no. Sent, no. Receipts, no. What if I just search? How in the fuck did I used to do that?
All right, woman.
I don't remember how I did it, but I have the screenshot somewhere. So now I gotta hunt that down and share it later on. Because this is gonna drive me crazy.
Well, I enjoyed listening to these. It's interesting. Some I hadn't heard before. It was nice just hearing emails between you and Forrest and getting a sense of his personality this evening.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't nearly all the emails I've had with him, but I picked out some good ones for you.
Well, thank you. Well, I am going to get ready for bed early morning tomorrow, but thanks for having me on. And thank you, Trusted and Street. It was nice hanging out with you guys too. Thanks for letting us kooky women ramble.
Later, Ashley. Have a good weekend coming up.
Thank you.
I
You
thought
guys.
he was gonna start snoring.
All right. Wakey, wakey. Good night, everybody.
Night, Ash.
Night.
Good night, Ashley.
Okay, so now what do you really want to go on a tangent about, Street?
Now that the children's away, we can yell and scream now.
No, she's not the children.
Good night. It was a joke, man. I don't cut up on everyone. Come on.
I can't remember where. I can't remember where I have that screenshot. Now I'm gonna like drive myself crazy trying to remember how I was even able to bring up that information to begin with. People, travel, inbox,
So,
attachments.
did you mention why? Why did everyone think he wanted pictures of everyone there?
I don't know. I think it was his funeral for him to view before his funeral, because I truly believe he went out exactly how he said he would and how he wanted to go out. So he had the opportunity to watch and enjoy people enjoying his chase one last time.
Putting a face to the search and all that for him.
Yeah. I do. I think so.
He was a
I
very
think he-
interesting person.
I think he was also looking to see if a certain somebody was there, let's say like Jack Stu, to see if he was there running his mouth off.
Well, yeah, that's what Christie claims. He was trying to figure out, not Jack Stu per se, but he was looking for someone. So
That's what I heard through the grapevine too. He was looking for someone in particular.
yeah, I already knew about that. That's why I didn't say that. I was like, it's his funeral. I think it was his funeral before his last day, because he literally ended up passing away the next day.
Well, I think he was looking, are they going to come out? I mean, like you said, he was quite aware of his destiny, pre-planned or whatever. He was aware of it, and he wanted to see if they were going to come out yet, if they're out in public yet. That's my opinion. Yeah.
How the hell do I find? How do I? People? People? People. To do people? Oh, no, not that. I'm afraid I'm going to do something. Okay, let me do this again. Let's go here.
This is what I was working on today, Dr. Eddie's diagram.
Is that the wheel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shows all the celestial things that Dr. Eddie discovered that these angles pointed to. So I wanted to go through the list of them and see how they lined up with the Saturn pattern that I found that lined up with the wheel itself. And sure enough, answers, and more answers. I started making notes. Yeah, this is one of many occurrences that has happened with me during this project, which has been going on for, let's say, 12 years, where I know I'm going to find something before I even look for it. Now, I have books that have all this information, but I've never tried to go through it because it's just a huge chore. Now, somebody like Dr. Eddie was able to go through this with the wheel and come up with the answers, because originally I knew nothing about this bighorn medicine wheel, and I probably never would have looked close at it if it wasn't for Troy sending me the information about it and actually saying that, you know, he thought it'd be interesting if I took a look at it and see how it related to what I was doing. And sure enough, I was able to find a relationship. But then the next level with the celestial aspect is just icing on the cake. It's like, man, I was looking for this kind of stuff years ago, but I didn't even know where to start. But without the medicine wheel, I never would have found any of this information that Dr. Eddie has, because I would have been just randomly searching.
Yeah, it gave you a baseline to work off of.
Oh, shit, yeah. I mean, heck, this first one here, the Aldebaran star, which is a red star, which is 44 times larger than the Earth's sun. In Arabic, it has the meaning of follower, which coincides with the observer notion of the Hebrew pictograph An, which is the pictograph of the eye, which so far in the ebook that I put together describe these things that I'm now talking about. So I didn't force fit this after the fact. This is stuff that I had already come up with, and now this stuff is coinciding with it. And I'm like, this is what I was looking for.
It's great when everything falls together, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. I've had that happen with the Bible writings for a decade now, where I never totally read the Bible, and so therefore I wouldn't even possibly be able to know all the different scriptures throughout it. So as I got into debates with people over the years, they would point at some really good stuff that I could then look at the Hebrew language and apply what I learned in it and come up with answers. And that's what I was doing with Vera years ago, as we were both learning about what was going on, because she's like a glossary or a search engine for the Bible, because of her 35 years as being a Jehovah's Witness. So
Yeah.
whenever she found something and I looked at it, and I constantly throw translations out in the comment sections in the videos where we were chatting about, and they were always well accepted, even if they didn't agree with what she was talking about that, she still appreciated getting the information, and same with me. So we go back and forth, not as an argument or a debate, just as, okay, this is the information that I have, this is how I understand it. I say, okay, this is how I understand that information based on what I'm doing. And we did that for a couple of years anyhow.
Anybody, the issue I had with the Bible through the years is,
Ha! Found it. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
You can keep going. I just said I found the thing I was looking for.
Oh,
hold on.
Okay.
I don't know how I did it, but I found it.
I noticed, like, say for, I don't know how, chapter 12, verse 13, you read it and there, well, in order to understand that, you have to go to chapter 14, sentence 2, and to understand that you have to go, and they just jump you around from place to place to place. It should be 1, 2 straightforward, step by step.
Can you see
that's
this?
like in writings where I reference Isaiah 28, where it talks about precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little, which actually, in my interpretation, means that's how you use the ancient language, because as language progressed, there was less and less of the original language being used in the stories, but you could still get the meaning when you were able to find the ancient usage within the writings. But the way that the people that are religious, they use it as a grimoire. They're using it as to cast a spell on people. That's why they're jumping from here and using that reference and then building upon that reference in another location. They're using it as a spell book, which is actually what it is also.
Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Hee hee.
That little
1523.
That little icon, is that the icon you gave him, or is that the way his emails came to you with that icon?
That's the way his emails came to me with the icon.
Have you talked to other people? Is that the same icon they got?
I think those are the same icons. Hold on. I think that's pretty much the same icons that happen for the settings. Like if I were to type in, say, Cynthia, maybe. Hold on.
Well, what I'm saying is that, did he pick that picture to go with the email, or is that what your phone assigned that email?
I think my phone assigned that email
I
picture.
was going to say, that's not the icon I got with my communications with him.
Let me see. Yeah, I think it's just weird because, like, for Kate Spade emails, I get pink with the spade. For Revolve, I get the logo for Revolve, Canva. But like for people who I talk to that are friends, or things like that, it'll like it gave me a default for flaunt. It's the same thing for force Fenn. It's the F, the weird
Okay.
3D F. So I don't know why my phone does that. It's just weird.
I always got a lowercase f with I think it was a bluish green background.
Let me see.
It didn't matter if I opened it on my phone or on a laptop or home computer. It was like a bluish green background with a lowercase f. I was just curious if that's like they picked it, this person's email picked it, or your system automatically gives it an icon.
Oh, you know what I think it is? Did you have him as an actual contact in your emails?
Yes.
I didn't. I've never added Fenn as a contact in my email. I never added Cynthia. It's just one day I reached out and sent him an email, then he kept doing it. And so I don't think I've ever added him as an actual contact. I wonder what happens if I do.
Well, contact is like when it'll ask you who you sending the email to, and you just type in like the first letter, and it'll give you all, like if you typed in F, I'll get all the Fs that I have already kept in my contact list. And
But
then
I
you
don't have
boom,
it saved as
instead
a
of writing it
contact.
out.
Like, do you have to have it saved as a contact? Because if I put F, it'll bring up Forrest Fenn. It'll show forrestfenn@gmail.com. But when I send something, it shows I'm a CI. That's not my avatar.
Huh. I never quit. I mean, this is the first, when I first seen it, I was like, oh shit, that doesn't look familiar. That icon doesn't look familiar. So yeah, that's what drove me to ask you the question. Maybe it's just a system. Individual systems do this.
I think that's what is going on because I've
Okay,
always
so
gotten the F. And every time I used to see that F, I'd get excited because I knew it was Fenn's F. Not his F, but the F I was used to, you know?
okay, so here's I'm not really tech savvy with phones and all that. Let's say you have a contact on Facebook, and do you sync them? You put them as a contact, and does it sync to your social platform, like whatever, say Facebook? When you get Facebook emails, possibly, does it have their icon in the email?
Yeah, it'll have their picture. Like if you're doing Facebook Messenger, it'll show their picture and pop up. But that's because you were talking to them, right? But I don't know how Yahoo works because I am the laziest motherfucker on this planet and I don't add anyone as a contact in my email. It's just I will send an email, there we go. I've got DoorDash in here. I've got let me see. I've never I never do contacts. So I guess it's like auto generated maybe. Yeah, because there's F's for all of these. Check this out. It's like all the F's I have. This actually makes it not special now. This makes me sad. Anything I have in here with an F is that same icon that is saved from my thing. So it's just the system. It's like a pre-save because my lazy ass doesn't want to actually like do the proper contact thing.
Well, I know when I made the contact in the email for the Speedwise to save me from typing it in each time, it's a lowercase, just like you have it, Forrest Fenn, lowercase. But on the name, I didn't put Forrest Fenn, I just put Forrest. And I used a capital F with the name associated with the email contact. So maybe I don't know. Mine, that's still, I put a capital F, but I got a lowercase f on the little icon. I don't know. Maybe it's because You know how it'll redline something that's not spelled properly, like a capital F? That should be a capital F. If you type that into your phone, it'll
Wait
like
a minute.
say it's run together, plus it's not a capital F for proper name or whatever.
Why
I
do
don't
I
know.
have That's weird. FF, his other email just popped up in my email too, and I've never reached out to that one. Unless someone like CC'd that email.
Earthlink,
Yeah.
the Earth, yeah. When I first started communicating, I used Earthlink. I thought, how poetic, man. Earthlink, that's poetic. And then I think they got overloaded for maybe Gmail had better whatever servers or whatever it's called. I think his system Earthlink got overloaded. Remember, he told the story. You got so many emails in one day, it shut down his system.
Yeah.
I think he wasn't referring to like a private system he had in house. It was Earthlink. Earthlink system couldn't handle that many going to his inbox.
I still don't understand fully what it is. I just know that ever since I can remember, I always addressed that F to him, even though it's not his. I would just see that F and I'd be like, yay, Forrest Fenn, email. But you can't take the magic away now. It's just a fucking auto bot generated F in my lazy ass no contact list. That's great. But yeah, you can see that that poor man had to do it says you and Forrest Fenn traded 1,523 messages between July 2018 and September 2020. And it says your first, you first, I think that's what it says. There's an icon that blocked it. You first sent him or her a message regarding seeing faces. That was the first email I ever sent him, was seeing faces. I think it's funny. Or Forrest. If I sent him, well, it wasn't just me. It was me and him corresponding back and forth. So still. Wonder how many Barbara sent him. You have 0 replies back, but you have sent like 500,000 of my verified pleading. But I don't know if you saw the street. Did you see this from last night? One. Alice burns my cut lip. I like fucked my lip up earlier. Ow. You know how when you're so sick and you can't breathe, so you fall asleep with your mouth open trying to breathe, and your lip gets so dry, and the moment you wake up and yawn, you split your lip open? Yes, no, maybe so. Are you on mute? What the hell?
I think looks like he dropped off.
What the fuck? What a little chit. What is he up to? Why
I'm
did he
guessing
drop-
it just dropped off on him.
Why did he drop off?
I don't think it was by choice.
What if it was by choice? What he was like, fuck this, bye. I took a tiny bite out of one of my chocolates I got myself from C's Candy. And then I put it down for a second to yell at Street. And now I can't find where I put that candy. Is this what getting old is like?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I think I found it. I gotta taste it again to make sure. Yep.
That's why what you do is you start choosing what to remember because your memories get.
It's worse though, right? So
Well, I mean, it can get worse. You can't remember absolutely everything all the time like you may have in the past, but you learn what it is you want to forget anyhow. It's still there. It's like on a computer, you get trash bins. So it takes you longer to go in your trash bin of information of memory, but it's still
to like
there.
load it.
Yeah. And everything's filed symbolically in the human brain.
So last night after the stream ended and everything, I unfortunately had to come across the realization that Barbara did that stupid shit she does where she screenshots everything I do and then talks about me creepily. So she said some like really fucked up shit about me again, right? And she was talking about some really annoying shit and then she deleted it. Before she deleted it though, I took screenshots. So, because she insists on continuously trashing me and talking shit, I finally found the perfect post. So I put, it is currently 11:33 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Never in my life would I think this quote from the movie Mean Girls would ring so true. So I'm going to go out on a hunch, Trusted, and say I bet you haven't seen the movie Mean Girls, but I took the very famous quote from the movie Mean Girls and treated it up just a little bit, changed it just a little bit. So bear with me for a second. She's so pathetic. Like, let me tell you something about blank. We were in the same search community. I know, right? It's so embarrassing. I started going live on YouTube with my friends who were totally down to earth, but then they became popular. And blank was like weirdly jealous of them. Like, if I would blow off her Saul to hang out with them, she'd be like, why didn't you verify my pleading? And I'd be like, why are you so obsessed with me? So then for my marathon party, which was an all searchers YouTuber party, I was like, blank, I can't invite you because I think you're unhinged. And I mean, I couldn't have an unhinged searcher at my party. There were going to be YouTubers there on camera. I mean, right? She was an unhinged searcher. So then she called my ex-boyfriend's mom and started yelling at her, pretending to be a reporter. It was so embarrassing. And then she dropped out of YouTube because no one would talk to her. And she came back in the fall for another verified pleading. All of her hair was cut off, dyed brown, and she was totally weird. And now I guess she's a crackhead. It's a famous quote for Being Girls, and the real thing is the quotes is something about Janice, and Janice is a lesbian who's obsessed with her, and she chopped all her hair off, and she started crack.
Yeah, I don't think I ever heard of Mean Girls. Was that a show or movie?
It was a movie. It's a classic. It's really funny. It's got Lindsay Lohan, Rachel McAdams. Fuck, I forgot the other names. Was Sarah Paulson? No, it wasn't Sarah Paulson. Forgot the teacher.
Did they all talk with that Valley Girl accent?
Yeah. And Amy Poehler. Okay, so you know the picture Street cracks up when I show him about the nipples, the triple nipple, whatever at the Club 8. And then he's like, I want the VIP special with Amy Poehler in the pink outfit and the dog chewing on the nipples.
Uh-huh.
It's from that movie.
Oh.
It's really funny. She's like, it's okay. I'm not a mean mom. I'm a cool mom. And she's got her boobs done. And like she's gotten so much work on her boobs that she has no feeling in her boobs. And the dog's like literally chewing away at her nipples and she doesn't even know it.
Yeah, that's such a fun accent to listen to in the movies. Now tell me, is it very common that what people would call valley girls, that they talk like that, or just a small segment of the girls?
I'd say throughout the movie at the high school, the majority of them kind of talk like that.
No, I mean in real life.
Oh, in real life, I'm a valley girl.
Well, yeah, that's what when I was talking with Ashley one time, I had mentioned something about speaking like a valley girl, and she says, I do, because that's what I am. I'm like, yeah, but what I really want to know is, this accent that I've heard on the movies, was that the atypical valley girl, or was that just a small segment?
I feel like it was a small segment because a real valley girl, and trust me, I know this because I am a real valley girl and I've toned down my valley girlness since a child. The most true valley girl accent you can get, honestly, is from Clueless with Cher, Dion, and Amber and stuff. And because I used to grow up watching Clueless, that's another reason and influence for my valley girl accent. And so when I was younger, and not only did I dress up like Clueless and Spice Girls and stuff, I'd be, oh my God, like totally like that annoying shit where people would be like, oh my God, your valley girl accent is so extreme. And so over the years, I slowly toned it down, and I guess I could sometimes still sound like a valley girl, but not as much. But if you heard me before, you'd be like, shut the fuck up.
No, I wouldn't, because whenever I hear somebody talking like that in the movies, I just think it has such a fun sound to it.
I used to make fun of it. Like my cousin Kendra, when she used to come over and sleep over, because she used to live right around the corner. And she's always been like my best friend, even though we're cousins, she's like my best friend. And she would come over and we would do pajamas and, play Barbies, whatever. And when we got a little bit older, we'd start doing our hair all pretty and stuff. And one time we're getting ready in my bathroom in the mirror, and she's like, my name's Francesca and I like Chase. And I've never let her live it down.
It has such a fun sound.
I never let her live it down. So every time I come across her, I always see her and I'm like, I miss you. She's like, I miss you too. And then I'll look at her and she'll be like, don't. And I'll be like, my name's Francesca and I like Chase. And she's like, shut up. Those are the good old days. The good old days. It's kind of crazy. You don't really feel old until you think back to like the times when you truly were happy. And it's like you were truly, truly happy when you were a kid and you didn't have to deal with the adult bullshit. You like never really had to worry about that.
Yeah, when I was young, I wanted to grow up.
Yeah, when I was young, I wanted to grow up too. And now I'm grown up and I'm like, I want to recheck. I want to rewind. I want to email Street and be like, what the fuck happened? I'm back to not breathing again. This is great. Street. What happened? What happened? Did you give me an Irish goodbye? What the hell?
Oh, one of the last, it was either the last show or one before that, you were telling me how this wheel lined up with Saturn and Jupiter.
Yeah, for the Christmas star.
Yeah, which one was that?
It was called the Christmas star. You're turning into a robot again.
Oh, I was wondering if it was the one that pointed towards Sirius.
Yeah, that's for the star for Cleopatra, aka Isis. Hold on. I need to breathe real fast. I hate that I can't breathe right now. What the hell? Like, literally. Cannot breathe. Not fun. Send help. Also, I still have the most massive migraine of my life that came out of nowhere. I don't know why I have such a bad migraine.
Yeah, the Sirius rising comes out of the F cairn, but then it doesn't cross over any other cairns. Comes from inside the circle and then points out of the circle.
I think Street's still in chat. I got booted trying to get back in. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Let me go back real fast. It's not letting him. It's not letting him. I don't see him in the waiting room. That or he's just lying and he's making it as an excuse. He's probably saying right now, how dare you?
Yeah, I think the most significant one on here is where the F cairn points crossing through the A cairn to Aldebaran. Dr. D got it wrong. I guess he had a dyslexic moment because it's B there instead of a D. But Aldebaran, that's a huge star. And during one time here.
Hold on. I know I wanted to talk about Victoria Peak because I jumped down that rabbit hole for a little bit last night. I was the Victoria Peak rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Because that's what I also titled the first stream that I was talking about. So I've never really entertained that idea before, even though there's lots of people in the Chase community that have talked about it. You know, Kiwi, Greg now, Amy before, I guess Luli's dabbled in it. There's a good amount of people in the Chase that are like looked into this and they believe it connects to Fenn, right?
Well, yeah,
so,
I started talking about it many years ago when the connections to Fenn's friend John Connolly.
Really? John Connolly? Well, he was government.
Yeah.
Well, so what's interesting,
Yeah.
I never really looked too deep into it until last night. And details that stuck out to me from just like glancing over a few summarizations. One was they talked about the what was it? The blood pigeon ruby from Burma. That's super rare, super expensive, like super expensive. And they said they found it in a crown, a tiara that had the name Charlotte engraved into it. So think about that. Then they found documents from, it was, I think, the 14th or 15th century that were translated by Pope Pius II. Think about that for a second. Then the best part too about the whole documents translated by Pope Pius II was it was in correspondence about the 7 cities of gold. And I was just like, wow, I'm trying to get away from this rabbit hole and it's right here. So interesting. Then it talked about the Wells Fargo treasure chests. Oh, got Street. I think he's back. The Wells Fargo treasure chest, right? And it talked about, I looked into the Wells Fargo treasure chests. It's a certain timeline as well. It does link back to certain interesting, unique number of individuals. The Wells Fargo treasure chests were in partnership, with Wells Fargo, and they were the ones with the Pony Express too. That correct me if I'm wrong, by the way, because my head hurts and I'm just fucking over at this point. But they basically were the first ones to start transporting gold and everything, because it's around the gold rush era type shit before. And I think it was like, when was it? I don't remember the date. Anyways, they were moving shit. They were moving gold. They were moving documents. They were moving relics. And Doc Noss claims to have found these certain detailed things in the shaft, the 60-foot shaft that he dropped down, right? And the fucking Wells Fargo treasure chests that were found in there could mean this is why all that stuff's in there from that time, because they were transporting it, they stole it. Or maybe that spot continuously kept getting discovered, right? What if it was someone's secret? And over the years, they kept finding stuff, taking it there, collecting it. It's very interesting.
The vast amount of gold, and there was other antiquities and skeletons of human beings with all Spanish associated, old Spanish, like 1600s type Spanish stuff. And I mean giant hoards of gold. Tens
the bars and stuff.
Oh, yes. Bars that weighed 60 pounds apiece.
Yeah, and they said that it's worth $30 trillion if it were to be found today.
Yeah, I think I heard that number in one of the articles that I had read. But there's a huge amount of it taken out.
If that's the case, though, Greg should be saying he got his hand on $30 trillion, not $2 million. Let's up the ante for Barbara's lawsuit.
Well, the vast amount of gold that got taken out of there. President Lyndon Johnson had the military take gold out of there and fly it to his ranch in Texas. President Richard Nixon got 50 tons of gold out of there, had it remelted, recast into new bars, and sold it on the open market to a party in the Middle East at the same time that he made it legal for citizens of the United States to own gold again. How convenient that was for him to do that.
Yeah, especially because right around that time when Doc Noss discovered it, wasn't there a law passing that you couldn't be in possession of non-documented gold?
In 1934, there was a gold confiscation that took place in the United States. That's when the gold standard was taken away, which didn't work anyhow. The reason it was taken away was because the banks had printed 4 times as much gold certificates as there was gold available. Basically, they were looking to get control of all the gold that the U.S. Treasury had, and Franklin Roosevelt said, no, well, we can't have that. And that's why it was changed. And that's why it's a fallacy that a gold standard works, because the way money is created, the banks create it. So they create it out of thin air. So it is a fiat currency right from the very beginning, and people don't understand that. Today, they still say, well, we need to go back to a gold standard. Well, the gold standard was a fiat currency, and they can't grasp their hands around it.
Are you saying there's no gold in Fort Knox?
Why do you sound different?
Might not be.
Street?
Huh?
You sounded like a completely different human being for a second, and it freaked me the fuck out.
I'm on my phone, man. My laptop's all, I had problems yesterday. I just looked up, I got booted, man, just like I did on my feed last night. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I need to update Zoom or I don't know. I don't know what's going on with it.
It sounded like when you play the part of Galaxy. It did.
Huh.
You're
Fascinating.
a tricky rabbit, aren't you?
You're a wascally wabbit. That's the right response. You're a wascally wabbit.
Yeah, that's it.
Nothing is as it seems.
I'm too tired to give a shit at this point. Do you mind
Good.
speeding it up? If you're gonna fucking do some mind-boggling like discovery of a story, just fucking drop it already, old man. Goddamn.
Well, no, you have to lead them along. You got to do the breadcrumb trail, man. You can't just drop this bombshell on them. It freaked the hell out of people. You got to slowly walk it. It's like cold water. If you jump into a cold swimming pool, you got to slowly inch it. I don't recommend just jumping in. You'll give yourself a heart attack, man. Go into cardiac arrest, your lungs seize up. Slowly ease into it. Walk down the ladder slowly.
Yeah, one of the French guys were behind this, the ones that just bought one of the Rothschild banks. That's a big deal right there.
When was the last? Did they actually dismantle Fort Knox as like a military and like the gold and all? Do they still claim that it has all that gold down there? Do you know?
Fort Knox, isn't that like our super government base where all the knowledge of the world's hidden?
No, it's in Kentucky. It's Fort Knox. I think it's an army base, but they had like Truster was saying, they had all the gold was supposed to represent every dollar printed in America, and it was the gold representation of it was in Fort Knox in Kentucky.
Yeah, but then because like the expression they got it like security tighter than Fort Knox type thing.
Yep. Yeah.
So my theory was always Fort Knox is where you need to go to find the true knowledge, because the one place they don't want you accessing for knowledge would be the hardest place to break into.
Well, I can remember.
I can tell you where that place is, and actually it became the biggest vault, and I'm not sure, but I'm thinking it's the biggest storage for gold now. It's the New York Federal Reserve Bank.
I was thinking it was the Vatican Library, like we've been finding out over the years.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about the United States, but yeah, there's all kinds of gold. There's antiquities in there too. It's not just bars of gold in there. It's gold that's being held for others. When I was working on the Chinese gold bar cipher, and I figured out that there was, I think the number is $14 billion worth of gold, 10 tractor trailer loads worth of gold stored in there. And I was working on translating it for the owner of the gold bars that told the story of it and gave the numbers and stuff. And I'm like, dude, this isn't about $300 million like you think it is. This is about $300 million worth of gold from 1933. Do the math. It's $14 billion worth that they won't give you. It's not just 300 million. And I says, I want to know how much I'm going to get for working on this. I want a contract. And the last response I got for him was, I think you're going to need to get a lawyer.
That's interesting.
Well, I know when I was young, Fort Knox was it was on the news, and I would hear my brothers and my dad talk saying probably there's one pallet of actual real gold bars that when they do interviews and audits, they actually let them touch it. But who's to say the rest of those thousands upon thousands, tons upon tons of gold was just lead bars painted gold, man? Who's to say?
Actually, it was the country of China They got back some of their gold during the time Bill Clinton was president. And they drilled the bars, and they were titanium bars with gold plate on the outside of it, because titanium is the closest in weight to real gold.
Huh.
And the country of Germany requested all their gold, and the Federal Reserve Bank refused to hand that over. And then after that got out into the public, the politics went into action, and they changed their request to 10% of their gold instead of 100% of it. And when they got their gold, it was not their gold. The gold bars that they sent were stamped, and they're supposed to put into storage. These were brand new casted gold bars that they got. That never should have happened. They've been fucking with the gold probably since the beginning. They've been stealing it.
Huh. Interesting.
Because when you put money in the bank, cash money, that can come back in the form of cash. When gold gets put into as storage, it's no different than a giant safety deposit box. They're supposed to get their same gold back, and that did not happen in respect to the country of Germany. And there's been no explanation given that I've ever heard of as to why that took place.
Huh.
It kind of reminds me of a story of 6'10", 300-pound high school bully is holding someone's lunch money, Germany. And Germany come out and says, "Hey man, can I have my lunch money back?" And instead of handing them a real money, they had them hand them wooden coins. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Take or leave it? What, you going to beat me up? What are you going to do?
Well, at the time of the Chinese gold bar ciphers, it was a general in Shanghai, China, that signed up for the deposit for it to be done. This is all represented on the gold bars to memorialize it. And like I said, it had a face value of $300 million of the things that were sent in. And the person who had control of the gold bars thought that it was stock that they were supposed to be getting. But no, it was a storage of this gold, including other things too, other antiquities, pearls. So it's not just gold bars that was sent there. Anyhow, at that period of time, there was 7 warships, United States warships, that went to China before the Japanese invaded China and pulled the gold out of China and went and brought it to New York Harbor. So it went into the Federal Reserve Bank of New York at that time. And on the gold bars, when I was translating it, it starts showing descriptions of a double key locking system. That's how the vaults are designed at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. So all the information is on them gold bars, including what the guy can read in Chinese, which means there's an account number or multiple account numbers, at least one account number. And then there's the $300 million value, which the mathematics can be done based on the price of gold at that time, so that whoever is the owner of that can do the mathematics and say, okay, this who was the original depositor, this group. I am now currently the owner of it. I'm making a withdrawal, and this is what should be in there. And the keys are held at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. The person is not given a physical key, to my knowledge. I believe they're both there. And when the person goes into the vault, they use 2 keys to go into the vault. the owner has their own key that they then take out of the lock and they take it with them to go into the vault. That way the vault can't be closed behind them.
Huh. Anyone up for a heist? Challenge
Well,
accepted.
it's not a heist if you have title to the gold. But what the fuck do you do with 10 tractor trailer loads of gold?
Head for the hills.
Oh shit. You'd have an army after you.
Army.
$14 billion worth of something that can be sold easily like that, easily convertible. Oh my goodness.
Today's day and age, they'll just call it crypto and they'd swallow the fucking USB drive. Oh man, everyone is bugging. Hold on. God, I have the worst headache. I want it to go away. Oh, hold on.
But that goes with any large volume of gold. What the hell do you do with it? Oh my goodness. This is the dilemma that people had back when paper script was first made. They were having the goldsmiths and the silversmiths hold the gold and the silver because they had the proper security.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that type of money can build you awesome complexes. I would go to high ground mountains, long driveways, severe multitudes of barriers of surveillance, booby traps, even. Yeah.
No, I'd say convert it. Sell it right out of the vault. Sell it all right out of the vault, or most of it right out of the vault. Take the antiquities. But as far as the bars, the bars get sold right out of the vault and convert it into real estate and other commodities.
Well, paper money can become obsolete and it fluctuates just like gold, but it fluctuates. Let's say hypothetically you have $1 trillion worth of a certain country's money and that country goes belly up or does something happens, that country no longer exists. It's like the North and South. There you might as well use it as toilet paper and fire starter. Gold never goes out of standard all across the world. I like gold.
I like gold.
A certain amount of that's good for something. But heck, there's another situation of another guy. He's a lawyer in New York that had claimed that he has a suitcase of bonds. And there's a big long backstory and how he's able to show that they're legitimate bonds, and the Federal Reserve Bank system has to cash them in. But that's $165 billion worth. What the fuck do you do with that?
Wow. And
The family
they verified bonds to be real.
I don't know if he what they did was the family, they call them the family, the Dragon family. The Dragon family gave him a suitcase of these bonds and was going to transfer a second suitcase of the bonds, which took place in Italy. And the authorities got in the middle of the transaction and stole them. The Interpol and the Italian authorities took them from the people, took the people into custody that had them. One of the people there had made a statement that, this is my family that owns these things. And if you don't, I don't care what you do with the bonds, but if you don't let me go, they're going to collapse your economy.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it gold and other precious valuables that we use to fund wars, at least for the United States?
No,
I thought we did that to fund the wars and everything, or at least for like World War One and World War Two.
no, actually, the amount of money used to fund the military is equivalent to the amount of incoming tax money each year.
Seriously?
Yeah, the actual money that comes in. The money that's over budget is for everything else.
Huh.
In other words, not the money over budget, the deficit amount is the amount used to fund other things. But they spend absolutely every fucking penny in some form of military situation of tax money that comes in.
Interesting.
But anyhow, yeah. So they let the guy go. They put it in the newspaper that the bonds were fake. Then Italy's economy, banking economy, and Greece's banking economy started collapsing. So yeah, it served true. But anyhow, in order for Italy to stop their banking system from collapsing, they cashed in that suitcase of bonds. And the lawyer claims he has evidence that they cashed in that suitcase of bonds. Now, by cashing in that suitcase of bonds and the Federal Reserve Bank accepting them as real means that the suitcase that he has is real, because there's tons of them out there that are fake.
So right now, Galaxy and myself are being blasted by Granite Granny. Did you see that, Street?
No, Granny's back on the warpath again.
Yeah, 3 hours ago. Headline: Forrest, Fenn, Candy and Galaxy spread disinformation. Again.
But the deal with the $165 billion is it has to be used for humanitarian reasons.
Hold on. Hold on, Street. I think I might know who Granite Granny is.
What'd you say?
I think I might know who Granite Granny is. And I think you already have an idea.
Jen?
And it just so happened that the same night someone that decided to call me dent head and talk shit and say no wonder your boyfriend left you happened to reiterate in the same information for Granite Granny videos the same thing.
Damn.
Troy, is that you? That's hilarious. I'm sorry, that is fucking hilarious. They're saying I'm trashing people and all this other stuff, all because I said the Medium article, you know, that was following the Finder, Jack Seuss Finder article on Medium, how that wasn't the real Douglas Preston account. Well, now they're all pissed off that I said that wasn't the real Douglas Preston account. Sorry.
I thought people figured that out real quick. There was all types of undertone rumors and like murmurs going on saying, "Nah, man, I think he'd have more followers, right?"
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was one of them, right? Unless I changed my mind and said otherwise. I don't fucking remember anymore. I can't keep up with the rabbit holes I go down. All I know is last night I said that wasn't the real person. And then someone said, well, how do you know it wasn't the real person? And I said, if you go down in the actual article, it shows Douglas Preston, the real Douglas Preston, I believe, says, this isn't me. That's a fake one. I'm pretty sure it's the right one. I don't know anymore. Honestly, I don't care if I'm right anymore. Do I need to be right? Fuck no. We've got so many rabbit holes to go down and claims and fucking it's 9 Mile Hole. No, it's the wheel. Oh no, it's stars. Like we're everywhere. Pick a fucking number.
Well, welcome to the crowd. I ain't been right in the head for years, man. Way before the chase.
It's hilarious though, right? Like, I'm just waiting for Kyle Kim Doofus to make his final comeback. Like, come on.
I like when people come up and say, I know they dislike me anyhow. They disagree with everything I say, and it's just a thing, a dance people do. But they'll say, Street, and they'll recite something I said like 2 years ago on a video. I'm like, fuck, I don't remember 2 weeks ago what I said, man. I say all kinds of fucking shit. Here lately, I've been telling them, what, you guys ain't been fact checking me, man. Don't believe everything on the internet.
Huh.
Plus, don't people grow and learn and mature? Don't, if you're the same person you were in high school, I feel sorry for you, man. Or even if you were the same person 5 years ago, you haven't grown. You're the same person. I feel sorry for you. Change an opinion. See, that's why it was so important on Dale's side to say, in my opinion, everything. You had to start out, even if you like, in my opinion, it's a beautiful day today. If you just put it's a beautiful day, it'd be like, oh, you can't say that.
Oh, so
You
you
don't
mean if
have
I say,
proof of that.
so you mean if I say, in my opinion, go fuck yourself, it's totally relevant?
Yes, and it's legal too. Nothing they can do about it.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I thought that was the most ridiculous thing where he didn't comprehend that everything that comes out of somebody's mouth is their opinion unless they state that it's a fact.
You know what? What I don't understand in this world is why some people judge and treat others like more lower class, or if they cuss, like people get really upset and look at you like you are nothing if you curse a lot. It's like, cursing isn't the worst thing. Have you not seen the documentary on Netflix where it talks about the history behind the curse words? And I think it's Nicolas Cage who's doing the narrating and everything. It's hilarious. But people think that if you curse, then there's something wrong with you or you're out of bounds and shit. It's just like, no. Saying fuck, shit, hell damn. There's nothing really bad about it. But then you got assholes that try and get you fired at your job, assholes that call the fucking whatever it's called, STCC something fucking on you. You got assholes that talk shit about Davi and all this other stuff. There's these people who say, oh, you shouldn't cuss. It's not nice. Kids could hear it. But everything else that I just mentioned is completely validated, right?
Okay, these are the same people that they say it's immoral, especially around children. When they say it around children, fuck you, man. I raised 7 fucking kids, man. I was in the Navy. I'm going to talk to them just like they're going to hear it sooner or later. I'm not going to shield it. But the people that say it's immoral and it's disgusting, those are the people that never have real conversations with their children. And I'm talking real, like sex education, life, things they'll experience in life. No, they want to candy coat it. Oh, avoid that. So they send this child out into the world unprepared. Let's say that child goes on the job and the boss fucking rips into him, has a bad day. You stupid mo, what the fuck? It'll destroy them. Self-esteem will be down. They'll be quivering like little fucking scared children. No, I don't, to each their own, but they're fucking words, man. It's no different. What you're saying, because people that cuss aren't intelligent, basically. You have to resort to, yeah, I like those words. They're very explicit and people know exactly. If I say, go fuck yourself, there's no misunderstanding what I just said. Everyone understands that.
Well, yeah, but people, and I'm guilty of it myself too, use it too much. It kind of takes away from the emphasis of it, because you can replace the word fuck with just an exclamation point. You put an emphasis on what it is you're talking about. You're drawing seriousness to it. We had a guy on the job. He couldn't get through a single sentence without saying fuck, 2 times, 3 times, like every single sentence all day long. Finally, guys would get together like a break time or something. They'd start talking and talk the same way that he was talking. He had the message because it seemed odd to him that everyone else is talking the same exact way he is.
I'm just saying it's never bothered me, man. It's just how people that it never has bothered me how people talk. I know I can understand them no matter if you talk eloquently. I'll tell you what really fucking pisses me off is when you talk to these people and every 2 or 3 words I got to look up in the fucking dictionary. Some of these words I never even heard of. Talk to someone for 5 minutes like I don't have any fucking clue what they just said. None whatsoever. Now I know
and they could have used.
Well, they had
And
to
they could have
learn.
used.
They had to learn these words. They had to have to express their thoughts. And what they're trying to do is, my thoughts are so educational and profound. I'm going to use these big words. People like that piss me off. They really do. They anger me.
Well,
You anger me.
They're trying to confuse things, by using lesser known words when more commonly known words will actually serve the same purpose.
Yeah, yeah. And they were taught it. And they ran with it. And they usually have, PhDs, master's degrees. Really, you don't see it from bachelors and associates. They're talk like every day, but you get up into higher education levels, man, and they like using those big words.
I still think those women from the South are my favorite because they don't say "fuck you." They say, "Well, bless your heart, darling," which means go fuck yourself.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it is the Bible.
Sometimes I can channel that. Like if I'm really pissed off, you ever hear me say, "Well, sweetheart, bless your heart," you're gonna be like, "Wow, she's fucking done." Like she's been tipped to the scale. I've done it a few times, and people are like, "Bitch, you just got fucking like possessed by some Georgia pie making bitch," and I don't know where Candy went.
I like that accent. That's another fun accent.
Thanks. Ow. Like multitasking all at the same time, but yeah, I miss doing those fun accents, especially for like book voiceovers and stuff.
Yeah.
So someone's listening to my stream right now. So Chester Retriever in Discord said a fucking comment about threesome shit again, and I told him to grow up, and they're listening to me right now, and they said, "Well, bless your heart."
You taught him well.
So funny.
So
I remember
what's their name again?
Chester Retriever. I don't know who they are. They're another, troll that will never figure out who they really are, which creeps me out on so many levels. So many levels, but you know what? Fuck it.
You remember him? He used to be in I think it was Penthouse magazine, Chester the Molester.
Yeah, I was gonna say it, but I thought, nah, man, I'm just gonna shut up. When I hear Chester anything, it's Chester the Molester. Yep, I agree with you, Trusted.
I'm just gonna silence. I still don't understand what happened at my first stream because I was like going on a tangent. It was good, and then everyone was like, "No, we lost her. What happened? Wheel of Death." And I'm like, "What? What?" Like that was so weird. I still don't understand what happened because I don't think it was my internet, but then I don't know why we had a Wheel of Death turn in.
Well, I'm being honest. All joking aside, I tried for over. I'm always on time. I usually hit before 8 o'clock. If I say I'm going to be 8, it's usually I'll pop on. I'll try to get it. I'm always on time.
You're
I was
punctual.
trying. I was trying for like 5 minutes till 8 until shit. It was after 9 until I'd get on and boot off. And even tonight, man, you guys was like freezing up, and it finally booted me. And hell, I couldn't even. I hit the link, and it wouldn't even Zoom would open, but I'd get no little screens popping up, connecting, nothing.
Yeah. That's been happening to me too. I have to like restart my phone, or I'll restart the internet again to see like if there's something wrong with my internet, because a few times I've had it where it's been like a pain in the ass trying to get the Zoom started.
Well, I didn't restart the computer, but I refreshed the YouTube page a few times before I hit the link for Zoom, and it still wouldn't do it. So I'm like, shit, I'll go on my phone, man.
See, I'm already on my phone, so it's like I don't know why I'm having trouble on my phone and you're having trouble on your laptop. That's weird.
Yeah, I've never had problems with my phone ever. Anytime I don't think I've ever went live on Zoom, but I've hopped on Zoom panels. I've never had an issue with my phones. It's always a laptop or the computer, back when I was using the computer.
Did you know my laptop? This was 2 years ago now. 2 years ago, I haven't had my laptop. The day I discovered the LLC, the fake LLC for the auction website, my computer completely just shut down, stopped working. Haven't been able to touch it and turn it on since. So now, almost 3 years later, fast forward, I found my laptop again and my stuff from moving, and I was like, this is the only thing I have that has my the YouTube content, my YouTube channel content on there. I backed some of it up. And so I've been trying to access it to get the stuff back, especially, the 90th Forrest Fenn birthday bash, right? It's literally in hibernation mode. It won't let me do anything. So now I got to call my friend Ryan and get him to come over and be like, can you fix this? And no, it's not friends with benefit fix this. Literally do your job and fucking fix this.
Have you tried? I'm not tech savvy, but I've had issues through the years, especially since the Forrest Fenn treasure hunt. Have you tried clear, alter, and delete all at the same time? You got to push them like 2-3 times, and you should get your password screen come up.
Well, that's the thing. I do get the password screen to come up, and I finally remembered what the password was. And then for some fucking reason, it still won't do it. It does something where when I researched it, it said it was in hibernation mode. And there's literally nothing you can do until you take it to someone to like reboot it and fix it. And I'm like, I don't fucking get it. Ever since I discovered that one weird ass account to the LLC, the fake LLC, I have not been able to unlock my laptop. It's bullshit.
Huh.
And I'm like, I need it.
Kind of smells like cheese.
My name's Francesca. I like cheese.
I'm talking like from Wisconsin cheese.
Who's in Wisconsin?
Huh?
Who's in Wisconsin?
I don't know. Cheeseheads. They love their football up there too.
That's home of the cheddar cheese, isn't it? Wisconsin.
Yeah, Synergy.
Cheddar cheese.
Oh, cheddar cheese. I thought you said Synergy.
Yeah, I got an old friend that family from Wisconsin. I think he's in Michigan now. Yeah, well, that rascally rabbit in Wisconsin.
Yeah, I think y'all know who I'm talking about. They like quarterbacks.
Fascinating.
Disturbing, not fascinating. Disturbing. That's disturbing.
Yeah, that's disturbing. That's just wrong.
Can you remember back when we would be having discussions about philosophical things and like heading in a certain we were on a path back in, I'm talking months and months ago. We were on a path, and all of a sudden someone would pop in every time and derail the situation and start talking about that LLC. You remember that person?
Packer
Yes,
Jack?
Yes. You remember those? You remember those days?
Yeah, I still fucking dwell in those days because I will never let that damn auction website go because of those days.
Well, no matter what the conversation we were having at the time, he would pop in and go straight to "Hey Candy" and derail the whole thing. And he'd start out in chat and then pop on and derail the whole conversation to get you sidetracked on that LLC.
No, I'm glad that he did it though, because I think Copper versus Packer, that whole weird rabbit hole, whatever, Copper Packer gate. I can't Packer Copper gate. I don't fucking know. I think Packer had some validity to whatever he was trying to share. I don't know what exactly, but every time I hear more and more backstory on the whole Copper versus Packer for the Justin Posey for Entitygate, in my opinion, it proves Packer wasn't lying. He was telling the truth. And for someone who really wanted us to know the truth, even though they weren't supposed to tell us the truth because, you know, people with money are scary, he's one of the only other ones that believes in the auction website. I mean, Gigi does, of course, and, you know, myself and sometimes Ben will dabble in it, but there's barely anyone there that will give validity to that. And Packer was like, no, keep looking, keep looking, keep looking. And you guys forget Packer is a coder. His whole business, what he does is security for websites. So think about
I
that.
know.
So I think,
I know about Packer.
well, I used to have this theory that he was the one that built the website, but now not so much because obviously I found who built the website. And again, people don't listen to that either. But I think he found a back door into that website. And that's why he keeps pushing the auction website and the double chess theory and certain things.
See, I have my own theory. I think he's part behind it.
Oh, that's a little hard to do though when what was it? A month ago maybe? When I was so fed up with the whole Packer Copper Gate scandal thing, which this is gonna summon a Copper Dan again. Anytime I bring him up, people were like, Kenny was talking about you. And then Copper is like, Kenny, someone told me you were talking about me. What do you need me to answer now? It's just like, I can't even say anything without getting fucking tattled on at this point. But when they were like having a conversation in the speakeasy in Discord trying to address the situation, Packer was like, I will provide everything for you. Like, I have nothing to hide. And the whole concept is this. He's saying that, you know, Posey reached out to him because Copper Dan mentioned Packer, right? And so Posey reached out and basically set up him to create Entitygate, right? And because the whole shit show situation of how Entitygate transpired, he's alleging that Justin doesn't want to take responsibility for it. So instead, he's trying to play the victim and claim that Packer made it all up. He never had conversations with Packer in Facebook chat, and Packer was actually the entity. But what people don't understand is that even if you wanted to fake Facebook messages, sure, you could do that to an extent, but you can't fake when if a screenshot shows you've got a Facebook message, if it shows that there is a message that was unsent, you cannot replicate that. You can't fabricate that. And that's what he had. It showed his conversations with Justin and it showed the unsent message So it proves it
And
wasn't fake.
What business is he in?
absolutely everything can be fake.
Yes.
Not
What,
everything.
what business?
Absolutely everything.
Oh,
I
I'm
might
not
not
gonna
be
go there
able
right
to
now.
do it, but it can.
Yeah.
Do
you
it.
can.
I'm tired. Do it. I've got a headache.
Well,
I'm trying to be nice.
I when Copper Dan told me, so basically saying, Street, if I told you what I know, you would be scared, and you would well be served to be scared. And I'm like, nah, man, I know. I'm not scared. I didn't pay. This is a refurbished laptop. That's why I bought it, man. It's oh, my phones are cheap. My laptops are cheap. I do it for a reason. If they got it and destroy it, whatever. I'm not out that much. They ain't gonna find nothing on it. Good luck. What you're gonna see? You're gonna get donuts and coffee. I guarantee every file you go to. I will keep you caffeinated and donuts in your belly.
Huh.
What do I get donuts for if I do? I want to do this.
Donuts and every file you open. If you hack my system, every file you open is going to, at the end of it, will have donuts and coffee served to your car.
I like donuts, man. I can't do that hacking stuff.
Well, I tell you, I'm going to give my secret away. I've been doing it long enough. I'm waiting to see people on camera who's been gaining all the weight. Aha, I gotcha.
Oh man, that's me. I'm the one gaining the weight over here. Take it back.
You fucking hacker. Leave my files alone.
Oh man, I don't know. I don't know if it's like a fucking Valley Girl thing or LA thing, but sometimes you like just stare at yourself a little too long in the mirror and you're like, I don't like how I look. It's like, I don't like my weight. I don't like my brows. I don't like my face. I don't like my dent head. That's been me the past couple of weeks. I'm like, fuck, I'm ugly. I'm gonna go under a fucking rock.
You don't have to change you. You change your perspective of the outside world. You're trying to base the things you don't like is things that you admire in the world you see outside. Basically, Hollywood. You're in the heart of it. Nah. You are what you are, man. Be happy with you. Love yourself.
Yeah, trying to. But you know how hard it is to like I took myself on a lunch, like I got back early and I did the lunch thing, right? And there's like a spot nearby my house. I'm like, pad thai sounds good. And I went in there by myself, clearly, got a lunch special, and I'm sitting there trying to be like, okay, got this, even though I'm sitting alone and everyone around me is coupled up. There's people that aren't by themselves. I'm the only one by myself. We got this. And then the fucking radio turns on. It's all the songs about heartbreak. And if you love him, let him go. And you had your fingers crossed when you said you love me. And I'm just like, can someone turn the fucking radio to the next station? Like, I was trying to sit here thinking I'm good and I got this, being single and on my own alone at lunch. And all they have to do is sing about heartbreak and missing the good times. Like, fuck you. Shit was hard. Just a little bit. So I was like, I'm gonna get the check and bounce out early. I was like, not gonna do this.
Please?
It's just
I used to get a laugh out of the office workers dressed in their suits and stuff, and the women dressed in their dresses. And we used to do work at nighttime also. And one of the guys I worked for would buy us dinner. So a bunch of us construction workers in dirty construction clothes would go into a nice restaurant that has a bar. And so there'd be a bunch of suits and dresses around, kind of turning their noses up at us. And we're all having prime rib dinners, and they're scratching quarters together to pay for the drinks that they got. I used to get a kick out of that.
Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm like over here trying not to break some days, especially when I'm sick. I'm like super fussy when I'm sick.
I used to love, in my spare time, I would go to used car lots. Like a dealership would have, like a Ford dealership there's like a One, they sell new cars. It's all the same dealership, but there's another branch that sells all nice used cars, right? I'd go in and be looking at the most expensive one on the lot, usually like a Camaro, Corvette, something sporty, right? And they'd be, oh, you got the salesman coming out, and I dress shabby, like polo pocket t-shirts, holy pants, work boots, and be like, oh yeah, you like, oh yeah, well, we got financing. I love used to saying, nah, man, I got cash, and I'd pat I put a big roll of fucking toilet paper in my front pocket. It's like, no, man, I got cash. You wouldn't believe. Oh, okay. You want some coffee? Here, we got some snacks over there. Yeah, can I drive?
I mean, that's true. They do that.
I haven't done it in a while. I think I'll go out and do that tomorrow, man. I haven't done that in a while. It's fun as hell to do that.
Who the heck was that guy that was married to Roseanne?
Tom Arnold.
Tom Arnold. He had a story. He liked to wear plaid shirts, and he had a story where he went to a jewelry store in Beverly Hills with a box with $1 million in it. And he went into the jewelry store, and they wouldn't take anything out of the case for him to check out. And so anyhow, he mentioned his disgust for that store and the treatment that he got, and he opened up the box to show him. He says, "No, I would have spent this whole $1 million here."
Yeah, I love doing shit like that, man. It just puts them in their place.
This is true. This is true.
Plus, it's fun.
Why do all holidays have to suck? Well, actually, the next holiday is St. Patrick's Day, so that is a holiday I can't be sad about.
Well, you should know, if you're single, don't go out to a restaurant or a bar. Yeah, kind of, but a restaurant. Never go to dinner on Valentine's Day. Never.
No, I didn't go to dinner on Valentine's Day. I stayed in like the hermit I am, and I ordered in. But today, because I had to do the DMV stuff, and then I still had to do my lunch, I decided to just pop in and get some Thai food real fast, because I was like, I'm on lunch and I'm hungry. And I was like the only person sitting there solo, and everyone else in the restaurant for lunch were coupled up or had someone with them and stuff. And then the fucking radio at the same time was like, yeah, nah, bitch, let's remind you, you are single as fuck.
Well, plus we got a super moon coming up that could be affected. I've noticed it in my kids lately. Last couple of days, there's a super moon coming up that's going to affect people's emotions too.
Well, you know what I noticed? I used to not curse. I used to be so careful about not cursing that I would make up other words to replace the curse words. It'd be like, instead of crap, it'd be like crapola and stuff. Like, I was very non-cursing type of person. And as I slowly started to get in certain crowds and just get emotionally fucking damaged for all eternity, the more damaged I got, the more cursing I began to do. So right now, at this point in my life, I am so damaged. It's no wonder I sound like a sailor. Just saying. But I'm like,
at least you're real. The people that hide it, to me, they're fake. They're fake. That's fake. Fake, 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 fake. You don't even have balls to cuss, man. You're fake.
Well, I mean, like, no, I was thinking, because like I was sad on Thanksgiving. I was sad during Christmas. And those are, holidays that you kind of do tend to be sad when you're single, because it's like a time when you're supposed to be spending it with like loved ones, family members, friends, stuff like that. And you're just like, don't want to see anybody. But I did see my family. I was like, okay, cool. But it made me sad about that. Then Christmas really fucked me up. And then it was my birthday. I was like, fuck, that fucks me up. And now it's Valentine's Day, and I'm like, that is the worst one. I won't say all the details why it hurt so much, but I'm like, that one fucking hurt. I mean, $400 damages in Sephora alone. Like, please help. But now I'm like, hey, it's St. Patrick's Day coming around the corner. That doesn't make me sad. That makes me happy. It's my drunk. That's alcoholics' favorite holiday. It's fucking St. Patrick's Day.
There's some advice coming in from the chat. It says, Candy, good men go to church, visit the Lord, and he will provide. We all love you.
No, not to be an asshole, I tend to avoid, like, when I'm going through the dating app and I'm like looking at people that like might be a good match to entertain and stuff like that. And if they go to church and they're very, very, very religious and religious school oriented, I tend to avoid them. I'm not saying it to be a bitch.
I got better advice. On Christmas, go to a Chinese restaurant to have dinner with all the Jewish people that are going to be in there, and spark up a conversation with what looks like a single guy that has pork fried rice and boneless spare ribs. That way you know you're not getting an Orthodox one.
Don't forget, he's an ancestor of William Aquitaine, so that means he could read the future and read the stars. We got Nostradamus up in here.
Yeah, I work with a guy that I don't know which family member it was. I'm guessing his dad, but I don't know. But his dad or his mom was Jewish, so he called himself that, he was Jewish because of his family lineage. And so his big joke was to go to the canteen truck and say, "Do you got some of that kosher ham salad? I really want some."
Oh man. I mean, I don't say that I avoid, guys who are, really religious because I'm a bitch or anything. It's more so I don't want to be constantly, trying to get convinced to go to church all the time and everything. Like, maybe later on down the road when I'm not sad and crying over a fucking song during lunch hour for pad thai, I might be able to entertain it. But right now I'm just like, no.
If you do go to a church, go to a Methodist. No, go to a Methodist church. Go to some church where they're not totally crazy.
I don't want to go to any church. I'll go to the mountains. That's a church. There you go.
Well, when I see Christian right off the bat in their description of, they always try to put their best foot forward, and I see a devout Christian or just the word Christian, nah, man, I don't. That's fairy tale. I can't live in a fairy tale. No, at least not that one.
Well, depending on when you go, they don't live in the fairy tale aspect of the Bible. The Methodists are more docile. Like, my dad grew up going to a Methodist church. He didn't go to any church.
Does Methodist believe in an invisible bearded guy sitting in the throne in the streets of heaven's favorite gold, some floating city in the sky?
I don't know how deep they get into that, but my dad didn't. What he used to refer to, and he would say this a lot to people when he said goodbye to them, and he'd say, I'll see you tomorrow or next week or whatever. And he'd always say, "Good Lord willing," because my dad did know that there was a good Lord and a bad Lord in the Bible. And the bad Lord was called God, and the good Lord was called Jesus.
Huh. I do know everyone, I've said it before many times, everyone, whether you're religious or not, should go to I'm talking a Southern Baptist church. You have to go there. I'm talking the yellers and the screamers. You talk about it's moving. Whether you believe it or not, these people get the hell into it and they yell and scream, preferably a Black Baptist church. Oh man. I'm serious. It's a better floor show than Vegas, man. It is.
My mother grew up in upstate New York near Canada, and she went to a Baptist church. And when she was 18, she joined the Air Force, moved down to San Antonio, Texas. So one of the first things she did was find a Baptist church. And she went in there and she said, as I normally did, I went, I sat down and, smoothed my dress out, and picked up a Bible from the back of the pew, and I was sitting there waiting for things to start. She says, as soon as this service started, they started a music service, and these people jumped up all around me, and they started yelling and screaming and hooting and hollering and scared me to death.
And dancing, a lot of dancing, man.
Yeah.
Always dancing.
Yeah.
Always dancing. No,
Yep.
I don't want to like turn it into trashing people again, because I'm not, and I'm not trashing like a religion or anything. I'm just saying, mentally speaking, right now, I can't handle many things. Holidays, songs, Jack in the Box that I went on my first date with him. I passed that today, and I was considering driving my car through the fucking drive-through. So let's just say I'm very temperamental right now, and if I had to sit there and be like brainwashed into joining a church, no thank you. No thank you.
So you're saying you're susceptible right now.
Yeah, I'm very susceptible to some idiotic choices.
Well,
already joined a cult.
don't be shocked, but tomorrow Scientology will be knocking on your door.
Oh, want to know something fucked up? I was so tired and sick. Someone should come over and slap me. When I was doing the application for my driver's license renewal, I selected register to vote, which means I'm now going to get jury duty. I've been avoiding that. I've never voted in my life because that means you have to fucking do jury duty after. Plus, I find voting a fucking waste of time because it's not going to make a shit difference. And so I don't know what it was. I was just trying to hurry up, and it was saying like, do you want to register to vote? I'm like, yes, 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 yes. What party are you? And I put no party. Fuck your parties, And at the end of it, it showed I'm now registered to vote, and I've got a real ID, which means they can track me, and I got my driver's license renewed. I am a real adult.
Now the fun begins.
Oh,
I
fuck.
never got picked for jury duty all the years that I was signed up to vote.
What?
I never get chosen to do jury duty all the years that I was signed up to vote.
Really?
Yeah.
I always used to get things in the mail around the same time I was in line to do it, but then I ended up not doing it. Immediately right after, I would get it in the mail, jury duty, and my mom would always help me, get out of it. Because one, I used to have a crippling fear of driving, so I couldn't even get my ass to the place to begin with. So I always got out of it. And now it's like trying to be an adult. I'm trying to trick myself into thinking, yeah, you're a grown ass human being. You could do normal things. Because one thing that always was like so pathetic about me when I was, with DJ was I couldn't do normal shit. I couldn't drive him from the house to some stupid fucking dealership where he needed to get his stupid windows tinted for the fucking 100th time. I'm like, I had crippling anxiety because I was afraid to drive. I was afraid, like when I was a kid, I was in such a horrific car accident that it traumatized me to the point I got triggered, and I didn't get my license until I was like, I think 21 or something. Like I was not a normal age to get my license because I was so scared of driving. And then even after I got my license and I got my car, I was afraid to drive. I would drive around like town and stuff, but freeways wouldn't touch them. I'd have my friends drive me in my new car. That's how fucking terrified I was. And then after I moved out and I moved in with DJ in Riverside, I had no choice but to start driving because I needed to get a job. So I started working at like Barnes and Noble in Riverside. I'd have to drive there. Then I started working in Irvine, and that's like 2 hours each way. So I finally was like, okay, I'm over it. I'm not afraid. But then I went on this like hiatus again where I didn't really drive anywhere after COVID. So it's that crippling anxiety again, but then it's also that fucking, gaslighting a narcissistic trauma trigger abuse that would add on to it. So today when I was trying to get my ass to the Pomona DMV, I'm like, I don't know where my GPS is taking me. And I almost wanted to just pull over and cry and not go anymore. But I'm like, I got to do it. I got to do it. And I got to keep doing it. And I got to make myself go outside of this fucking room and be social. Like, I'm getting my hair done on Saturday. And then I think I might take my ass out to brunch too. Solo, but still, I gotta drive. I gotta do things, especially because I wasn't allowed to drive. Like, I thought I wasn't allowed to drive because, my driver's license expired. And then I was like, shit, I can't drive right now because my driver's license expired. How am I going to get to the DMV to renew it if I can't drive? It's $1,000 fine. And so I called Heather thinking like, oh, can you take me there to renew it real fast? And she's like, I really can't. I've got so much stuff going on. And then I went online and I Googled it and it said you've got a 30-day grace period after your license expires to drive and handle what you need to do. And then after that, if you're caught, you get $1,000 fine. I was like, oh shit. So literally I Googled it and today is the last day of the 30-day mark. And I was like, fuck, that's so serendipitous. Handled all that shit. But now, I have the opportunity to drive again. I have a car. I pay for my insurance. I have money to do gas. I have places to go. So now I just need to put myself in the car and go.
Good for you. Jury duties. I've been on. Matter of fact, I'm on call for the next 4 months, man. I've been on quite a few. I was on a grand jury duty once. It lasted like 4 months, 5 months. Jury duty. I kind of enjoyed it, man. I was on a vehicular homicide once. That was interesting. I got picked for a jury for ironically, it was a drug deal bust. And it had to do with a major car dealer in Columbus. Like the co-owner was giving this drug dealer cars for drugs and shit. It was interesting, man. It really, I mean, the vehicle homicide, someone died. It was sad, but it was interesting to see the process as it worked, like being there. And I loved the way they centered on you, and everybody in the audience would watch you. I'd sit there and put like, you do put one finger up and thumbs or fingers under your chin and like look concerned and nod your head. Shit, I'd see people look like the defense lawyer looking, and he'd say something, look over. I'd be like, interesting. So I noticed on the drug dealer case, man, I was like, hell, let's see how far I can push this. All of a sudden, I looked up, and both the defense or the defense lawyer and the prosecution was like eyeball to shit. They would come over to the jury stand and like talk, and they would be like staring at me, and I'd be like, I was giving them indications like, oh yeah, I agree with you, to both of them. And it was like, I think it perplexed them. We're like, what the fuck, man? Did we got him or not? What the hell's going on here with this guy? And afterwards, after you get done with jury duty, you get what's called, I think they call it pooling. The defense lawyer will come in and ask you a bunch of questions if you're willing to. And of course I was. And the prosecution will come in and ask you questions. And the defense in one of the cases lost. And he came in and he was asked, and he asked me like 4 or 5 questions. So I noticed, blah, blah. How did you, I guess it's like homework for him so they don't fuck up again. And then I just twisted his brain all around. I was like, no, I didn't agree with that at all. He's like, what? You kind of gave the indication. I'm like, oh, did I? Oh, no, I didn't agree with that at all. I don't know what you must have read it wrong. I don't know.
Huh.
You ought to do it. It's fun.
The only one I know that went on jury duty was my mom, and she was picked. And when I don't know exactly at what point, but anyhow, she had actually by that point she had got to see the defendant, and my mom was like, "He's guilty." So she asked the judge to be excused. And the judge says, well, why do you want to be excused? She says, Your Honor, I seen the defendant and I already have it in my mind that he's guilty. So the prosecutor's like, ma'am, are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to be on this jury?
Street, you know, you and I both know, if I were ever being forced to be jury duty, it wouldn't be jury duty for me. I would be over there fucking taking notes, solving that motherfucking case before they can. I'd be like, excuse me, you got it wrong. You got it wrong. He actually is innocent. We, the jury, I'm speak for everybody. This is the person who actually killed it based on these patterns that you have clearly missed. I see what you cannot, and my point of view is just. Like, they'd be like, get her the fuck out of here.
Well, but what Trusted just said, yeah, I tagged that drug dealer right when he got in. I didn't know him personally, but never heard his name on the street or nothing, had no connection. But as soon as he walked in there, yeah, he was guilty. You could tell by his mannerisms. And within 5 minutes of watching him, yeah, he was guilty, beyond a shadow of a doubt. And the more the evidence came out, yeah, he was totally fucking guilty, dead to rights, man, for everything that they got him on. Vehicular
Yeah, no.
homicide, that was sad. You could tell the guy, it was a semi, long story short, it was a semi trailer, and it was going through a small town, farm town, and he had a load of grain on it, and he his brakes gave out in a four-way section as he was heading out of town doing about 40 miles an hour, and plowed into a car with a young lady in it and just instantly killed her. He went to the stop sign. The prosecution was trying to say he knew the brakes were bad because of, and all the evidence they had. You could tell by his demeanor, man. He was he was an old farmer guy. He was scared shitless. You could tell by, it like seethed out of his pores, man. This guy is not guilty. He was crying almost the whole time, man. He just, and they gave him, he even took the stand, which, the defense, of course, they didn't want, he took the stand and said, no, man, I'm being tortured for the rest of my life. And I think he was in his 50s. He's like, no, there's nothing I can say or do to take this back. But no, I did not do this on purpose. It was sad.
That does sound sad.
Yeah, it was.
Bro, is Troy in my chat right now?
I don't see him recently.
No, I'm not saying his account. I'm saying him hiding under another alias.
Recommending you go to church because that's where good people go.
That I'm talking about. I've been with my wife 35 years and I'm 54. Thank God for repaying my kindness. Like, same commentary he was talking about and throwing in my face yesterday. Like, I don't know if you saw it, but in your chat, he was saying no wonder her man left her. She's like fucking crazy. And he was like, I'm gonna enjoy my 54-year marriage or whatever with I'm 54 and I've been with my wife for like 30, I think he said 34 years or something. He was just really fucking rubbing at my face. He's like, dent head, fish face. And I'm like, huh. The only person who's ever called me fish face was Kyle Kim Doofus. That's fascinating.
I have noticed, I'm not defending him, but I have noticed a lot of people pick up on current conversations as went on in your Zooms and my Zooms and Trusted, and they pick up on it and they try to run with it. Like this, I've seen this Darren Berkeley before. I've seen him pop around, and it's usually the same rhetoric, dry humor and passive aggressive behavior. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, I haven't had beef with Gran and Granny in a really long time. And all of a sudden, the same day I have beef with Troy, Gran and Granny decides he's going to rip me a new one out of nowhere. Just saying. And what I'm laughing at is like, what?
It's so hard to tell with some of these people because, for example, I know that there are other people that there are doubles of them, because I know the real ones that have me blocked, so I can't see their comments. And all of a sudden I can see comments under those names. I'm like, that's not them. That's not them. I can't fucking see them. I shouldn't be able to see them.
Yeah. Well, like, it kind of makes me sad though, because like obviously yesterday, it usually happens occasionally with, you know, myself and Troy. He'll say something and I'll just be like, dude, why are you doing this right now? And I'll get really pissy, and then I'll be like, either I'll be able to avoid it, but lately I'm sick as fuck and I'm extra bitchy and fussy when I'm sick, so I have no filter on top of that. And yesterday I just was really fucking tired of it. Like, I'm tired of hearing people trash my friends, and I know I've got a fucking savior complex and I'm trying to work on it. It's like, stop talking shit on my friends. And okay, it was one thing if you comment here and there, but he was going on such a long-winded tangent. You guys know what I'm talking about. And I was just trying to avoid escalation. So I was like, hey, Galaxy, got any updates on the double chess theory? Just trying to, like, you know, change the topic. And he got so mad. He's like, why do you always have to change the topic if it isn't about you? And I'm like, I'm not changing the topic about me, though. I'm just trying to change the topic because for the past 20 minutes, we've all been sitting here silent in Zoom, listening to you go on a fucking winded tangent about how you're pissed off and trashing the people I associate myself with. And I'm like, it's kind of, it got really fucking annoying. So I just tried to, you know, change the topic for a second. And then he really started being like such an asshole. And I was just like, fuck, dude, I gotta leave, you know, like I gotta leave so I'm not a bitch right now. So I like jumped out. And then what really triggered me was he was in chat saying all that fucked up stuff. Like, no wonder your boyfriend left you, dead head, like saying all this other shit. When it's like, dude, I left Zoom so this didn't escalate because I still want to have cordial conversations with you. And the first thing you do is say the most fucked up shit that you know is going to be held against me because it's been fucking tormenting me for months, for 6 months at the bare minimum.
Well, I was about ready to pull the car over.
I really enjoyed this group of me, Street, you, and Troy, and I'm hoping this will pass. I'm really just hoping it will pass. I'm hoping each one of you can figure out what's triggering one another on the situation and try not to do that. I mean, Troy,
well, that's the thing, though, Trusted. That's the thing.
Some of the people that it is that you like, and yeah, he's going to say some things. I don't like some of the people that you're associating with, but you know, I'm trying not to say things in front of you to get you upset about that.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though, Trusted. You don't go on winded tangents for 20 minutes trashing them for fucking no reason. You don't do that.
Well, I was about ready to pull the car over and give you two a what for, man. I was like, I've had enough of you kids, man. I can't reach around and smack you in the back seat. And I felt bad because Jens came on and it was like the atmosphere got really combatant real quick. And I was trying to convert it, and like I was looking down at Chad, I was like, shit, man. He had the decency to come on.
Yeah.
And then it just seemed like a very combatant arena he came into. And I was trying to avert that. I was trying hard.
Why do you think I dropped out? I knew that you were having fun with Jens. I mean, I talk to Jens all the time. It's just Jens to me. But I was like, it's special for you. So that's why I dropped off. And I was literally not even talking. I was out of the Zoom and I'm just in chat having conversations. And Troy was following me in chat saying all this fucked up shit too. And again, you know my triggers. And one of my huge triggers is people talking about how I'm such a fucking loser. This is why I got dumped. Like, yeah, that's going to be a trigger for me. So again, if you fucking can't take it, don't dish it. So all I said was, because he was like, I bow down to no one. I'm like, yeah, you can't bow down to anyone because your gut's fucking stopping you from doing it. You know me, I'm fucking cheeky and say smart ass funny shit like that. And he was like, deadhead, fuck you. And then I was like, okay, whatever, we'll get over it tomorrow. And then he comes back later And I'm just having a conversation with you, Street, fucking around with you, because we know how to talk shit on each other, but still don't take it personally. And I'm like, I'm sick of old men fucking giving me, if like telling me if I have validity to my research or not, you know? And he read it as I was trashing him and calling him an old man. And then that's what triggered him again. And he said even more mean shit. And I'm like, bro, even if it were true, even if I were calling you an old man, why are you fucking mad? You are an old man. Like, why are you upset about that? How is that an insult? You're an old man. Like,
Yeah,
I don't get it.
being called an old man does not, that I laugh. I'm like, yeah, you'll see. You'll be, go ahead, make fun of me. Go right ahead, make
Yeah.
fun of me.
Yeah,
You'll be
well, I mean,
there.
he calls me
You'll be
Dent
there.
Head Team Barbara over here, apparently. That was the first thing that he said, was he called me Dent Head. And I was just like, look, and see, you know, even though INFJ in chat is saying sometimes he's too often condescending, and that's true. And I feel bad fighting with him, because I do enjoy the conversations we have sometimes, but other times he takes it so like negative and mean, and like it just seems fucking hateful almost. And it's not just a comment here, it's not a comment there, it's like a full fucking tangent, like a full fucking tangent of a pointless tangent. And it's like, okay, can we change the subject? Can we change the topic? Let's talk about archaeology. Let's talk about philosophy, the shit that we like to do. It's just, you just sit there and you're just like waiting it for us to stop, and it's not stopping. And I was looking in chat, and even chat was like, is it going to end yet? Is it going to end yet? Because it was getting fucking annoying. And he doesn't like being told, we're tired of hearing you go on your winded tangents. Like, it'd be one thing if he was going on a winded tangent about, you know, San Lazaro again or something. It's different. It's just the fucking response.
If I remember right, I think it all started escalating when the topic was about what is evidence and what is not evidence. I think that's when everything went south.
It had to do with the validation and all that, but I just have a thing with respect. I'll give you an example. I never show, all I used to show is the top of my head. I didn't want people to look, to know what I look like, because hell, I like my privacy, and look what it's got me. The more people find out, the more to use it. Well, I had a reason for that. But when Sasha and Jason agreed to come on my live show, it's been years ago, and they came out of retirement to do it, to talk about Dan Barbarisi's book. I showed my face out of respect for them. I figured, shit, if they have enough respect to do it, I got to bite, you know, even though I debated it and I didn't want to do it. I'm like, shit, I have to, man. I have to reciprocate the respect. Jens came on, and he even indicated, hey, you said none of the, you know, a certain group doesn't come on. So I thought I'd pop on. I didn't want to be the combatant. I wanted to, you know, show the guy respect. Hey, man, respect. You came on. Cool, man. Yeah. We don't have to agree, but the fact that you came on, I'm going to show you respect. Then all of a sudden, it just started like ballooning out, man. And it became, it just had an aura of combatantness. The whole room did. And the chat was starting to jump in. I'm like, shit, man. I tried to stop it. I didn't want to boot you guys. I'm like, fuck, they'll take that real fucking. Then I got to deal with that, and it's like, nah, man.
Well,
I
like,
thought
so
normally you two, when you two go at it, you normally, it lasts for a few minutes and then it's done. It's like, all right, and then you'll ignore each other. It's like, all right, they got that out, no big deal. I mean, you guys aren't the only two that do that. There's a lot of people, and I mean, I'm notorious for it. There's a lot of people, as soon as they jump on, I hop right on them, man. But
no, I get that. And again, I was trying to respect, because it was your live and everything, and I knew you're having fun with Jens, and that's why I just left the Zoom, because I'm like, I don't want to make this a fucking shit show. But there's only so much disrespect you can take when it comes to your personal fucking situation, that people that hang out with you in Zooms all the time know this is a trigger for you, and they're using it specifically to trigger you. That's fucked up. Psychologically speaking, you have to agree, Street. That's fucked up.
Well, I don't think when Troy started talking about how evidence and emails and stuff like that, how they work, and you disagreed with him, and you said that that, this stuff is real evidence. And he's like, no, all that shit can be faked. He's right. Absolutely everything and anything can be faked.
Okay, sure. But that also, just like JK Pioneer said in chat yesterday, there's also no proof proving that it's fake either. Either it's fake or it's real. It was just a conversation. And I was just saying, like, it kind of irritates me when people try and talk about the Condor 2 Reddit database that haven't put in 3+ years of fucking research on every single detail that was put into the emails, the coding. I'm the only person that knows about Don Benevito because I was the one that went down that rabbit hole until I fucking found him. And I've got not only the actual coding from the auction website that has his name, and it wasn't faked, it wasn't anything like that, has his name. And then I was ballsy enough to take that and then reach out to him on Facebook, message him, say, hey, are you aware of the Forrest Fenn treasure hunt? Yes. He admitted to being the owner of that fucking registration for the forrestfenntreasure.com, aka the auction website. Yes. He said he knew Jack Stoof. Yes. The information on his background shows he went to the same school as Jack Stoof, Connection, Philadelphia. So I get really testy when people talk down to me, acting like I'm a little girl and I'm an idiot just because I don't know how to code. But I know how to reach out to my friends who know how to code, and I know how to ask them, this is the certain piece I'm looking for. What can you find in this? They find it, found that name, Don Benevito. I found it. I got him fucking confirming all this. He admitted he owned the website. He knows Jack Stoof. He knew about the Fenn treasure, all of that shit. And yet still I gotta sit there and hear Troy say, nope, there's nothing to it. There's nothing to it. When I'm the one that said 3 fucking years, analyzing the shit out of every stupid godforsaken email or comment Condor 2 made in that database and fucking going the rabbit hole with that. So when people say, oh, there's no proof of that, yeah, there's actually proof. Miriam DeFonso found the actual documentation showing whoever Jack Stoof is, whatever, because I know in my opinion, I have to say, legally, in my opinion, him and the other person that I found fucking steal identities and shit, okay? In my opinion. So Jack Stoof, quote unquote, actually asked for the transfer of Puerto Rico, the same timeline that the auction website said they discovered the chest and they decided to do the transfer and everything. It's all matching. So that's why I got so annoyed by him continuously saying, no. Why can't you say, okay, it's a possibility, but it hasn't been proven yet?
Yeah, but he did say, he said, you might be absolutely correct. But all
that
these
wasn't
things
until way after. That wasn't until way after.
But the only point he was trying to make was none of that stuff is real evidence. It's all circumstantial and it's all prima facie.
God. The one thing that escalated all of it was
something on the surface that may or may not be true.
Okay, but the one thing that really escalated it was the fact that he was throwing a bitch fit about the try the wheel thing. That was the most annoying part of all of it. I got over the whole, you're not right about this.
It's not a bitch fit about the try the wheel thing. He thoroughly explained what he was talking about. And, he took offense to you calling him and saying that it's a bitch fit and you're over exaggerating and all that kind of stuff. It's really nothing what you're talking about. He took offense to it and he got pissed off.
No, I didn't even start with that. I actually said that it made no sense that, what did I street? I said, like, none of us can actually claim something unless, like, what Jeff said in chat. He said, unless you have it published, it's not considered plagiarism, because there are so many of us who have been doing this for years, going live, sharing our ideas, and people come across it, they add on to it. But the thing is, none of us have an actual original idea. We all discover the same shit on our own path to discovery in the chase. And so the whole try the wheel thing, I don't understand why you need to throw a bitch fit saying, I need credit for discovering try the wheel when it doesn't even help us with anything. Like if it really makes you sleep
Nope.
better at night, okay, you found try the wheel. Okay, whatever. You don't see me throwing a bitch fit about fucking Wolfram von Eckenbach and the Grail and crap. And when I talk about it, I don't belittle people about it. I just say I don't really need validity for discovering something I talk about nonstop for the past 7 years. I really don't. There's a difference.
Well, actually, it wasn't validity for him anyhow, what he was talking about. He was talking about his partner, Sam, and all the work that he did. And it was a method that was used that was his unique idea. And that's all there is to it. It's
Well,
not the information, but it's the method in order how to extract the information.
INFJ put in chat, if that was your daughter's street, you would have stepped in because he was bullying her. I said, no, I taught my daughters to do exactly what Candy did, stand their ground, unless it gets physical. INFJ says, well, she would have stepped in. Well, and this is my personal parenting philosophy. If that was my daughter in the chat and that was happening, no, it's not physical. And the fact that I'm sitting there and she knows I'm in the room, she's going to jump with both fucking feet. And ladies and gentlemen, they were raised by me. Imagine that. How else are they going to learn? In other words, am I saying it's right what he did? No, I'm not saying it's right. But these things happen in life. And if you constantly have someone coming in rescuing you, you never get the what is it?
I can fight my own battles. Clearly.
Well, yeah, you never get the tools to how if you don't battle these battles, and I'm not saying I'm not agreeing with the battles, but they happen all the time. If people, not even women, anyone, if they're not used to battling it and learning their lessons of what works, what doesn't, how do you shut them down, they'll go through their entire life like hiding and scared. No, I didn't. None of my children are scared, man. And like I said, unless it got physical, then there was a comment, and I kind of made it a thing, and I think everyone understood. There was a comment of basically pulling the dick card out, and I made the comment, and I said, yeah, and there's those type that even when proven wrong, they'll say, oh, by the way, and they'll look at a woman and say, oh, did you notice I have a dick? In other words, yeah, I'm right all the time. No, I don't agree with that. There was a comment I deleted, but I didn't block either one of them. I muted both of them at one time because I couldn't get a word in edgewise to shut them up. Like, let's move on, man. Come on, guys.
Yeah, but like my point is this though.
Did you take it like, help me, street, help me? Oh my God. No, you were like battling toe to toe with them.
Well, it wasn't even that bad. That's my point. So the whole reason why I was just so confused why he was just like, I need people to understand that they discovered it. I'm looking over here like, look, I understand and I could relate because I have had a multitude of my different ideas and research, claimed from other people, and I don't get credit for it. And it got to the point where even Huli was telling me, like, Candy, why do you need to have credit for something when everyone's going to come up with the same idea? And I'm like, dude, you're right. It makes sense. I sound like a whiny little bitch when I complain about it. And so when I heard, Troy saying, people shouldn't have people shouldn't be able to talk about what his partner found or talked about. I was thinking about the same concept. I'm like, dude, look, I'm like one of the very first original people to find about the chess motif and Wolfram von Eckenbach and a 12th century treasure hunt. But I'm still not saying that's my work. You can't plagiarize this and stuff. And I don't know the method that was used, frankly, not disrespectful, but frankly, I don't give a fuck about the method used because I don't comprehend it. And it's just like, when he kept going on the tangent, that's why I was like getting irritated. It wasn't he needed his friend to have credit or anything like that. It was a 20-minute tangent of him just bringing it up and trashing a bunch of people and saying they shouldn't be able to talk about it. And it's like, okay, if you have a comment, get it out there, whatever, fine. But I sat there not saying anything, listening to him go on a tangent, trashing Ben, trashing all the other people that I associate myself with. And I'm like, okay, when is this going to be done? So I try to change the subject. Because it's like, you don't need to go on a fucking 20-minute tangent just to be like, I want my friend Sam to have credit for an idea that not many people even give two shits about to begin with. So it's like, okay, I'm going to get myself out of the situation, get out of the Zoom. He could chill in there with, street trusted Jens, and I'll just chill and chat. But instead, what he did was he left the Zoom, followed me in chat, and then did some really fucked up, mean, psychological, triggering shit. It made no fucking sense.
Well, maybe that's exactly how he viewed your approach to what he was saying, that you were doing some mean psychological shit, belittling what it is he's talking about.
I wasn't belittling. I said it made no sense why he kept having to throw a fit about people in plagiarism when we're all doing the same chase, finding the same information on our own terms. So why do we constantly have to take credit for this shit? What's it going to do for us?
Because some things you can have credit for, other things you really can't. Discovering someone
what?
else's...
He's going to get a trophy, a cookie for one thing?
Now you're belittling.
How am I belittling? I'm just saying, like,
Just saying,
why
what's he
if
gonna
this
get, a
one
trophy or a
thing
cookie or
makes or
something like
breaks
that?
somebody?
That's why he was getting upset.
That makes no sense.
That if you belittle him, that he's gonna get upset. That doesn't make sense.
I was not belittling him when I was trying to change
You
the
just did.
subject.
You just did. You said, what's he gonna get, a trophy or a cookie?
Exactly, because is that what everybody wants?
Those kind of statements I can see would upset him.
I'm talking not just him. I'm talking about everybody who has been in the chase, and they're like, I'm the first one that found this about Warm Waters Hall. I'm the first one that found this about the fucking San Lazaro. All these different things. Does everybody just want a fucking trophy and a cookie to help them sleep at night? Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't help us.
Well,
and again, why is everyone freaking out about something that not many people even bring attention to begin with? Because it's not their solution. That's my point.
Well, see, you're mixing apples and oranges. He was talking explicitly about the method that was used. That is an idea. The information extracted was not an idea, that was information. Researching other people's work is not a person's idea, that's discovering somebody else's work. He's saying, this is what Sam's work is, it is his idea.
Yeah, and what my point is the only reason we know about his partner Sam and Try the Wheel is because they shared it with Mike, right? And the Mike said it. But what we don't know are there's over how many thousands of people in the chase that could have possibly found the same thing, but they didn't voice it. That's my point. Why do you have to continuously bring title to something that someone probably already discovered, but they chose not to be public about it?
Because he was public, and that's First Publishing, so it is his idea.
Oh my God. Everybody sounds like a 5-year-old with this fucking idea shit.
Because people don't know what an idea really is.
Well, from this point on, I want it on record. If anybody mentions San Lazaro, I'll sue you.
Oh, man.
Okay. If we're going to go there, I want to put it on record. I was the first one to bring it into the cool factor when you go live and stream and do long streams and tangents about philosophy, about, the Grail, about aliens, about deep philosophical, deep thinking, universal ideas of star shit. I own that. If you talk about it, you're plagiarizing it. That's how fucking stupid it sounds.
Well, it does if you don't understand what an idea is.
Lazaro, I'll sue you.
I mean, frankly, I really don't care. Like, I don't care about a Try the Wheel. Like, when I saw Mike do it on his video, it looked like he was playing Scrabble with the poem just squished together. That's literally what it looked like. And again, a lot of people kind of share that same sentiment because, again, it's not their solution. So it doesn't matter what other people found, how they're trying to explain how they found it. The majority of us don't care, not because we're dicks, but because it does not satisfy our solution and our research. It's the fact that he kept saying, oh, you can't take credit for this. It's like, why are we fighting about credit? It's not the fact that he deserves credit. It's the fact that people are throwing bitch fits like 5-year-olds saying, I need credit for this idea when we all have the same fucking idea once in a while. Like, that is what's so maddening. And the thing is, we don't know who first actually discovered it. It's just so annoying. It's just so it's just like politics. It's like fucking politics. Hi, I played word scramble today. You're not allowed to ever use the term try the wheel. What does try the wheel mean? Well, to Troy, it's the medicine wheel. Okay, cool. Don't want to touch that. For Street and I, it's the chariot for tarot cards. Cool. Hey, Street, did you know if you talk about the chariot, that's plagiarism, and I'm going to sue you?
If everyone remembers the atmosphere pre-find, there was a lot of hints there was inside little groups, there was hints but everybody kept their research pretty close to the vest. They would group up with certain people if they would think of the same path and share information. But once the find announcement came out, there was a flood of people, like INSJ put in there. What was that? Everybody wants, it's the big dick syndrome or bragging rights. Everybody wanted to hurry up and get it on record. And think about it. We're sharing anything I say. I mean, it's not a secret, or I wouldn't be on live saying this shit. If I'm trying to hide something, I'm certainly not going to go live and talk about it. But the fact that if another group, us three right here, we met and started doing these because we're similar in thinking, different but similar. We're similar in our thought patterns about certain aspects, and Candy does research, Trusted does research. Hell,
we all do research.
I don't research shit. People send me all kinds of stuff, and it's like, oh man, okay. Not that I don't enjoy it, and but it's like I'm not that type of. I just don't. I'm not into research, man. I don't spend hours reading books. So I appreciate having you guys around, so I can you'll come up with, both you and Trust to come up with shit. Even when I'm talking with Troy, he'll come up with shit he's been doing. Hell, I'm just not the research type. I go on intuition and gut feeling.
Intuition and gut feeling. It's just, I mean, again, I've got a migraine. I've had it since yesterday, which why I have fucking no filter to begin with. But there's a huge difference. Being petty about a comment, sure, it's a dickish thing. But when you take yourself out of the situation and go and chat to just be like, okay, whatever, let them do their thing, then get followed into the chat and then say some seriously psychological triggering shit about my relationship, that's immature and fucked up. There's a difference. There is a massive difference. And he kept doing it all night. That's what I'm just so fucking fed up with. It makes no sense. Kind of like, how you say, Street, if you're going to insult someone, insult their intelligence, not their looks or anything like that.
Yep.
That's all Trusted. That's all Troy does is call people fat and ugly and stupid and insults their self-image and their self-worth instead of their intelligence. Actually, he insults their intelligence too. He does the trifecta.
I was just happy to see someone from the other side pop on. I was feeling good about it, and I was trying to be cordial, and
I know normally you're the one instigating, you fucking little shit.
Well, it's the first time I ever talked to Jens in person, even in chat. I think that was the first time we ever talked. I think I commented a few times in the past on like in chats, but that was the first time I ever had the opportunity. So I was feeling him out to see where he was at, where he's going, what's his intentions. I was just trying to get as much as I could. And shit, with I think there was 5 of us. I mean, and my internet was cutting in and out. People were saying, "Hey, Street." Jen's even said it. Yeah, someone asked me a question. I can't hear from you talking Street. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I think Galaxy. It was just there was a lot of things going on, and yeah, I was feeling high. Thanks for ruining it, you guys, man. Next time, no.
I'll just message him and tell him to jump on again for you. I talk to Jens all the time.
You know, come to think about it, could be why he really wanted to talk about that subject, because Jens was there, and Jens should know the legalities of what can be used and what can't be used, and what is plagiarism and what isn't plagiarism.
Well, no, he jumped in to just have
honest.
A conversation and hear the point of view.
I'll be honest. It's not often, if anyone's been around watching my live, it's not often I get the other side on. So when they come on, I like to take advantage of it and, you know, make them feel cordial, to make them want to come back and talk some more, whether we agree or not. My objective was not to convert Jens, I just wanted to get a rapport going. Not that it's the other side. The other side has never reached out. They have always avoided everything I've ever said. They degrade me. They put me down. And I'm thinking, oh, shit, it's a pivotal moment, man. Someone from the other side is reaching out.
And you had that moment. That's why I left. You were good.
Well, no, I'm just joking about you guys ruining it. I mean, it still was. It got really crazy, man.
It's crazy. Now you're exaggerating. You've done so much worse instigating.
No, how dare? Do you have screenshots of it to prove this shit?
Let me contact Barbara. I'm sure she's got her old database. See, that's the thing though, Street. You and I, we could talk shit on each other and laugh it off and not even fucking like blink about it. It's just all fun.
I've never hit it. There's certain people, when I first came in, I was acting. It was not the real me. And when Jens came in, what you saw, that was the real me. I was trying to I was hitting him with the hard-hitting questions. I mean, questions that I wanted answered, just to feel him out and see where his head's at. Where is he at in the game? I've heard talk, and no, I wanted to know where he's at personally. And yeah, I'm like, shit, all right. I guess it's karma, man. I'm always the one starting the chaos, and here I am trying to be myself, and then fucking chaos ensues like shit.
But it barely ensued, because I literally took myself out of the Zoom because I was like, I want Street to be able to have fun and chill with Jens. Because again, Jens is Jens to me. It's like, you know how people have that one celebrity person, and if they see him, they're like, oh my God, it's this person. And the other person who sees that person all the time is like, what are you talking about? That's just fucking Frank. Like, fuck off. Like, that's the concept. I'm like, it's just Jens. And you're like, it's Jens, bow down. And I'm like,
no, I was not bow. I was not bowed down. I was excited for the opportunity to reach across the aisle. That was it was not a bow down. Come on, are you insinuating that I worship any of you crazy fuckers?
No. I'm joking. But I'm saying, like, we made contact. We found one form of intelligent life.
I'm exaggerating about the chaos. I mean, yeah, it got ugly and it took a turn for the worse, and there was low blows. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much.
But it was mostly in chat, which Jens wasn't even paying attention to at the time, because he was in Zoom having conversation and doing his documentary questionnaire shit, right? So It only got awkward for a second, and that's why I left the Zoom. I'm like, I don't want to ruin this for Street and everyone else, so I'm just gonna take myself out of the situation and just hang out and chat. And instead, he fucking followed me and kept trying to instigate it. It was childish.
Well, I just I'll say this, and then I won't say nothing else. I just want you all to know that I cried myself to sleep last night, man. So thanks. I appreciate it.
You're such a fucking drama queen.
Did you guys notice that I set the stage that if I kept going with what I was going with, that I probably would have been talking real smarmy and probably would have insulted 99.9% of the people that were on last night. But I just left it alone.
I mean, I was just so tired and sick. I was just mainly listening to Street and Jens and Galaxy, which you barely ever hear Galaxy to begin with. So that was really funny.
Enjoyable night. I enjoyed it. Lessons to be learned, man. We all learned a lesson here.
You just said you cried yourself to sleep. Well, what's the choice? What's the real choice, buddy? Did you cry yourself to sleep? Did you learn a lesson?
Well, you know how it is when you cry yourself to sleep. You have a revelation in the morning. It's all out of my system, and I learned something.
Yeah, crying is healing, unfortunately.
Plus, it's dehydrating. I woke up really dehydrated.
Fuck, no wonder I'm thirsty all the time. My fucking broken heart ass is drinking water like a fucking fish. I'm drinking water right now.
I'm drinking coffee, and I did the same thing yesterday, and I don't know how many hours I was rolling around in bed because I drank too much freaking coffee.
At like what time?
I don't know, but for hours I was just rolling around in bed, not being able to sleep because I had too much coffee in me. Too much
You know what you should
caffeine,
do?
too much nicotine.
You should eat chocolate. Like, so for most people to make them go to sleep, they'll have chocolate. It'll counteract the coffee. But sometimes for me, it's the opposite. Like if I want to go to sleep really late, like right now, say, I can make a small thing of espresso and it would knock my ass out. But if I were to have chocolate, I would be wide awake and I'd be like, fuck, staring at the ceiling, overthinking. So for you, it might be chocolate. Like if you have chocolate before you go to bed, it might, make you sleepy. Or chamomile tea. That works too. Mm-hmm.
Does chocolate have melatonin in it also?
No, it's okay. So when you're depressed and stuff, they say you need to have chocolate, so it tricks your mind to make you think you're loved. That type of concept.
No, I didn't know that.
Chocolate releases endorphins.
Yeah, and endorphins are usually, if you're in a good relationship, which I would not know any fucking thing about. It makes you think you're loved, and when you're loved, another concept is cuddling. Cuddling is what you do to feel loved and secure and comfortable to fall asleep. So at least in my point of view, chocolate is going to make you feel like you're being cuddled, which will then make you sleepy.
That's why I think about this for a minute, ladies and gentlemen. The normal gift to give a woman is chocolates. I get the big box, man, like the 10-pounder. Here you go, baby. You're gonna be happy as hell. Eat. Go ahead, help yourself.
No, did you ever listen to Dixie Chicks Street?
Yeah, the band Dixie Chicks.
Yeah, so that meme going around right now about Miley Cyrus, and they're like, this generation's bitching about getting dumped, and so they could buy themselves flowers. They're like, her generation grew up on Dixie Chicks. We got dumped. We fucking made Earl disappear. Goodbye, Earl.
Well, I did notice with my conversations and others last night with Jens, which I kind of suspected it. He's doing a documentary. He has to believe in his game plan, his direction. And it was clear his direction, where he's taking it, and he's basing it on known facts. And documentarians aren't going to be successful if they go outside the norm, unless they have facts to back up that outside the norm. And I was trying to allude to like plant seeds. Well, could be this, could be that, but he's so far along in the process that he can't change his mind right now. He has to go with what he's got in the can, which is
he was trying to sell his idea.
Yeah, well, which is a natural instinct. That was his, whatever they call it, plan from the get-go, his set pattern, what he was looking for, what he wanted to film, what story he was going to cover, what approach he was going to take. I just wanted to plant a few seeds. I know it, uh, whether they grow or not, I kind of doubt it because of there's a money issue here, and I'm not degrading them. It's like I said, it was the first opportunity to ever talk. It was reaching across the aisle. I wanted to take full advantage of it.
How long has he been working on this?
What do you say? 2015, 2012 was the first time and then he
No,
finished
I
college.
mean the the movie aspect, the documentary aspect, whatever it is that he's actually working on.
I
I-
lost count.
I think he said 2018 or 2019, like 2 years, 3 years. No, that'd be like
4 to 5 years.
2019, possibly.
No, not 2019. It's the lure. Remember the lure? His buddy was also, I forgot his name right now, but he was also German. He was a German searcher. I think he was a part of the lure. So whenever the lure came out,
That was like late 2018, 2019, possibly.
maybe. So 2018 is more understandable then.
Yeah,
Or realistic.
2018. It was 2018.
How does
Yeah.
everything happen in 2018?
So it's 2018. So it's 4 years? Holy shit.
Yeah. I mean, he's I'm not allowed to say all of it, but his idea and concept's pretty cool. So I hope he gets to implement that. I do know that when he did interview me, I was down that rabbit hole of being angry at Jack and believing he stole the idea from Marty, which I still think whatever that puzzle piece is does validate that. But I was not only that, I was stoned off my ass. Thank you, Ashley and Ben's weed supply. And I was like angry, and then I was super excited, and at one point I was crying, like all on documentary.
Well,
So,
I refuse to sign the NDA, period. I'm not,
I
I'm
never
not.
signed an NDA.
Well, I'm just saying with if anyone was to come to me about it, not just to chase anything and say, we want to, but you got to sign an NDA, that gives my creative, they're in control of me. And no, I refused. Nah, I don't care if there's money. Nah, I'm not giving up my, whatever they call it, creative concept or creative role in it. No.
So I think it's like 9 times out of 10, it's for competition, right? Because if, like, for instance, we've got, the people, the YouTubers in the chase, right? Example would be, let's say Ben, right? Ben wants to go and work with Jens. And Jens tells Ben his whole concept because he needs to tell him the whole concept to either sell him the idea to jump on to what he's doing or give him enough narrative or direction for the interview, right? But then you've got Calvary reaches out and was like, hey, I want you on. And then they're pitching him and they're like, oh, you're working with Jens? What's he going for? Because Jens and Calvary, which I'm not saying, better examples, Netflix, right? Jens and Netflix, they're in competition. And they're both going to be pitching to the same networks. So they want to know, what are they doing versus what's the other person doing and how can I best them? So then they'll go to Ben and be like, hey, got any tips for me? I'll help you out. Well, with the NDA, you can't fucking do that. And so that secures Jens from Netflix getting a one-up on him when he does his documentary and wants to pitch to the networks.
I understand it's to protect them, but at the same time, there's different types of, for example, say I get interviewed. You
got interviewed last night, bro.
Well, I'm not allowed to discuss certain things. In other words, that just stifled my creativity. Now, trust me, Candy, I understand their concept. They're protecting themselves because of what you just noted. But at the same time, it stifles the person. Now, all of a sudden, some of them will go as far as like, and they'll say, you have to give us control of, or we want you off all social media because we don't want something to slip. We don't want, I understand both sides, but for me, nah. I'm just not into, no.
Well, that's what happened with Cynthia and Netflix. Like the project that she's been a part of and they're still continuously shooting for and stuff this summer. Cynthia's, going to be a big part of it. So they told her, get off YouTube, get off the internet, get off social media, get out of Discord. You can't do stuff because it's gonna, reveal what we're up to, and it's gonna like, contradict or be a detriment to the story they're trying to pitch, and that's not going to come until next year. So she's like, bro, what the fuck?
Well, you become a liability for them. What you are,
exactly.
You become a liability. That's why they want that NDA. I'm just saying, I understand their perspective, but from mine, you're wanting something from me. I'm not willing to. No, it's not worth. No, I'm not giving up that. I'm stifled. No.
Well, so I never signed an NDA. I've been asked a multitude of times to do it, and I've been like, nope, not going to sign it. But what I have signed is exclusivity contracts, meaning you're not allowed to. It shows that you're exclusive only for that one. Like with Gum Street Productions, aka Vox, aka Netflix, there were like exclusivity contract. It shows that you're solely only working with us, not anyone else. And at the time, I thought, yay, all my friends are doing this. All the people I know are over here. Sure, let's do it. Signed it. And then Ben and Ashley are like, hey, we're working with Jens. And I'm like, I want to work with Jens. And then Netflix like, nope, not happening, bitch. And I'm like, oh man, come on. They're like, nope, you gotta wait until your contract's, expired. And I'm like, but I just want to have fun with my friends. Why can't I talk to Netflix and talk to Jens? Like, this is so stupid. And so the moment my contract with the exclusivity contract with Vox expired, I was like, hey, I'm gonna go over here. And that's why I went over and I was like hanging out with Ben and Ashley, and I did the documentary with Jens and stuff. And even today, I'll get contact from Jared from Vox, and he'll be like, hey, what's new? What's up with you? And I'm kind of like salty now. And I'm like, I don't trust you anymore. I think you're fucking part of the LLC. What you want? I know what you're doing. Like, I see those gears of your brain grinding from here. So it's just, it's kind of funny to me too, Street, how Barbara always says, oh, we're doing all this shit. We're quote unquote harassing her allegedly and all that other shit for attention. Right. And all because we want to become famous on Netflix. And the thing is, if I wanted to be famous on Netflix, I would have not deleted my channel. I would have given them all the rights to my channel like they asked. I would have had money for it. I would have been like, peace out, gone, everything. What did I do? I deleted my fucking channel. And you're still going to sit there and say, I'm so thirsty for attention. All I want to do is be a part of Netflix. Dude, I was talking to Netflix for the past 2 years. And I was like, okay, I get to talk this story. This is my research. This is my theory. This is the Grail shit. I literally pitched my stuff about the Grail to a grown-ass adult in the fucking entertainment industry with a fucking straight face, Street, okay? When it used to be fun. But when I realized this is just something that's going to turn me in the next fucking Carol Baskins, I'm going to be like the fucking joke of the chase and shit. I was like, I'm not really into it anymore. I'm not having fun. My friends aren't in it anymore. All my other friends gravitated towards either Jens or Calvary and stuff. And I'm just like, it's the 9 Mile Hole narrative, which I'm not really a fan of anymore. I don't really care. Yet she still sits there and says, nope, they're doing all of this because they're thirsty for attention and they want to become famous for Netflix. It's like, I passed on that. You passed on that. Ben passed on that. A lot of people passed on that. I don't get it. So I understand NDAs to an extent. Do I wish everyone could just fucking get along for a day and just Calvary, Netflix, and Jens work together to make one epic ass series for the community? That would be awesome. Is it gonna ever happen? No. So whatever. Honestly, it's just I'm good going live on my little YouTube.
What I see happening is whoever got footage from whatever searchers are going to be looking to sell it to a totally different production company.
Well, I mean, my hunch is AGK already sold out. Well, not sold out, but gave them all the content because all their stuff's gone now. And that's what you have to do. You have to take all of your stuff off of your YouTube so that it's no longer accessible. Like you don't delete it like my dumbass, but what you do is put it on private and you're not allowed to share it anymore. It's no longer your content. They own the rights to that content.
Yeah, that was a big issue, and the fact that I didn't know how they were going to use what they got from me. I'm not cool with that either. No, I'm a control freak. I'm a control freak like Forrest. No, man, I'm not comfortable with that at all. Look what they did to Barb.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a fan of Calvary for that alone.
Yeah, I don't want to.
That's only the beginning of that story.
Well, it's funny because all they had to do was just have that clip about Dale calling her. What do you say? What do you call her? He definitely used the F word. I remember that.
Something fucking
Fuckwit? No. Fuckwad?
No, I don't know. Something. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Give me a second.
It was just hilarious because one, Dale said it, and two,
was it fuck?
That's all he. What?
Fuck faces?
Oh, it was fuckface, wasn't it? Was it fuckface?
It was something like that. Like 2 words, maybe 3. I think it was 2 words. And fuck was one.
I'm gonna look it up real fast. Let's see.
Well, come on. I've said it from the get-go. That's what pissed her off from the get-go. When I'd never even heard of her. Read that someone filed, gave her name, and started listening to the interviews and looking like everything she's done and said. I'm thinking, wow, man, what a fucking snake. What the hell is this shit?
Wait, let me check chat. Chat probably knows and we're not even listening. Fuckhead?
Fuckheads. A fuckhead. That sounds right.
JQ Pioneer said fuckhead.
Yep. Sounds right to me. A fuckhead.
Who was the fuckhead again?
Barbara. I just thought it was funny because they're doing the interview for Dale, right? And Dale knows all the fucking bullshit she puts his friend Fenn through, right? And all he has to say is that fuckhead. And it just fills the rest of the narrative. So the rest of the episode, when you hear about her, the first thing people think about is, what's this fuckhead got to contribute?
And hell, I even went to Forrest's house uninvited, unannounced. Dale was there. He didn't call me a fuckhead.
Maybe you should have shown up with stuffed animals as tribute. Oh man.
I swear to God, if I would have known the stories, I would have made my daughter and I dress in banana suits and we would have rang that fucking bell that day. I guarantee it. If I would have known.
Don't forget though, Street. If you dress in the banana suit, you're supposed to do the striptease, remember?
Well, yeah. Maybe I just tease them.
I can't.
I wonder who got ownership of all the costumes that she left at the front gate.
Did she leave them at the front gate?
That's what she said.
Bro, they fucking probably turned them into the CIA.
She said she gave that teepee. She left that teepee there to her beloved friend Forrest.
How did she even get close enough with getting shocked? That's what I want to know.
Well, now think about this. If I'm such a horrible person for ringing that bell twice, uninvited, unannounced, she rang and ditched and left shit. Like she left desserts, Koskies or whatever they're called. She was doing it a lot. I think last count was like 10 or 12 different stories she's told where she's rang his doorbell and left. What?
That's just weird though. Like
That is 100% stalker type behavior.
And ritualistic. If I'm not
Well,
mistaken.
you all do remember that police report that reported suspicious person was at the neighbors of Forrest?
Oh yeah.
That was her.
Seriously?
Yes. She tried to wipe the record clean. She's trying to get it. She tried to get it. I think she was successful. She what do they call it? Closed the file or whatever, sealed it.
Sealed it?
Yeah. That was actually her. That was not made up bullshit and like doctored documents. That was actually a police report about her. She got questioned by police roaming around his neighbor's property trying to get into his fence or something.
Well, so you know how the other time she went live with the peeps and everything, and she was saying like, oh, you guys can get invited to the party if you humiliate yourself and dunk yourself in a dunk tank and stuff. And she was like, but I won't take a selfie with you. Fucking Hooli, a couple of years ago, it was like, I think a year or two ago, she found like, you know how Godelkin used to have the one video up of the 2019 Fenbury?
Okay.
There is a shot that Hooli was able to capture that shows Barbara with short ass reddish brown hair literally standing directly behind me, looming over, staring at me.
Ouch.
Yeah, and I wanted to be like, here's the selfie you said you'd never do. Even though selfies are not pictures with other people, it's just pictures of yourself. I should know I'm a selfie queen. But I was like, the first time I saw it, because I was like, I don't even know who this lady is. Like, what the fuck? I've never even been in like around her. And Julie was like, bet. And she sent me the photo, and I was like, oh, because I remember I was at Fenbury in 2019. Like, I literally just came from Fenn's house, hanging out with him, hearing stories, being invited into the vault, everything. And then I go over to the Fenbury, right? And it's the day 2 of Fenbury. And the only people I really know are Forrest. Shiloh's really nice. And I knew Sasha and Jason. And then, like, I think there was, what was her name? Who was the one that lost her house that burned down?
Digging Gypsy?
No, not Digging Gypsy. It was the other one. Jay Diggins.
Hey,
I knew her too. So I didn't know that many people. Like, I knew of people, but I didn't really know people. So I'm like socially awkward. Everyone knows I'm fucking socially awkward in a real life setting. And DJ was like, these people are fucking weird. I'm gonna sit in the truck the entire time judging you from afar. And I'm like, great, trying not to drool over Shiloh at the same time. And I'm just like, okay. Sasha's basically running, the trivia contest and all this other stuff. And like Jason was there, Jason North Face. He was talking to me a little bit. I didn't know him. And finally I'm just standing there, and I still have my really bad earache from earlier. And it's pouring down rain, by the way. And I'm dressed like a fucking camping bum because I'm not prepared for camping. And they're just taking pictures. And, Godelkin was there. And at the time I didn't know who he was. And he was just like filming stuff, and thank God he was there, because that's the only picture I have showing me with the picture with Fenn. I'm hugging him. It's the favorite picture I have of him. And like, it was funny because just Huli's going through this shit, and she's like, oh my God, she was there when you were there, and while you're standing there awkwardly like leaning up against the pole, she's looming in the dark behind you.
Wow.
I wish I could find it. I don't know if I can find it anymore, but it is the most disturbing photo. It's
you're gonna have to share that in someplace, man, in your community page or someplace. I'd be interested.
I have to find it. I don't even remember. Fuck. Let me see if I have it. Hold on.
Don't mind. Well, yeah, I can copy it, but yeah, send me a link to it too, or yeah, I can get it off. Don't hit me with a copyright strike. I'll make a video of that. I got all kinds of ideas popping in. I think I even got the song too.
Oh man, hold on. Let me see. Does this show photos? Theme? View media files and links. Okay, it might be media. Okay, I might be able to find it through here. It's take a little bit because
Well, for
hold on.
anyone that's never been to a Fenbury, it is a surreal moment. Number one, if you've never met Forrest or seen him in person, I mean, it's pretty surreal. And the fact of putting names to like, or putting faces to the names that you've been talking to or listened to on the blogs and vlogs and stuff. It was kind of overwhelming to me, man.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I look pretty shitty in this photo, but not as shitty as her. So let me find it. No, it was really cool hanging out with Embry and stuff. It would have been way more fun if I didn't go with DJ because the whole time he was looking at me like, why are you here? These people are fucking weirdos. Which
Well, I went to 2017 and I did wear a name tag. I told my daughter, no, we ain't putting name tags on. Don't even. We did the coloring contest picture, but no name tags. And you could see the clicks. You could hear, I mean, you could hear him talking. It's not like I was like hiding behind a pole listening. No, I was just sitting and, the groups around you, you could hear them talking and, people would introduce, or you'd see their name tag and you could see a certain group. I'll give you an example. There was one group that they had, each one of them was very proud of all the boots on the ground. And of course, they were having their debates and, their jostling and intellectual jostling matches back and forth with what they found on their boots on the ground. Then you had like a few people like me just hanging out solely. Those are the ones I'd go over and interact with. If I seen someone sitting all alone or with someone else and they were just look like their head on a swivel looking, I would go over and strike up a conversation. Hey, how you doing? Oh yeah. But you could see the click, and I enjoyed the shit out of Fenbury, man. I really did, just watching the human interaction.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Let me see. I think it may have been in the email. It wasn't Facebook. It may have been the email. Fuck, hold on.
And just for the record, I think I've said it before. The groups that always professed how many boots on the ground they had, I used to laugh at them. I still do.
Still do.
Okay, that gives you credit. Okie dokie. All right. If you go out to tune a car, I've tuned 25 cars. Did any of them run afterwards? No, but I tuned them. I'm like, okay.
So this one? Oh my gosh. Come on. It's got to be in here somewhere. I forgot where she sent it to me.
Well, whenever you get, I'd be interested to see that.
It was so fucking funny yet disturbing at the same time. I'm not kidding straight. Let me see if I can find it. Like, does anyone still have is that it? No way. Does anyone still have Godelkin's video of 2019 February?
Nope.
Because that was where it's from. It's from his 2019 footage for Fenbury. And she's literally just looming behind me, just like fucking creepy as fuck.
She probably heard the story you just came from his house, or she overheard something, so she had her eye on you.
Who would have thunk it that like years later she would be the fucking crazy bitch obsessed with me?
She would have.
I mean, I'm always nice to people, and I didn't notice her because I was just like super just stressed out trying to be not judged by standing there awkwardly on my own. And so I'm kind of glad that, I never acknowledged her because who knows how that would have ended up. Me missing? Fuck, I don't know. Yeah. Let me see. Maybe this one has it. Let's see for Hule. Hule Hoo. I don't know if this one's gonna work. Shit. I forgot where she sent it. I think it was like one night we were live talking about something and she sent it over to me and I about fell out of my chair. I was laughing so hard. And it was like clear as day. She's literally right behind me. Let's see, revenge for this. No. And I don't know if she's gonna give it to me now because she's gonna be like, yeah, no. I need to find it. Actually, you know what? Maybe I can find Godalkin.
Well, you know that ding dong ditch there and leaving gifts at Forrest front entranceway. That's the behavior of a wild dog. A wild dog will bring a gift, and it's typically a male to a female, but will leave something outside of the den and go away and do that repetitious over and over and over again till one day they show up with the gift in mouth, waiting for the one inside the den to come out.
That
It's
sounds
a
Oh.
trap.
That's
It's a
freaky.
wild dog trap.
Forrest Fenn. Let's see. Why is it so much harder to find stuff nowadays than it was from before? Oh yeah, logical searcher. I forgot about logical searcher. It's kind of sad if you think about it. When you see like you search Forrest Fenn on YouTube, and you see from a couple of years ago people's channels and how we were like building stuff up and everything. You got like Rudy's channel, Cynthia's logical searcher. Mine used to pop up everywhere. I deleted it. All because I couldn't find a piece of chocolate.
no,
Just like,
always have a Hershey bar around handy.
yep, I should. Where the hell is Godalkin's YouTube channel? Man, I never noticed how many videos Granny puts out. It's a little There's colory. I don't even know anymore. I did notice that we finally stopped getting those weirdo characters coming forward claiming they're the chosen ones. That's good. Aside from Barbara and the usual suspects, I'm talking about those random people we didn't even know existed that lurked in the community, and they're like, "I'm the solver. Okay, bye." Like, what? Where'd that come from? Or remember the end game?
Yeah.
Remember how much fun we were having trying to figure out end game?
Yeah.
I miss that. Why can't we have that again?
Well, I'm certain it can be arranged.
Oh man, who's gonna come out as that? What if that was fucking Paul the whole time? Endgame's Paul.
No, that was way over his pay grade. No.
Who do you think it was? Who do you think it was?
Personally, I don't think it was anyone in the chase. That's a searcher.
Huh. So they're just coming in to fuck with us?
No, I think there was information in there.
I mean, I can't even remember it at this point. It used to be fun, but I go down so many rabbit holes. I'm lucky I remember my last name.
Well, during that time frame they showed up, there was a lot of abnormal stress in the community, man. And there was a lot of like defeat and anger and fuck it all. and then they showed up, and I seen quite a few people initially say, oh shit, just bullshit, and then like you'd see a week later they'd be like, oh, I think I found a lake. I'm like, holy shit, they jumped on the band. It diverted people's attention, man, from what they were normally dwelling on. I liked it.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I liked
I don't
it
think
too.
I know what you guys are talking about.
You don't know what we're talking about? The Endgame YouTube conspiracy thingy?
I don't think I ever. No, I don't really know what you're talking about.
So what was it? Sometime last year, this
They
YouTube
only
channel
did, like,
popped up
what,
called
3 videos, 3 or 4 at the most.
Yeah. So YouTube video popped up and called themselves Endgame, and they had little videos, and I was like, "Ooh, this is interesting." They got really excited, and Street got really excited, and I decided to go live with Street and others to talk about it and try and decode it. And then it ended up being something about religion, and I was like, "Ah, I lost my interest. Okay, bye." It was pretty funny because I was like, "Could this be the second poem? Like, could this be, the real like part 2 of the chase and stuff?" And I was all for it, and then it was like, nope, it's all about religion. Okay, bye. Lost my attention. You lost me at religion.
There's
Yeah.
been a lot of so-called religious people making statements about the. I don't know. It's something like, it's the coming of the apocalypse or the coming of Jesus or something like that. That's what the chase is all about. There's been a lot of those kind of things.
Yeah, I've gotten messages from those people and stuff. You know what's weird though is did you see that the whole Calvary and X marks the spot, they're gonna end the first part of the treasure hunt because pretty much no one's getting it. No one can solve it. It's like it's taking so long for people to solve what was supposed to already be solved, and they're like, we need to start doing part 2 of the podcast. So they're like, we're gonna end it on, I think they said March 23rd, if I'm not mistaken. And I think it was March 23rd. Yeah, I think it's March 23rd. And they're gonna start a new hunt. And they're gonna take that $50,000 that was for the original one and roll it into this one and do whatever else with it.
Yeah,
I'm
they're
just
switching up the game on people. That's not fair.
No,
No,
it is. It is fair because no one's close to it. No one can figure out how to even begin it, and no one's really interested in it like how they wanted them to be. So they're just gonna end that one and start a new one for people. So it won't be what as complicated and difficult as what this one is. Because this one I worked on and I was all excited because I thought the theme was Greek mythology and I love Greek mythology. But it turns out there's something to it where it's supposed to be about DB Cooper. And I'm like, bro, Ben's got to be behind this. I swear to you, Ben's got to be behind this one. But it's a poem talking about Greek mythology and references to Greek mythology. But allegedly, it has nothing to do with Greek mythology. And I'm just like, I don't get it. And you have to, not only do you have to listen to the podcast, you also have to watch the YouTube version podcast, go through the transcript of the YouTube version podcast, look at some of the videos with images in it. On top of that, there are hidden clues hidden within the other branch off podcasts through Calvary. Then on top of that, they hid clues within the fake commercials they hid within the podcast. Like, and then you had to sign up for a website forum, and then you had to make an account. Then you had to get emailed another clue per week, and it was all over the place. That's what made me not want to be a part of it. I'm like, I don't want to work on this if all you have to do is run around with your head cut off trying to fucking find a clue and and what to find in which podcast and what format and listen to everything 50 times over. Like, no.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't have done it and didn't do any of it, but if I did, I'd be pissed. If I did
Why
any of it,
though?
I would be pissed that they changed the game.
Why though? It's not changing it, it's ending it so they can make something better and funner and more less complicated for our dumbasses. But that's why they're saying they're giving till March 23rd, right? So for people who've been working on it and still think that there's a possibility they could solve it, they've got till the 23rd to do so.
Well, I mean, I wasn't involved in the first one. I'm not being involved in the second one either. So, that's up to the people that get involved.
I actually told them because they popped into Ben and Ashley's live a couple of days ago to talk about it. I was in chat saying like, why don't you just get the treasure hunt creators from the community, like, Copper Dan and Christy, Mike, myself, fucking who else, like Beth, like Nick. There are a bunch of people in the community that are treasure hunt creators. X marks the spot, all these people that are more than capable of making a really cool treasure hunt. And we know our chase community. So why can't we, collaborate with whatever you're wanting to make and work on for the next part? Because that would make it really fun and make it worth working on.
Well, I think they could do both. I think they could leave the original one in place and then start a second one. Oh, well, too bad, a bad investment on the first 50 grand.
I mean,
They didn't
you didn't see this thing.
They didn't get the viewership they were looking for.
You didn't see this thing, man. It will haunt me forever. It's kind of like the same concept of where warm waters halt. It's just like, it's supposed to be based on Greek mythology, yet they're sitting here telling us it's about DB Cooper. How? Like, how? I'll never understand, and no one else figured it out either. So I'm 100% fine with them ending this shit and taking it out of my peripheral vision. Thank you.
No, they make my list of bad business practices.
Right up there with Blackbeard.
What one? I don't even know anything about Blackbeard.
You don't know about Blackbeard?
No.
Oh, let's keep it that way. Then it'll make you feel better.
No, other than Forrest Fenn's poem and treasure hunt, I've never worked on any of those things other than the one from that Beals guy. That was his name, right? Beals?
Charles Beals.
Yeah, I worked on one of his, but no, I don't generally work on any of these kind of things. When I found Forrest, well, my neighbor found Forrest treasure hunt, and I read the poem, I was like, I can do this one. And there's a big prize. That's the only reason I got involved. Other than that, I don't.
Oh, are you shitting me? Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Why the fuck? Oh, there you go. Barbara talking about me right now.
Oh, she went live again?
No, she just posted in her community bullshit, but she took screenshots of Granite Granny's video trashing me. So she took a screenshot about, he said it was a work of fiction if you go and look at his profile, blah, blah, blah. And then the Granite Granny, it says, Candy can sure run her mouth. The fake Douglas Preston is commenting on the real site. That Douglas Preston has 6 followers. Douglas Preston wrote the Medium article, end of story. Fucking stupid. Ah, I can't. I can't. I can't. Street, help me.
Damn, Granny came out of retirement and did like 3 videos today. Holy shit.
Yeah. I mean, he occasionally would jump into my chat sometimes. And the only
You,
time he's ever been nice to me was when I was doing the research on the auction website. That's what kind of got him to simmer down and stuff, but I never paid attention until now. And when I think about it, the times when Granny was really pissed off and targeting me was also when Troy was telling me to go fuck myself in comments. So okay, maybe there's some validity to that. Who knows? Who knows? I have no proof about it, but the patterns seem sure to match up. But I would appreciate it if Granny could just stop. That'd be cool.
do either of you remember when Granny posted that video of the, looked like a 20-something or maybe just 20-year-old German guy in Egypt,
No.
and him walking around there in Egypt and talking with some of the people, and people trying to get the person to buy a camel ride and shit like that.
Yeah, I remember that.
No, I don't.
Yeah, the guy was he was like, oh no, that's too much. He's like, oh no, I take you everywhere all the way. And the guy was like, nah, man. And he was kind of like fucking with the guy.
I don't trust it. I don't trust it.
It was like, what the hell is he even posting this for?
Yeah. I took yeah, I don't know. Well, it's no big secret. I've had Granny blocked for a long time.
I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. What the hell? Why? She posts some weird shit. I can't wrap my head around it at this point. And why are you targeting Galaxy? Leave Galaxy alone, weirdo. Barbies. I dream of getting rid of by this charade. Oh god, more weird troll accounts that I don't know are associated with whoever. I'll never know. I will never know. So you got any funny commentary for us, Street?
No, I'm all out of funny.
You're a lot of funny? Well, I mean, it'd be funny if I said on Sunday, no posts on Sundays, but it's not Sunday.
Do you have any funny sayings that start with, there once was a man from Nantucket?
He had a wife that said, fuck it.
And then she kicked the bucket.
I remember one, but it's really crude. I'm not going to say it.
Yeah.
It's really crude. That's funny.
Oh, it is. It is.
I mean, do you remember some of the conversations we have?
No, it's really crude and vivid.
Explicit.
Let me put it to you this way. When I was a young teenage boy telling the bikers it in the coffee shop, they were laughing their ass off. Couldn't believe that I even knew it, let alone said it.
Okay, now I gotta hear it. Let's go.
No.
Why must you deprive me of this happiness?
Remember, you demanded this. There once was a man from Nantucket who had a cock so long he could suck it. As he looked in the air, he said with despair, if my heir was a cunt, I would fuck it. Pretty crude, isn't it?
Unfortunately, that's not the most crude thing I've heard. I mean, you are forgetting I am from LA.
But you know, the bikers hanging around at the coffee shop thought it was funny as shit, you know, some whatever I was at the time, 12, 13 years old, walking around telling jokes like that.
Wait, you knew that joke when you were 13 years old?
Yeah. I listen.
Unfortunately, I thought you just recently learned this.
No. 13-year-olds listen to everything. Kids listen to everything.
I mean, it should have been a clue for me when you said Nantucket. So it should have dated it right then and there.
He probably heard
Nantucket.
from his parents.
No, definitely not my parents. They didn't talk like that.
Well, older people, you heard it from an older person, not a younger person.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel really bad that I'm not more cultured and respectful like Shiloh, you know? But then I realize I feel like I would be really boring if I was cultural. I can't say it here. Cultured, cultural, whatever. Can't talk. And I didn't say the fucked up shit that I said because I feel like my trauma is what makes me me. So even though it works for some people that, you know, they're very polite and cultured, well mannered and stuff, I feel like that sometimes it could be a little boring.
Yeah, I'm not cultured. I never tend to be cultured. Nope. I enjoy it. I enjoy the variety of life. My
All
philosophy,
right,
I'm not going to turn my back. I can't. I don't want to.
exactly. Ugh. What the hell? Now, I don't. Are people still in chat?
Yep.
No, I just drove them away.
They're like, oh, I'm sure she's probably going to report this to child services. Wait, Street, are you going to go live on Saturday?
Of course.
Got to take up that bandwidth.
Yep. All I can.
All we can do is take up the bandwidth.
I might go on location.
On location?
Yep. Out in the van. Out and about.
You're going to go out in the van and you're going to go, oh my God, what was it?
I'm going old
Live in a
school.
van down by the river hiding from the cunts?
Yep. I'm going old school. I'm going back in the van down by the river.
That's funny. Wasn't that what your old channel used to be or something? Right?
Yep. Sure was. It was all
So
about.
like, I've been trying to work on creating that logo for you, but I'm trying to figure out what your aesthetic would be. So one, I need a really good picture to work off of. And then two, my whole concept was trying to incorporate the stars and space with the Wizard of Oz for you.
When you asked me, it was like said I didn't know what. The first one I sent you was like 2015. The second was one of those. My daughter time lapsed it to make me look like 80 or 70, made me look like Tommy Chong. I'm like, yeah, I kind of like this look. I could go with that, man.
Oh, it was pretty funny.
Old, withered, and stoned. Yeah, I can go with that. I could wear that. But when you said, "Is there a Starbucks?" and I messaged you back, I said, tell me the shot you need, and I'll have it. We got a Starbucks right here.
Oh, I was asking if you had Starbucks because I wanted to send you a gift card for Starbucks.
Oh shit! I thought you wanted a picture. I'm like, Starbucks? Hell yeah! I'll take a shot of my head and Starbucks over top. Be holding the cup, sure. Starbucks?
No, I was gonna send you a gift card to Starbucks because it was freaking self-love day, and I was like, I might as well, share my profits of what I have. So I was gonna be like, do you have Starbucks? I'll get you a Starbucks.
Oh, cool. I totally read that wrong. The conversation was pictures. You like send me another one. Then you said, do you have a Starbucks? I'm like, Starbucks? Yeah, I can take my brain shot. I'm like, what kind of shot? She wants me sitting down at Starbucks. Well, I could move one of the chairs out into the parking lot so the sign's right above me. Hell, they won't mind.
That's freaking hilarious. No, I've got a gift card I could send you for Starbucks.
It was funny. I think last night I was out. I was just coming back into town, and it was dark out already, and Starbucks was still open. And I'm like, shit. I almost swung over to the lane to turn in there, and I looked over at the sign, and Bucks was blacked out on their sign, no lights, and it just said Star. I'm like, fuck yeah, I gotta get this one.
That is serendipitous for sure. Wait, so Trusted, do you have a Starbucks out where you are?
No,
No? Oh.
there is not anything of that type. No fancy anything around here.
See, I wouldn't even survive a day. No, I would, but I just like to be dramatic. I'd survive, but I'd be an Uber bitch in the process.
You'd probably walk around this town and say, how the hell do people survive here?
I don't know. I bet you guys got some pretty good views of the stars.
Yeah.
Well, if you order Start or DoorDash in his neighborhood, Barbara shows up.
Oh no. Oh no.
In the banana soup.
Oh my gosh, you unlocked a new level of superpower. Banana Barb. Banana Barb. She's gonna verify her pleading like Banana Barb.
Well, I bet quit her waitress job immediately.
It's a perfect stranger, and it is a perfect stranger. Rings your doorbell and has a habit of doing this and leaves like food. Would any of you, anybody, actually consider eating that food?
Wait, what?
She left, I think they're called Koskis. They're like some type of Danish dessert. She had told the story that she rang his doorbell or rang the bell or the little monitor, whatever you basically rang the little whatever they intercom and left desserts there. Koskis, I think they're called. Would anybody in their right mind actually think, first off, would you think if do you think they're going to eat that food? And the person,
no.
Are they actually going to eat? Hell no.
I mean, when I sent Fenn his gift of the book with the little diamonds and the water and everything, the family, because I didn't have a relationship with the family. I was friends with Fenn, right? So to them, it was just a random searcher sending them some weird shit. They didn't know where it came from. So when I reached out to say like, hey, did you get your package? She was like, oh, I don't know. I need to check because he had to get it from the post office. And he's like, I got to ask, my family if anyone received anything. And what's weird is he received everything but the Indian head penny that I sent. I don't know what happened to it. Like he said it never showed up. And I'm like, I know it was in there. So it maybe got lost getting transported, or maybe they thought it was like bad juju curse. I don't know. But yeah, the family was always like super suspicious and on high alert for fucking random shit.
Kolaski cookies are a traditional Polish cream cheese cookie.
Yep, that's them.
Why are we talking Polish desserts anyways? Is this another verified pleading scrapbook?
Well, I got to pull
Is
devil
that-
here. I think Shiloh stole that penny.
I'm gonna ask him, hey Shiloh, back in 2019, what'd you do with that Indian head penny? He's gonna be like, you're the weirdo that sent that shit. No, I'm just kidding. That'd be funny though.
I do know I sent a registered letter once and requested the signature to verify, that little green piece of paper. And
Yeah.
then the signature I got, holy freaking shit. It looked like try the wheel. It looked like a doctor's writing. It's like, what the fuck is this?
Oh no.
He was
Triggering
not
words over there.
the expression I got, the impression I got, he was not happy having to go down and pick that registered letter up. And ironically, it was the piece of paper, the story I tell the first time I went and got a signature on a blank piece of paper. That's what I mailed back to him. But I wrote shit and I put like his signature in a certain area. It was funny as hell. It was hilarious.
That is funny.
It was.
I mean, but was it funnier than his expression opening the fake Santa Fe, New Mexico book that was filled with over fucking 300,000 itty bitty tiny ass fake diamonds?
What?
Yeah. Didn't I show you that?
What? No, what was that?
So when I went to Rumba Creek and I did the bottle of water and stuff, right? I let me pull it up again. I went to Hobby Lobby and damn it, where is that picture? I forgot where I have it. I went to Hobby Lobby and I got the book that I found. It was the book lining was an old map of Santa Fe, but it was meant to look like a book, but it was actually hollow inside. It was a fake book. It was meant to hold stuff. And he actually used to have his key to the vault, he told me he put in there to hide. And when I sent it over, I put the little bottle of water in there from Roma Creek. I did a little miniature book that I purchased, like the tiniest book you could ever think of existing. And I wrote his poem super tiny, tiny, tiny on the first page. And then I got the Indian head penny that I bought from Big Bear when I was on vacation. It was like $100 too. I got totally scammed, but whatever. And lastly, I filled it all with over 5 fucking packages of tiny ass little plastic diamonds. So it was like a treasure chest he opened with all these little tiny diamonds. And he even talked about it. Let me pull it up. It was the funniest email ever. Because I was asking him, like, did you get your gift? And he was like, let me ask my family. And then he was like, you were so funny, the tiny diamonds. It's where is it? I think I have a picture of it too. Somewhere. I'm just gonna look up diamond, maybe. Diamond work. Diamond.
That's definitely more funny than the one I sent him.
Oh, here we go. Found it. He said, I forgot to ask, did the Indian head penny necklace make it in the basket as well? I bought it for 70. I obviously overpaid while I was still on vacation at Big Bear. I decided at the last minute to add it to the chest for you, just like your bracelet. I hope someone loves it just as much as I have. And I sent a picture of me wearing it, right? And his response was, the things are on my dining room table, and I don't know who opened the box. I will try to find out. I love those things. The little black book is the smallest I ever saw. Maybe I will use it as a diary. Ha! I especially like the imitation book. It looks just like one. I will keep the key to my vault in it and put it on a shelf near my desk. I don't know what to say about your diamonds. You are so funny. I love all of those things, Candy. You were so sweet to think of me in that way. Thank you so much.
Nice.
But I don't know if I have the picture. I think I still have the picture somewhere. I'll have to send it to you later because what you call it, it doesn't give it justice. Like, you don't understand how tiny, microscopic tiny these fake little diamonds are. And I bought all of them in the store. Like, I went over to the shelf and I was like, these are all the diamonds? Need them all. And I just took them all and walked away. And they all filled the book. So I gave him a little treasure chest. I was gonna do the tiny coins, but it was chocolate and it was gonna melt. And I was like, that would probably end very badly. So it was just pretty funny. And I never knew what happened. And I don't want to be like bugging Shiloh too much, but I kind of want to be like, yo, what happened to that book and that little bottle of Mountain Men water perfume that I made him? And then what about the tiny diamonds? What'd you do with them? Oh. Why are people trashing Trusted?
Who is?
Some Dawn something in chat. They were trashing Trusted, so JK Pioneer timed his ass out for 300 seconds.
Yeah, I looked away from the chat. When I looked over, there was a bunch of them deleted by JK. I didn't even click to view it. They've been spewing ever since they popped in. They've been spewing some philosophy. Don Quixote. Everyone knows Don Quixote, right?
No.
You never heard
I
of
know
Don?
the name.
The book, the famous fictional lover, Don Quixote.
No, all I know is Casanova.
Don Quixote, if I'm not mistaken, is the one he leaves a peasant, builds himself up like a rich king or prince or something, and goes back to the same city and like runs havoc over him. Makes it Don Quixote, I
Huh.
think.
I still think the Cat of Monte Cristo did it better. The whole
Maybe
revenge story concept.
Yeah.
That's just weird. I'm tired of these fake accounts all the time. Like, please, why do they exist? And it's like, I don't know if it's Bobby Brass or not. It's just, Bobby Brass disappeared for a good time. We haven't seen him, and I'm thankful for it. But it's just like, have we not seen him because he's still here under new aliases, or did he really just give up and peace out?
No, that personality, they hang around. They get off on this type of shit. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the same person. Yeah, they get off on this shit.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Dude, it's like 1:30 over here. What time is it over there?
4:30.
Jeez, are you gonna sleep?
I was up late last night trying to cry myself to sleep.
Y'all are crazy. I actually have to get
I'm
up.
sorry for laughing at your pain, Mr. Straight.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm glad it gives you joy.
You got two types of people in this world: the millennials that say, "I hear you and I validate your feelings. If you want to cry it out, you cry it out." And then you have the other people that are like, "You little bitch! If you fucking keep crying and embarrass me, I'm gonna give you something to fucking cry about." I'm just like, I feel like I meet even in the middle for that. My mom used to be like, "Are your feelings validated? Shut the fuck up."
All I can picture it is a grown man with a rainbow thong and a binky.
Oh no.
See, they got it all wrong. It couldn't have been a butt plug. You just have a binky.
Oh, Lordy.
My ass a lot, don't I? That kind of makes sense. I'll go with that one.
I have no comment for that, except for I have no comment for that.
I don't know, but I'm picturing a cartoon from about 40 years ago.
Oh man. Oh man, that's funny. So $10 says in a couple of hours, Barb's gonna go live and absolutely lose her shit.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get lucky and she'll post a binky and a thong for you.
I've been waiting for it, man. I did make a comment in the community page about 3 boxes of Fenn Valley wine. I said, I'll bet $100 she drinks it before the final, before the train goes into the station, and I'll bet you she'll go live while she does it.
So did Fenn really have a winery?
No, she just found a connection up in Michigan. A Fenn Valley, whatever they call it, winery or Fenn Valley, whatever.
So it's not the last name Fenn, it's more so Fenn as a verb.
I think it's Fin. I'm not sure. I'm guessing. Fin.
Verb, a noun. I can't think anymore. I'm hanging on by a thread, but it's not Fenn's Fenn. It's something just in association or a symbolic representation.
Yeah, I think so. I will say this, it piqued my attention because, I like wine. It piqued my attention when she said watermelon wine. I'm like, oh shit, I like watermelon wine and watermelon. Fuck, that's mind blowing. I'd like to taste that.
So did you run out and buy it?
No, Boone's Farm was all out.
That's funny. That's what I think. Wasn't that what I ordered? A strawberry farm or strawberry something when I left you to babysit my channel and it came back and Barbara was on my channel.
Yeah, you went out
trying to
for
get the Arbor Mist Blackberry Merlot.
Yep.
All right, now I get a picture stuck in my head. Barbara in a banana suit singing the song Watermelon Crawl while indulging in as much of that wine as she can.
Watermelon Sugar High.
If you drink, don't do the watermelon crawl.
Mm.
So many things. So many things.
The chase wouldn't be the same without her, not in my mind.
I mean, my wallet and my sanity and my fucking middle forehead would.
Well, it's interesting because we got people from different parts of life, different parts of employment and professions and stuff like that. And we get to see how each and every one of them, how they behave, what their thought patterns are, their intelligence level. It's been a real treat.
I agree, man. It's been a smorgasbord, a buffet.
A buffet.
And I'm getting full.
That's why I fucking keep getting fat. I blame all you fuckers. I would have had a basic bitch life of servitude as DJ's bitch wife if I never met any of you.
You can thank us later.
Oh man, hilarious. 1:35.
Well, some people are very happy their entire life living that lifestyle.
Being someone's bitch, not a bitch like mean, but like literally being someone's bitch wife.
Yeah, I mean, what people think that is, yeah. I mean, there's a huge spectrum of that.
I think that is the most depressing thing I've ever heard. No.
Well, I mean, you can look at different society. You can look at Amish in the way that they live, and there's a lot of them that are very happy living that way. It has to do with culture. In their microculture, what is going on is considered very normal.
Yeah. I mean, I do need to go sleep though, because it's 1:36. I have to be up at 6:30.
Mm.
And I'm questioning my sanity at this point.
And one interesting thing about the Amish is they have that time of life where they leave the Amish community and go out into the English world, and they don't have to come back if they don't want to.
Huh. So do you guys have any parting thoughts in the words of Street?
There once was a man from Nantucket.
Oh man.
Later, all.
What about you,
It's
Street?
easy when there's already something exciting being said and there's a bunch being talked about. It's easy to come out with something at the end of that. It's like, no, empty brain.
I'm just super tired because I have to go to work tomorrow. And I'm still sick.
It's
I'm
pretty
so
late.
sick.
I was on my way to have a nap when you came on, and it was like 8 o'clock.
I think I came on at 6. I've got problems. Maybe I should be someone's bitch wife.
Well, you know, the first part of recovery is recognizing the situation.
Been a pleasure, everyone.
Night, everybody.
Yes, good night. Good night, Street. Good night, Lady Otak. Good night, people in
Night,
chat.
Preston.
Even Barbara that had to come in with a different name. Good night, Barbara.
Night, Street. Night, Trusted. Night, chat.